1, 2, 3, 4.
Welcome to day 3 of Milwaukee Irish Fest at home.
You know, we have a great lineup, and it's a very busy lineup all day long. So we want to get started right away with the children's area, and this is brought to you by Tralee Imports, located right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Sitting on my daddy's knee, I looked up in his eyes. I saw that big broad smile. Little did I know that I was in for a surprise. It lasted a good long while. Badger in his hand, I heard his voice booming out. That gentleman passes so bold. Those were the days that I would think about. That magic Tommy may come home. So Tommy, come back around. We can sit down in the kitchen, sing the old songs, and all there that we'll be missing. I might travel the world with the finest musicians, but I'm a Tommy Make-a man. Summers came and summers went, the Festwood Market's time. His music on my mind, running through the door with a twinkle in his eye. Those are the ties that bind. Oh, Badger in his hand, I heard his voice booming out. That gentleman, a passion so bold. Those were the days that I would think about. That magic Tommy may come home. Now I'm a man and here I am finding my way. I hope you're watching down. You gave me a gift I can never repay. A life of music I am bound. Oh, Badger in his hand, I heard his voice booming out. That gentleman, a passion so bold. Those were the days that I would think about. That magic Tommy may come home.
Hello, I'm Dora, and I today am going to be playing some music for you on this instrument, the hurdy-gurdy. Though it is not Irish in origin, it lends itself very well to Irish music because it is a drone instrument like the bagpipe, so it has a similar sound quality. The differences would be that a bagpipe player obviously uses air for their instrument. I use strings for mine. I have keys I press along the front to get my melody, and I have a crank here that I turn so that I can get my sound as opposed to blowing air into it. But Irish or not in origin, it's an instrument that plays Irish music beautifully, so I'll be playing some favorites for you. The first one I'll play is Fanny Power. It's been a long-time favorite of mine and always a joy to play, so I hope you enjoy it. Next up, I'm going to play Star of the County Down, which is a fun song because you can actually create sort of a medley of it with itself if you play it in two different styles. And after that, I will play another selection I enjoy, which is the Ash Grove. It's technically a Welsh one, but it has that good Celtic sound, so we'll let that slide. And I hope you enjoy both of these as well. finally, to round out our tour of Irish music on the hurdy-gurdy, I have a couple more. I will play the song The South Wind, which is a simple melody but a beautiful one, and it's always a joy to hear. And then to pick up the pace a little at the end, I will play Father Kelly's Reel. It's a little bit more of an up-tempo one, and it always lifts my spirits, and I hope it lifts yours too. Thank you so much for sharing this musical moment with me.
Hello everybody, welcome to a very special episode of Baking with Babies. My name is Shannon Lambert-Ryan and this is... say it so they can hear. Liam DeBara. So I'm part of the band Runa, and we were asked by Milwaukee Irish Fest and Melissa, we were asked to share a very special episode. Melissa! To do a very special episode for the festival because obviously we're missing being out on the road performing for everybody over this festival summer. But we've had some amazing opportunities with some of the different festivals going online and doing some wonderful programming. So we are so honored and thrilled to be here with all of you today. And so we're going to make a very special recipe. What are we making today? Can you tell them a little about it?
Wheaten bread!
Wheaten bread! Irish wheaten bread or Irish brown bread. It's a nice hearty bread. that is just kind of a traditional Irish loaf. We got it from some friends of ours, Keith and Kristen Getty, who are from Northern Ireland. There's some friends of ours who now live over here in Nashville, which is why we're where we are today. If you've ever seen our online series before, you'll notice that we are not in our normal kitchen at home. Because, who's Fanon? Dada. So Fanon DeBarra is my husband and Liam's dada. Both I and Fanon work with the Gettys and do some different performances.
Liam Dada is back at our home.
We will go back to our home. But at the moment, where are we? At Grandma and Pop-Up's house down at the bay. So Fanon got some work in Nashville with those guys for about a week, and he's back at home where we live, but we're playing it safe, and so we're isolating for a period of time since he got back. And so, twist our arms, we got to be down at the bay, and we're keeping to ourselves, and we've got the beach to ourselves, but we're down at the bay, like the song. Do you remember the song? Liam, do you remember the song? Down by the bay, where the watermelons grow, back to my home I dare not go, for if I do, my mother would say, have you ever seen llamas wearing what? Pajamas down by the bay. So we're down at the bay, and we, as we mentioned at the very beginning, all of these episodes are called Baking with Babies, because Liam and I are in the kitchen and in baking things in our kitchen all the time, and so we thought we'd share, while we have been at home during the pandemic, we thought we'd share some of those recipes with all of you. So we're going to get started on our wheaten bread. It's a really, really simple, hearty recipe. As you can see here, we've got some whole wheat flour, we have some regular all-purpose flour, we have steel cut oats or pinhead oats. This is a wonderful company, the Cans, that makes great oatmeal and great oats. So we're using those today.
Wheaten oatmeal.
Wheaten oatmeal. Yes, we're using oats for our wheaten bread. Yep. Brown sugar. We've got some salt and melted butter and some baking soda. And that's all. And it's kind of put everything in and you mix it up. Can you help me? What's up? Are you going to help me mix? Yeah, we've got our flapjol shirt on right now and our board shorts as well. So we're kind of fully into the summer festival experience as we're going. And I'm in my festival attire, wishing that we were out partying as well at the festival sites. Alrighty, so you're going to start with a cup and 3/4 of a cup of wheat flour. Can you help me? Let me pour this in. What's he doing? He's riding on a horse. King Arthur Flour is one of our favorite companies. They make some fantastic products, some fantastic flour, and some fantastic baking products as well. Can you help me pour this in? Thank you, sir. So 1 and 3/4 of a cup. We will need the spoons in just a moment. Can you help me? We will add the oats in just a second. Have oatmeal? Well, maybe we'll make some later on. Can you help me pour this next one in? 1 and 3/4 of a cup. Fantastic. Oh, careful. Thanks, sir. Good job. And then we're going to add a 1/2 cup of all-purpose flour.
Who's that?
Who's that? That's the same guy.
That's the same guy.
That's the same guy. Yep. All right. So we're going to have a 1/2 cup. Or thereabouts. Off for the recipe? Well, thank you so much. Yes, for any of your information, Liam's chin is perfectly fine. We're into wearing Band-Aids these days, and different fun, colorful Band-Aids. Who was on your Band-Aids? Minions?
Minnie.
Minnie? Oh, well, maybe we'll get some mini ones the next one. Can you help me put this in? So 1/2 cup of all-purpose flour. Very good.
Baking soda.
Oh yes, that's our next one. A teaspoon. Can you get me a teaspoon, please? Can you get me a teaspoon? So we're going to put a teaspoon of baking soda. And as I said, this is one of those, that's the 1/8 of the teaspoon. So we need, let's see, we need this one. I know, we're not using all of our normal teaspoons and tablespoons and cups, are we? We're using grandma's. Yeah. And they're wonderful, but a little bit different. So we're getting used to all of those things. We're feeling lucky that we can be down here. So this is one of those recipes, as I was starting to say, that it literally is kind of throw everything into a bowl, mix it up. Right, can you help me mix this up, dude? Brush it off? Yeah. All right, can you help me mix it up? And tell everybody, say, keep it in the bowl. Keep it in the bowl. You don't want to mix too hard. You want to keep it in the bowl. So mix up your flours and your baking soda. And then you're going to add a half teaspoon of salt. And we tend to often kind of be on the lesser end of the salt. And we just kind of put it in our hand and give kind of an approximate. So you want a half a teaspoon, maybe a little less.
What that?
That's the salt. Okay, and can you brush that up? Brush that in. Brush that in and mix it up. Nice job. Mix it up. And then you're going to add brown sugar. Do we like brown sugar? Tell everybody, brown sugar is?
No.
Brown sugar is nice.
And olive oil.
And olive oil's nice. Yeah, olive oil is nice too. Castor oil is not nice. You can tell we have been working hard in our garden back at home, and we have unfortunately had some different insect pests and some different pests on the ground, and moles have been one of them. And one of the recommendations is to put castor oil around your garden to keep the moles away. So, and we had, who was in our garden, who was eating our lima beans? Mr. Mole. So we had to put castor oil, and castor oil is not so nice. Castor oil is disgusting. So we hope the mole thinks so too. Ew, I know. Ew. But brown sugar is not disgusting. Brown sugar is nice. Okay, so for the brown sugar, the recipe originally calls for about 1 to 2 tablespoons. We often tend to put 3. It just gives it a really nice, obviously a little bit sweeter, but a really nice taste to it. All right, we'll taste it at the very end. We're gonna put it in first, and those tablespoons can be kind of heaping tablespoons. So depending on just how sweet or not that you would like your bread to be, can determine how much you put in. I see you're eating brown sugar. Is it nice? Whoop, whoop, whoop. No more. Yeah. So brown sugar and white sugar, if you've got a little taste tester, it's one of those things to, just goes along with baking with babies. But this is a good recipe that is technically safe if you have taste testers. It doesn't have any eggs in it. You can add an egg if you'd like to make it a little bit more cake-like or a little less dense of a bread. You can, or flour, but you can add an egg if you want to, is what we've been told. We don't tend to do that, but it does not naturally call for any eggs in it. You may see the box. Yeah, ready? All right, so once you have all of your brown sugar mixed up, we're going to add some melted butter, 2 tablespoons of melted butter.
We melted butter, Mom.
It's right over here. So we melted this on our stove a little bit ago, so it's not too hot anymore. Okay, so we're going to pour that in. Our 2 tablespoons of melted butter.
We need butter.
Do we need some butter? All right, so you mix that up with your dry ingredients. Mix that up with me.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure that you kind of thoroughly mix it up if you can. It should be just kind of really crumbly in its texture. You can see there are some bigger chunks, and you can work them out with your fingers as well. Alrighty. And then after that, you have half a cup of pinhead oats and a cup of buttermilk left. Okay, let's brush these. And what we actually tend to do, you don't have to do this, but what we tend to do. Yes, exactly. That's milk. Or you can make your own buttermilk by adding, for each cup of milk, you can add a slice of lemon or like a tablespoon of lemon juice, which is what we tend to do. We don't tend to usually use buttermilk in our house. But what we do ahead of time... We do like the song Buttermilk Sky. That is a Runa song, and he is definitely a runatic, as it were. And that's one of the songs that we sing. But we don't tend to use buttermilk very often. in our house, so you can make it at home if you don't have buttermilk itself. You can make it in your house. But what we tend to do with the pinhead oats, you don't have to do this as part of the recipe, but it's something that we've found is really nice with a lot of kind of the harder grains, wheat, oats, things like that. They tend to be a little hard, but what we tend to do is at the very beginning when we're starting the recipe, we tend to put the pinhead oats into the milk itself and soak it for probably about a half an hour at least before we start the recipe. You don't have to do that, and it still tastes really wonderful, but we tend to find that that softens them up a little bit, so that might be helpful. All right, so let's make our buttermilk. Let's squeeze each of our lemons in. So that's one. Would you like to drink the rest or eat the rest? Is that sour? Yes. All right, can you help me with the next one? Let's scooch this over here. Yes, I'll squeeze it in, and whoa, we're squirting it everywhere. But you may have it afterwards. Would you like to taste it? I know, dude. That's your thing. Oh my goodness. All right, so once you've done that, you're gonna pour your buttermilk and your pinhead oats into your recipe. All right, you have your spoon. You ready? You're gonna pour it in here. Any that are stuck inside, we'll just scoop out the rest of the way. And obviously you're going to stir it gently to begin with, just so you don't get the milk everywhere, but you're going to stir it in thoroughly. And depending on how hot and humid it is outside or in your house or where you live in the world, you may need a little bit more milk or a little less milk, depending, but you want it to be pretty, careful buddy, you want it to be a dry enough mixture. All right.
Topping.
You're chopping, okay. So you want to make sure that's mixed up all the way, and it should be a really sticky, Oh, we're chopping, okay. Should be a pretty thick, kind of sticky dough. And like I said, depending on the humidity of where you are, will determine whether you might want to add a little bit more milk or not. Okay. And you're going to grease a pan, a bread pan, and grease it with butter or with cooking spray. And then we're going to put our dough directly in there. Yep, okay, should we get some more dough? Here, let's put it on this side, make it a little bit easier. Ready? Put it in. And you can put it in all at once, or if you're baking with babies, it's sometimes a little bit more fun to do it kind of a spoonful at a time. Oh, some more. Should we get the big spoon? Yeah, the big spoon is definitely a bit more effective. Okay,
And the little one.
and the little one. So you're going to transfer all of that in there, and then you're going to preheat your oven before you start. You're going to preheat your oven to 385 degrees Fahrenheit to cook for about 40 minutes, and you're going to check at about kind of 30 to 35 minutes. All right, let's put the rest of this in here, and then we'll go put it into the oven.
And then we want.
And then we're going to go read books. Yeah, we're going to go read books. Maybe go down to the beach. We could bring our books down to the beach. Put our feet in the water. Are you a beach dude? Yeah, do you like the beach? Yeah.
Put it into our oven.
Put it into our oven. We turned our oven on. Yep. Alrighty, so stick it in here. Like I said, it should be kind of a sticky dough.
I'm testing it.
You're testing it? Is it alright? Yeah, there are no eggs, but generally speaking, we don't taste it until it's baked. Okay, come on in, let's put it in the oven. Alrighty, so we have our oven to 385 degrees. We're going to put our wheaten bread inside. Right in there. So for about 40 minutes, and we're going to check it. About half an hour, 35 minutes, and we'll see how we do. Can you say happy baking, everybody?
Baking, everybody.
Happy baking, everybody. Good luck.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next step of our episode of Baking with Babies. We are ready to check on our...
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everybody. Are we ready to check on our wheaten bread? Yeah? I think it's finished. Let's see. I think it is.
It's still warm.
It's still warm. It's still very hot. So I think that turned out really nicely, dude. That color's perfect. We tested it with a cake tester or with a knife, so either one will work. We tested it a couple times and it's cooked all the way through. So we're gonna let it cool for a little bit and then we're gonna test it, right? We're gonna taste it. It is excellent with butter and jam, if we do so say ourselves. And
Put that on when Liam gets home.
putting jam in it when Liam gets home. Our homemade jam. We made jam on a previous episode, so we're totally into jam these days. And what kind of butter should we put on it? Oh, say it so they can hear you. Kerrygold, because it's the way to go, folks. All right, can you say good luck and happy baking?
Happy baby.
Happy baking, and thank you so much to Milwaukee Irish Fest.
Thank you much,
Milwaukee Irish Fest.
Monkey Irish.
And to Melissa for helping us put all this together. Thanks so much, everybody. Happy baking, and we'll see you at the next episode. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our episode of Baking with Babies. The most important part, we have to taste our, what is this? Our wheaten bread. So let's see how we did. The firehouse is all the way down there. We're at, what is this? The bay. Was that nice? Down by the bay where the watermelons grow.
Díomh agus fáilte chunas atá sibh sé ar fad is mise John Prendergast agus tá an so I géirí in éireann agus tá anna hásta bheith caintliv in Jobh lug anam níocht. So hello to all of you in the Irish Fest in Milwaukee. It's great to be here. My name is John Prendergast and I am here in County Kerry in Ireland, Southwest Ireland, and I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about Irish place names. I am absolutely over the moon to be asked by Dan agus Pobal na Gaeltachta Howl in Milwaukee to give a little bit of a chat about something very interesting, and I hope it'll be relevant and relative to you guys. Just a little kind of 20-minute, 15-minute overview of Irish language place names, why they're cool, why they're historic, and maybe their social significance as well as historical significance in the way they're named. I hope all of you are keeping well over, and I'm sick and not to be at the festival myself this year, but hopefully another year it'll all happen for us. So with this little chat, I'll hope to talk a little bit maybe about some of the more popular Irish language place names here in Ireland. I will go through maybe some of the counties and what they actually mean, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the more common themes in place names in Ireland. For example, some words that come up quite often, some adjectives that you'll see quite a lot, so like colour or like physical descriptions of things, and maybe some nice quirky things as well about place names. So like, for example, you have places called like bum or, you know, elbow or shoulder, basically, when you translate it back. It's a massive field, onomatics and place names. So we'll just do a little bit, but hopefully it'll give you a bit of an appreciation, or maybe feed into something you already know or you'd like to know about place names. So if anyone has any questions or would like to talk to me further about this, I'd be delighted to talk to people about this. So my name is John Prendergast, and you can just find me on Twitter or catch my email off Dan or any of that kind of thing. But I'm sure I'll know some of you guys hopefully watching in anyway to this. It's been 2 years now since I've been to the Irish Fest in Milwaukee, and I miss it a lot. So I hope you're all keeping well. Okay, so I suppose I'll be able to share the screen now, and we will start a little bit about some of the cooler parts of place names in Ireland. So just generally, see if I can move this guy up a bit. So as you can see in the general Irish, we'll say roadmap, you have your Irish language part of the place name and then the English down below it. And I would contend this is a severely important thing for both Irish and non-Irish people who come to drive around the roads in Ireland, because it's nearly some of the only bit of exposure that people would get to the Irish language on a daily basis. Maybe the only bit of tag of all or contact a lot of people would have the Irish language every day. But there's so much more to a place name than just a simple name on a map. It'll tell us a lot about, for example, the physical or historical characteristics of that place name. Like, for example, if I'm talking to someone in, for example, Athay in south, in kind of North Kerry and West Limerick, I'll say, on Clay. Okay. On Clay, is there a mountain there? And they'll say, yes. How did you know that? And I'll say, well, it might only be a 5-letter place name in English, A-T-H-E-A, but the way that the Irish place name would go, on Clay, lets me know that there's a ford there, like an Clea down here. And, the second part of it then, that there's a mountain there. So you can come across as very intelligent when you're talking about place names in Ireland. So even here, actually, on this map itself, Johnstown, Ballaghaon, I just picked that randomly, but I mean, that's obviously my own name. Kilkennig, Kilkenny, Achaoor, Freshford, Cork, Kirkig, agus Dublin, Achlia. You'll see a lot of these words over and over. For example, Bala, B-A-I-L-E, Bala means town, relatively. It also means home. So it's kind of, you'll see it in a lot of different place names, like Ballan Airterig, where I'm living, the town of the ferreters. Ballan Vononig, Ballybunion, a non-Kerry example for you. Balla Dahab, Ballydahab. So that's the Bally in Irish place names, which is really, really common. I think it's nearly like 6,000 places would have Bally in their place name. Kill in Kilkenny, C-I-L-L, meaning a church of, or even a little graveyard as well. So Kilkennig would be the Church of Canis. Kilkennig, and Canis is the patron saint of Kilkenny. So we're getting a lot of information about what these places actually, what they're like, what their historical significances are. So that's some examples. I'll give you some further ones and we'll just talk a little bit about them maybe. Dún, D-U-N, Dún, meaning fort. Here in Kerry, in West Kerry, we have Dún Cheen. Although that was supposed to be a different Dún. That was, I think, a pagan god Dún. Dún Cheen. Dún Nanaul, for anyone who's been to Donegal, in one of the most northerly counties in Ireland, Dún Nanaul, the fort of the foreigners. So the Dún is something that was probably built quite often on a cliff, like a premonitory fort. You'll see it in Dún Aingasa in Connemara as well, or in the islands, the Aran Islands. So Dún, usually like a protective area, a promontory or a fort like that. Cahir, Cathair, Cathair, is an interesting one. I was told recently. A Cathair actually has stuff above the ground, so it's in general parlance in modern Irish now you'd say like a city. So Cathair Valaclia, the city of the town of Dublin. Cathair Kirky, the city of Cork. Cathair. But I was told actually that Cathair itself means that there's stuff above the ground. There's like a collection of places. So Cathair it's the town of Brian. Cathair Scullabeen here, the town of Scullabeen. But there's actually, it was the way the houses were built, so there might have only been 3, but there's also stuff below the ground as well. Which is also true of the Liss, Lios, Liss, a type of kind of fairy fort, and you'll see that a lot in places as well. So Liss Thuhel, Liss Fucha, Liss Lios, meaning kind of a fort, but there's also a part under the ground. So there's just some general useful ones there you'll see. A lot of places in Ireland. So, for example, we'll have a lot of these signs, but it's nearly anywhere in the county, really. So, if you think of any place in Ireland, every single, pretty much with the exception of certain areas, nearly every place is just an anglicised version of the place name. So, if we look at a few counties, maybe, for example, Cork. Cork comes from Kirkig. Kirkig actually comes from Pertig, which is an old genitive of Pertach, which means bog. So if anyone has come to you and said to you, "Oh, you're an old bogger, you're nothing but a bogger," what they would probably mean is you're from Cork, because that's literally what Cork means, the word Kirkig. It's all boggy land, marshy land. So if anyone here is from Cork or has any friends, from Cork or family from Cork, I'm sorry, but they're boggers. Just the way it is. Schligoch up in Sligo. It's kind of like a shelly place. Bala Ahaclia or Ahaclia. Bala meaning town again, and Ahaclia meaning a town of the hurdles, of the fords, over the fords. So there's like the idea in Dublin that there's water kind of fjords connecting the city or kind of separating the city out, and then they put hurdles over it. But the reason why it's called Dublin is another name for it was Dovlin, meaning Blackpool, which I think had some sort of Viking element to that. So there's some kind of a snapshot of some of the counties in Ireland. Kerry, people of Keir. And someone said to me recently, I'm not so sure how true this is, I haven't looked into it, but Ree in Kerry, Ree would mean in modern Irish king. And people think, Kerry is the kingdom, and I'm not going to argue with that because, it's the best. But the idea was that maybe, Ree maybe comes from, it lends itself to that idea that maybe the kingdom of Kerry was because that the people were so noble or something like that. I'm not too sure about that one myself. I haven't looked into that, unfortunately. Let me think. Any other ones now? Some of them are quite obvious, like Tyrone, Tyr, Owen, the county of Owen, who would have been a chieftain back in the day. Tyr Owen, Andoon, just County Down would be the fort. So there's plenty of kind of historical evidence there regarding the counties of Ireland. I suppose generally when you're thinking of how counties and places are named, even just small places, a lot of them are just like, look at this mountain, I would say, God, what's this? This is a big green mountain, for example. So even in Camp now, just the way down to Anclown, on the way to Dingle from Tralee, you have on Knoch Glasmore, they call it. So it's Cnoch Glassmore. You have the big green hill. Nach could be a very common name, Cnoch. That's the kind of thing that you get. So you'll see in a lot of different cases, they'll just be describing physically the place. What's the, Tom Fuchel Imachtum, but what's the height of the place? What's it look like physically? For example, Tralee, the bank of the beach of the River Lee. The River Lee cuts right through the town of Tralee and it goes underwater. So that's where they get that name. It lends itself to a lot of reason, but there's millions of advantages to knowing and I suppose appreciating the place name of the area, because it does give you that little bit of finesse, or that kind of small bit of subtle understanding as to what actually the place is about. An interesting part as well of maybe naming places, for example, at the Cork-Kerry border, there are some mountains and they resemble physically, parts of the body. So, for example, you'll see a lot of places that derive their names from a physical attribute or part of a body, what it might look like. So the two Paps, they're called in English, are two mountains just on the Kerry-Cork border. Two Paps. So an gá chiach, the two breasts or the two nipples are called in Irish. And you see that a lot in I suppose mountains as well. Mountains kind of generally get the brunt of funny place names like that. So you'll have a lot of fodder there for that kind of thing. There's plenty of online resources. So I'm just going to show you a small few now, stuff that you can kind of look at yourself, such as loganum.ie, to kind of give yourselves a flavour of what the loganum is. There's also some fun things done, like all of the states and maybe the bigger cities in America in the States have been translated into Irish. Some of them are quite funny. I'll show them to you now. And there's some good YouTube videos as well. Kieran A has done a nice what the fuckle Shrafishon air loganum yacht. So there's plenty to get really on this topic. So I'm just going to show you a small few of these guys. So this is the map I was referring to, the map of Gaeilge, loganum nacha Gaeilge Vericha. So here in Milwaukee, it's called Mwillen an Vachig. The Mwillen is, I suppose, all of these names are just because they kind of sound like, well, I think here actually it's sort of a mix between pure satire, pure fun, and there might be an ounce of historical truth or maybe physical truth in some of the naming of it, but I think that most of it just sounds like it or it's funny. So for here in Milwaukee, we have Mwillen an Vachig, which is the mill of the lame person or the beggar. Mwillen an Vachig. Chicago, sometimes spelled without the O in the middle. Where else we have Wisconsin. That's just a funny one. Schleite, Montana. I don't know how I feel about that one, having lived there myself. Schleite, just mountains. It's pretty funny though, because I suppose it just comes, Montana is just a Spanish word for mountains, so it makes sense. Vala and Glantachan, Washington. There's plenty there. They're very funny. That's available on nos.ie, N-O-F-A-S. August Murach Moore a year, Owen P.O. Murachu to this put this together. So Balo Yerth Owen Gurmahagot. And obviously there's plenty there that are kind of funny. Like I know there's a few people here from maybe watching it from New Jersey. Gansey New, that's an old one. We've all heard that one. New Gansey, New Jersey. New Aurich is a classic one. Yeah, and that's one we would actually call it. The only place outside of Ireland with its own distinct Irish name is a province in Newfoundland in Canada, a recent province you could say, Newfoundland. I've just given it away there, and it's called Talamh an Éisc, or the town or the land of the fish. So that's a historic reason. A lot of people went from Ireland to Newfoundland to fish, particularly in the 1800s, I believe. So it was like, where are you going? So that's another little bit of a tidbit for you. The only place outside of Ireland to be given its own distinct Irish name, different to maybe what it just sounds like, or a translation for it. Loganam Punkai, run by Fionter, the same crowd who do like Anam Punkai and Terma and Guish and Stuchas. They have this wonderful website which you can look at in Gaeilge or in English, and it'll tell us just the correct place name for any place name in Ireland. It's not a website I've spent a whole pile of time on, but they will correct you sometimes if you want to get the correct place name. If there is something that does interest you, there is a list of glossary of words commonly found and all that kind of stuff. So, it's a great place to get some proper information. And you can hear things as well. I'm pretty sure you can hear the correct sound of the place name. So that's an exciting thing for people who are very into Loganam Níocht. I'm just going to finish off, Bader, just talking about some of the more important parts about Loganam Níocht. So, like I said earlier, it's maybe one of the only parts of exposure you can have to Irish language if you're not accustomed to speaking it or hearing it every day. And I think even when I'm abroad and I'm meeting people and they'll say, oh, they knew there was a language in Ireland because when they came to Ireland they would see it, and people would say, wow, it's a big thing that's very interesting to them and pull them into even the world of Irish. So that is really cool. It doesn't come without, unfortunately, a little bit of controversy. For example, in the 6 counties in Northern Ireland, you'll see often like people will get angry about the Irish being on some of the signs, and it'll get defaced and that kind of thing. So that'll often cause a little bit of panic, and also in Gaeltacht areas, more often than not, the Irish will be the only actual version on the sign, which kind of makes sense because even you don't want to be like the place I'm living in now is on Bala Uachtarach here, so the western upper part of the Bala, the town. But the English of it is just Bala Uachtarach. It doesn't, like, even when I see it written down, it kind of confuses me. It doesn't make much sense, in my view anyway. But it's important to kind of protect the place names because, like I say, they give us so much. There's so much wealth of history, knowledge, and just general coolness behind them that I think you'll all agree that they're very, very important to preserve. I'll finish on a final note just about, for example, the story of Diarmuid and Grania, who fell in love and were chased all around Ireland, and they couldn't lay their heads in the same patch of land or same bed twice or they would be caught and killed. Long story short, very, very long story short for you there. But for that reason, there's a lot of places in Ireland called Labba Diarmuide, Diarmuid's bed, and they'd be called after Diarmuid or Grania because it was said that they travelled all around Ireland trying to evade their captors. So it's kind of like small little tidbits like that make you think, it's a very cool thing for people to get interested in the Irish language and to show just how powerful, I suppose, it is to have our own tongue in the islands. So, Shinna Wilumsha, that's from me. That's John Prendergast talking to you there for the last 20 minutes about place names. I hope you have a wonderful Irish Fest, and I hope it's as fun as can be under the given circumstances. Agus gur míle mahagat. Thank you very much for tuning in. Agus bemidi kind when we're talking.
Zurich, Misha Barbara. My name is Barbara. As Connemara, I'm from Connemara. Tameg over UWM. I work at UWM. Tanya Milwaukee Irish Fest Gmorlam. I really like Milwaukee Irish Fest. The purpose of this short video is to give you the impression that you're visiting the students from the Celtic Studies programme at UWM, that you're visiting them at Milwaukee Irish Fest in the Cultural Village area, but particularly in the Conradh Gaeilge tent. The students are there for the purpose of promoting our programme and promoting mostly the Irish language. I've been very fortunate in my years here to meet the founding members of the Conradh Gaeilge, the Gaelic League, John Gleeson and friends, and over the years Milwaukee Irish Fest has helped the Conradh Gaeilge, the Gaelic League branch, Jeremiah Curtin Gaelic League branch here in Milwaukee, promote the Irish language at the festival every August. The students love to volunteer for. I have never had any problem asking them to come down and promote the Irish language. When people come to visit the tent, they particularly asking about the books that are for sale there, or maybe asking questions about the Irish language. Don't be fooled. People will tell you that it's a difficult language, but believe me, English is a lot more difficult to learn than Irish. In this short video, I'm going to give you a little overview of people's names, convince you that you've used these before, you've used a lot of Irish, give you the fun we've had over the years of translating some of the Milwaukee terms into Irish, and go through some of the food unique to Milwaukee that you might find here at the festival, but use the Irish language, and some bands' name. So typically when people come into the tent, they are amused to see so many Irish language books, and they will tell you stories about how they know their friend Siobhan told them this, or Sean said that, or Seamus said this. And when I ask, do you have Irish? They say, oh gosh, no, I never use Irish, I would never be able to use that. And yet they talk about their friend Callen or their friend Kathleen, and I've tried to convince them, yes, you've used Irish, you have some loan words like slogan, like galore, you've used Irish. And they say, but I can't read that. So I said, don't worry about reading it. You can see that it's different. We're using the same letters as the Roman letters, but it's a different format and a different way of expression and a different spelling structure. So reading it and speaking it are very different, as it is in any language. When I came here first, learning to say words like Pewaukee, or looking at the word Oconomowoc and trying to work out where exactly am I going to begin and end on the stressing the vowels in this, or the syllables in this, I should say. So over recent times, there are more and more Irish names in the public eye, like the Porrick Harrington, like Saoirse Ronan, and names like Niamh or Aoife or Oisín that people used to find more difficult now become common to their ear, and how they spell their name is very unique. I've met many Kieras, which is my last name, Mihira. I've met many Kieras, and some use C, some use K. It really doesn't matter which you use, how you say it and how you want it to be said is what's unique to Milwaukee. Unique to the language. At the festival and in homes in Milwaukee, I've been amazed to see the Céad Míle Fáilte, the 100,000 welcomes, written on many slogans, on cars, on T-shirts, and it highlights how the visual shows you that there is an accent on some of our consonants. But the Céad Míle Fáilte is always at the tent for you. The Céad Míle Fáilte, 100,000 welcomes, is at the festival. And you will find names like my own, Barbara, looks odd, sounds odd, but you'll find many common Kieras, and you'll find Paddy and Molly McFest as well. And Paddy and Molly can write their names in English, or they can write their names using the Irish language structure, but they're still going to be Paddy and Molly McFest. People step into the tent and start asking about band names, and we've been very fortunate to work with groups like local groups like Áthas, like Conradh, and Chicago-based Gaelic Storm. These names 25 years ago might have been unusual, but they're much more common to see them here now. And the Conradh Gaeilge tent has helped people be more comfortable with pronouncing what they see written, but mostly the help from each band, from each person to introduce themselves, and for you to ask several times, how do you say that again? How do you say that again? Is what will encourage you to keep going and to keep delving deeper and deeper into this wonderfully old language.
Wasn't that some great presentations to start out day 3 of Milwaukee Irish Fest at Home? And how many of you went to Google and Googled hurdy-gurdy? I know we all did here in the studio. My name is Matt Jendrzik. I'm president of the board of Celtic Milwaukee, home of Milwaukee Irish Fest, and I'm joined by a special guest host today, Linda Clark-Klibowitz. Welcome.
Thank you, Matt. I have been on the board for 9 years, 4 years as president and currently past president. I'm sure just like all of you, I've enjoyed the last 2 days and look forward to the next 2 days as well, watching Milwaukee Irish Fest at home. Thank you very much to our presenting sponsor, Cider Boys. Very much appreciate your partnership in making this all happen, as well as all our other sponsors that have put this all together. Thank you to our staff and to the rest of the board for all of their efforts. This has been just a wonderful event, so thank you. If you would like to donate, we have an opportunity for you to do so and give back to this organization so we can recoup the money that we have already spent. And you also can join into the auction and bid for 3 items that are just wonderful auction items. So thank you.
And with that, stay tuned for Tom and Evan Leahy, brought to you by
DoubleTree Hotels.
We are going to welcome the Irish Fest at Home group. We are here performing for an anniversary. Jerry and Jim, 58 years. And we're also performing for Irish Fest at Home in support of Irish Fest 2020. We are the Evan and Tom Leahy band. We've been doing music. I've been at Irish Fest for 30 years, and Evan is, I think, about 26 years he's been performing at Irish Fest. So we're going to be doing some of our Irish favorites, and it just turns out that this song that we're going to do, we've recorded and it's on YouTube and that type of thing, and it is it's our most viewed video, so we're gonna think that people must like it. So over 3,000 people have viewed that. So here we go. It's about a man who is in New York. This is a long intro, isn't it? It's about a man in New York who has emigrated from Ireland, and now he's at a pub and he's making plans to go back to the old sod and see his family and friends. It's called Dear Old Donegal. 1, 2, 3. Well, it seems it's only yesterday I sailed from out of Cork. I wandered from Erin's Isle, I landed in New York. There wasn't a soul to greet me, a stranger on your shore. But Irish luck was with me, and the riches great galore. Well, now that I'm going back again to dear old Erin's Isle, my friends will meet me on the pier, greet me with a smile. Their faces sure I've almost forgot, I've been so long away. My mother will introduce them all. This to me will say, shake hands with your uncle Mikey boy. Here's your sister Kate, and there is a girl you used to sing down by the garden gate. Shake hands with all of your neighbors, and kiss the colleens all. It is welcome as the flowers and leaves of dear old Donegal. Well, they'll throw me a party when I get back. They'll come from near and far. Well, they'll line the roads for miles and miles with Irish drums and cars. The spirits of flowing will be gay to fill your heart with joy. They'll pipe with a bang an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. They'll sing and dance the whole long, such fun as you've never seen. Lads will be wearing corduroy, the Collins wear green. There'll be thousands there I never met, I've been so long away. My mother will introduce them all. This to me will say, shake hands with your uncle Mikey boy. And here is your sister Kate, and there is a girl you used to sing down by the garden gate. Shake hands with all of your neighbors, and kiss the colleens all. It is welcome as the flowers are laid to dear old Donegal. There'll be thousands there I never met, I've been so long away. Mommy mother will introduce them all. This to me will say, meet Brannigan, Flanagan, Hooligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCoffey, McGillis, Malone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, Mo, Dooley, Maloney, Mahone, Brannigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Flanahan, Reagan, O'Hagan, and Houlihan, Flynn, Shanahan, Nanahan, Fogarty, Leahy, O'Kelly, McGuinness, Jim hasn't your uncle Mikey boy. Here's your sister Kate, and there is a girl you used to sing down by the garden gate. Shake hands with all of your neighbors, and kiss the colleens all. It is welcome as the flowers and leaves of dear old Donegal. Shake hands with your uncle Mikey boy, and here is your sister Kate. There is a girl you used to sing down by the garden gate. Shake hands with all of your neighbors, and kiss the colleens all. It is welcome as the flowers in May. To dear old Donegal. So you're going to be able to see this an Irish Fest at home section. So you're all part of this. Some people say this is a drinking song, but we all know it's a rebel song, and of course, by the name of it, it's something that gives you courage.
Going over the Fort Kerry Mountains, I met with Captain Fellow, and the money he was counting. First produced in my pistol, then produced in my radio. Stand and deliver, fire down the boat, deceiving me, sharing with the Jew with the dog. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Counted out his money, and it made a pretty penny. Put it in my pocket, and I brought it home to Jenny. She said, she swore, she never would deceive me. Devil, take the women, you never can be easy. Me, shooing with the deep of the dog. Right for the daddy-o, right for the daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. It was early in the morning, as I was up for travel. The guys were all around me, and likewise Captain Farrell. First produced in my pistol, she stole away me radio. Couldn't shoot the water, the prisoner I was taking me. Ring with the dew in the dark, right for the daddy-o, right Right for the daddy of this whiskey in the jar. Right for the daddy-o, right for the daddy-o, this whiskey in the jar.
If anyone can aid me, it's my brother in the army. If I can find a station in Cork or in Killarney, he'll come and save me with a roving in Kilkenny. I swear he'll treat me better than my darling sparkling Jenny. Major ring the da.
Right for the daddy-o, right for the daddy-o, this whiskey in the jar.
Some take delight in the drinking and the roving. Others take delight in the gambling and the smoking. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, courting pretty maids in the morning, bright and early. Major
Ring with the do and the da. Right for the daddy-o, right for the daddy-o, this whiskey in the jar. Major ring with the do and the da. Right for the daddy-o, right for the daddy-o, this whiskey in the jar.
Right.
All right, this next song is a popular one, particularly at Irish Fest. Many times they close out the whole weekend with this song. It's about a man who has a particular love, not only for his girlfriend or spouse, but it's also love of land. It's called Will Ya Go, Lassie, or otherwise known as Wild Mountain Time.
Oh, the summertime is coming, and the trees are sweetly blowing, and the wild mountain tide rolls around the blooming heather. Will he go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pluck a wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will he go, lassie, go? I will build my love a bower near yon pure crystal fountain, and on it I will place all the flowers of the mountain. Will he go, lassie, and we'll all go together to pluck wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will he go,
would surely find another where wild mountain thyme rose around the blooming heather. Will ye go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pluck wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. We go, lassie, go.
When the last rose of summer pricks my finger, and the hot sun chills me to the bone, when I can't tell the soul from a sinner, and I can't tell my penny from the stone, I will walk alone by the black muddy river, sing me a song of my own. I will walk alone by the black muddy river, sing me a song of my own. When the last rose of sun hits the mountain and the stars start to splatter in the sky, when the moon splits the southwest horizon with the scream of an eagle on a fly, I will walk alone by the black muddy river, listen to the ripples as they moan. I will walk alone by the black muddy river, sing me a song of my own. Black muddy river, roll on forever. I don't care how deep or wide, if you got another side. Roll muddy river, roll muddy river, black muddy river, roll. When it seems like the night would last forever, and there's nothing left to do but count the years, when the strings from my heart start to sever, stones from my eyes instead of tears, I will walk alone by the black muddy river, sing me a song of my own. I will walk alone by the black muddy river, sing me a song of my own. Sing me a song of my own. Sing me a song of my own.
This next song is a Scottish song. It's about a man in love with a woman. She's the Queen of Argyll.
Intentions not to grieve you, nor would I deceive you. Oh, I'll see you in a while. I must find some way to take her, to court her and to tame her, for I fear my heart's endangered by the Queen of all Argyll. And if you could have seen her there, boys, if you had just been there, the swan was in her movement and the morning in her smile. All the roses in the garden, they bow and ask for pardon, for not one could match the beauty of the Queen of all Argyll. And if you could have seen her there, boys, if you had just been there, the swan was in her movement and the morning in her smile. All the roses in the garden, they bow and ask for pardon, for not one could match the beauty of the Queen of all Argyll. The earth was green, there was all kinds of animals that you've never seen.
Wasn't that a great set by Tom and Evan? Great festival attendees. Love to see them all over the Milwaukee area. So if you're in the Milwaukee, be sure to check them out because they play all over the area for us. We want to mention that not only is this great program being brought to you by all of our sponsors, but we're also looking for donations online. So if you go to irishfest.com/at-home, click on the donate page, that will help to offset any of the expenses that we had incurred going into this year's festival, as well as to get us kickoff for next year. If you look right now, we're over $71,000 towards our goal of $100,000. So please donate early and donate often, as Mike likes to say. The other thing I'd like to mention is we also have an auction going on right now. If you go to the same website, irishfest.com/at-home, and click on the auction, we have 3 wonderful packages available on there. The first one is a trip for 2 to Ireland with 3 nights in Galway and 3 nights in Dublin, including airfare. A lot of other packages included with that. The second one is a hospitality package at the Doubletree Hotel, 2 nights at the Doubletree, VIP entrance into the festival for 2 days, as well as some tickets to Vulture Club and Jameson tastings, tea room tastings, and other stuff. And then the third one is the Hyatt Regency has a similar package, 2 nights, entrance to the festival, the Jameson Lounge, the tea room, and all the other things included with that. And here again with me is my co-host, Linda Klibowitz.
Thank you, Matt. I'd like to give a shout out to all the people who have donated already. Thank you very much for your generous donations. I'd also like to say hello to our thousands, 4,500 plus volunteers who come together with us every year down on the festival grounds. So hello to all of you. Back 40 years ago when the festival first started, I did my first volunteer year and with my family and loved every minute of it. So if you are interested in doing so, please make sure to go ahead and sign up for our volunteers out on CelticMKE.com.
And Linda, later on today, we will have a special presentation at 7 o'clock. It's not on our website, but if you go to Hero Hut on Facebook, one of the new areas that we've had that we introduced 2 years ago at Irish Fest is the Hero Hut area that's put on by Lionheart Junction. Great coordinator there, Dave Hoffmaster, will be taking your questions. He's going to introduce you to the Hero Hut, what it's all about, how they came about the concept, and any other questions you might have for that. It's a great area that's taken off for us the last 2 years, and we look forward to doing it even bigger and better next year.
Yes, absolutely, Matt. It's a great addition to our festival, and it gives us an opportunity to give back and say thank you to all those people that keep us safe.
And don't forget, check out the online schedule to make sure you're up to date on who your favorite is and when they're going to be playing throughout the weekend here. That, again, is at irishfest.com/at-home.
And we have our online store. I can tell you that the sweatshirt that says the best music is Irish music is very comfortable. I purchased it myself. And all the t-shirts, too, are very high quality, and you'll love wearing them. So go to our online store and pick up your purchases now.
So again, irishfest.com to either donate, look at the auction, or buy any of our merchandise that we have online.
Hello everybody, I'm Jeff Kazak from Milwaukee-based Irish band Ahis, and on behalf of my band members Heather Lewin and Amy Ritter, I'd like to welcome you to our socially distanced set of music for Milwaukee Irish Fest at Home. We'd like to thank the organizers for putting together this wonderful weekend of music, and also we'd like to thank you for tuning in today for our set. Before we get going, we'd like to ask if you'd be willing to make a donation to Celtic MKE to help promote its mission of preserving and promoting Irish music and culture all year round. We've been together as a band for 15 years, and the organization has played a huge role in our lives, from learning Irish music at the Irish Fest School of Music through now teaching through the Irish Fest School of Music, as well as the Irish Fest Summer School, and all the other things that the organization does to keep Irish and Celtic culture alive and going in Milwaukee and throughout the region and the country, and let's face it, the world, all year round. We'd appreciate any kind of help you could give to the organization. First up, we're going to start out with a set of polkas. The first tune is a traditional tune called Walshes. The second one was written by our fiddle player, Heather Lewin. It's called Tapolka, and she also wrote the last tune, which is called Heathers. We hope you like it. Up next, we're going to play a set of jigs. The first tune is called The Humours of Trim. The second tune was written by Brendan Hendry, a great fiddle player from County Derry. It's called Mick Hendry's. It's written for his father. And then we're going to finish off with the tune written by Brendan Ring. And it's called The Lisnagun. Up next, we're going to have Heather sing a song. This is actually a song I wrote the lyrics for. The melody is based on an old-time murder ballad called Pretty Polly. And the song is about my great-great-aunt, who back in 1918 was murdered by a suitor who was just been drafted into World War I. And this is Cordelia, one of my foster kittens. That's Diana knocking over an instrument case, one of my other foster kittens. And we figure we'd lighten the mood a little bit because the murder ballad is a little scary. But we hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
According to sweet young Mabel, the whole livelong night. According to sweet young Mabel, the whole livelong night. Then walked up next morning before it was light. Mabel, pretty Mabel, please won't you marry me? Mabel, pretty Mabel, please won't you marry me? Before I'm shipped off to go fight on the sea. Harry, sweet Harry, I'm too young, you can see. Harry, oh Harry, I'm too young, you can see. My mama, my papa won't let you marry me. There's no time left for talking and there's no time to say. There's no time left for talking, there's no time to stay. Before I'm shipped off to go fight over in France. He shot her in the head and her lifeblood did flow. He shot his own head and his lifeblood did flow. And down the dark banks the two bodies did go. Courted sweet young Mabel the whole livelong night. Courted sweet young Mabel the whole livelong night. Then walked till next morning before it was bright.
We're going to wrap up our set with a couple reels. The first tune is called The Spoodus Carried. It's a tune from the Shetland Islands. The second tune was written by our fiddle player Heather Lewin, and it's called Tea Time is Seamus. Thanks for tuning in. If you can, please donate to Celtic MKE to help support its mission of preserving Irish music and culture all year round. If you want to learn more information about Áthas, you can go to athasmusic.com. It's ATHAS music.com. And hopefully we'll be out playing live sometime soon. We miss you all. Stay safe, wear a mask, and we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
happiness is just around the corner from you. Even though it feels like there is nothing you can do when you're sitting in the dark there. Happiness is just around the corner. Your loneliness is only temporary, it's true. And when you leave, you don't have to take it with you. You can put all that behind you now. Happiness is just around the corner. I feel like change. Happiness is just around the corner from me, and I feel like it's the first time that I can really see fear is an illusion. Happiness is just around the corner. 'Cause it rains and rains and rains and rains and rains and rains for days. You wake up one bright morning, all the rain has gone away. The sun is on the horizon. Happiness is just around the corner.
I have been attending Irish Fest for the last 29 years. I'm gonna miss the festival this year, but I'm looking forward to be part of the great celebration in 2021. I love the Irish dancers, I love the food, I love all the cultural exhibits that you bring to the grounds over the weekend of the event. But Irish Fest is unique. Irish Fest is one of the festivals where you feel welcome, where you feel that you are part of the tradition, that you are part of the culture, and that is a unique experience. Actually, you feel that you are Irish over the weekend. I'm looking forward just to be part again of the great festival in 2021.
and welcome back to day 3 of Milwaukee Irish Fest at Home. Wasn't that a great performance by Ahas? Incidentally, for those of you that recognize the guitar player, that is Jeff Kazak. He's our archivist here at the Ward Irish Archives located in the Celtic Milwaukee Center.
He also did a great job of setting up and coordinating our summer school, which is the week leading up to the festival. This year we had over 500 participants. You can do crafts, you can do knitting, learn how to play an instrument, the harp, you can learn Irish language. There's so many different activities that you can do summer school. So I encourage you to take a look at the website and you can check out everything that is our Milwaukee Irish Fest Summer School.
And with that, we want to mention we have our online store, and I brought some items, Linda, to show people that what we have. We have a number of t-shirts out there. We have this year's t-shirt, La Sheila Agbail, Together at Home. And then we also have some dance shirts we previewed last night, and that's this one here, Dancing at Home. These are all online. With that, we also have our wonderful tumbler. Not only is this a great tumbler for cold beverages, I've been told it's also great for hot beverages.
Sure is.
So take a look at the online store. These make great Christmas gifts, and Christmas is only 133 days away, so buy early and buy often. With that, we also have the online auction, Linda. I have not checked it this last hour, but it's getting some activity today already.
Right.
On the online auction, we have a wonderful trip to Ireland for 2, with 3 nights in Galway and 3 nights in Dublin, and a bunch of other things thrown into that. Our second item is a hospitality package, and that's at the Doubletree Hotel. 2 nights there, some tickets to Irish Fest, Vulture Club tickets, which is our special club,
Right.
VIP club, and then also some tastings at Jameson's, the Tea Room, and some other things that we throw into the package. And then the other one is at the Hyatt. The Hyatt has the same package, 2 nights, tickets to Irish Fest, the tastings at Jameson, the tastings at the Tea Room, and more items thrown into the, more Irish Fest wearable items in the package.
All right. And I'd like to shout out to all of our 4,500 plus volunteers that are out there. We miss getting together, but you are what makes it happen. Going back to my days when I first started, it was the first year of Irish Fest. Got involved with my family, who were one of the first coordinators for the raffle and info booth. There is something to do at Irish Fest for anyone. So if you are interested in volunteering, I encourage you to go out to volunteers@irishfest.com and sign up. You can sign up for 1 shift, and I guarantee you by the end, you'll be wanting to sign up for the whole weekend. So encourage you to do that.
So one of the items I want to mention, Linda, is at the festival we have some wonderful marketplace vendors. During the shutdown, we're not able to have them here, but if you go to our website, you can get a list of all the vendors that do have a website where you can purchase items from them. So again, irishfest.com/@home.
So going back to the first year of the festival back in 1981, we had 4 stages. And Matt, I don't know that you were there during that first one, but the infrastructure has certainly grown and changed. Back then, it was grass and mud, and we didn't have the asphalt that we have today. We didn't have the beautiful stages that we have today. It was really a lot primitive than it is certainly today. So it was great fun, though. Always has been and always will be.
And we're so fortunate to have this wonderful lakefront area to have this festival. I was there a few weeks ago, and it was kind of bare. But nobody else in the country has anything like what we have at the lakefront. The paved areas, like Linda said, up until a couple years ago when all these improvements were being done, we had drainage issues, and I remember we had a storm, a huge storm, but beautiful rainbow afterwards, and areas got flooded, but a lot of that has been mitigated, so it's just a wonderful place to have this event, and we can't wait to see what it's going to look like next year for our 40th anniversary celebration.
Absolutely. And we now have 17 stages. We have a lot of different areas. Our festival has always been family friendly. Our children's area grows every year. They have 2 stages. They now have a tea, and they have poetry, and it's just a wonderful event for kids. They can make crafts, something, again, family friendly. Our cultural area is just phenomenal. It has the Gael Talk, where you can learn Irish language, the cultural tent, which is always renewed every year. We have our literary corner, our ancestry, where you can learn about your ancestry, and we have our harp stage. So it's just, and our theater area as well.
And why don't you go ahead and introduce us into the next segment coming up?
Sure, our next segment is Ronan Hession, who was one of 5 finalists in the Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year in 2020. And that was done in collaboration with the Listowel Writers Week. So we're looking forward to that presentation. He'll be interviewed by Rick O'Shea. And again, Christmas.
Joining me is Ronan Hession, another one of the shortlisted authors for this year's Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year for Leonard and Hungry Paul. Ronan, thanks a million for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Rick.
Not even slightly. Tell me about how the last maybe 4 weeks, 5 weeks has affected you and your work. That's a question for authors usually, but obviously you're in that unusual position of you also at the moment still have a day job as well.
Yeah, that's right. So I work full-time as a civil servant, so my writing world is built around that, and I have young children. But I've always had a creative life outside of work. You know, I was involved in music for a very long time. So I've always had a sort of secret superhero existence, which has just moved from music to writing in the last kind of couple of years. And the last few weeks, I've just been doing a lot of reading. I've just finished work on my second book, and in the sort of interval between submitting it and getting into writing in earnest, I just was able to sit back, read, decompress from that. And I've also done a short piece of fiction, which will be out next month. Okay.
Tell us, for those people who haven't yet read Leonard and a Hungry Paul, what the book is about.
Well, the description I find that conveys it most easily is to say it's a book about gentle people. We know what confident people think about the world and about themselves because they tell us. But I really wanted to explore the people who are unsure of themselves and unsure of how to relate to the world. And I began to wonder, what do the quiet people, the people who are overlooked, what do they have to offer? And maybe they offer the thing that's missing when we all puzzle about the world. And it's really an exploration of that.
It is kind of an underdeveloped area in fiction, and as you said yourself, the world is not shy of people who put themselves, front and center, or people who are heroes, but both Leonard and Hungry Paul, they, in those kind of books, they would be supporting characters at best.
Yeah, I think there's a tendency in fiction to shy away from characters like that because we like drama. And I think the tendency is towards to find a central conflict to work around. So it was a nice challenge for me, not just to put characters like that at the center, but to try and make a story of it. So I think what the key there is to focus on human nature and how people in a steady state, and in their case, they're quite set in their ways, so it's a very steady state. When that gets shaken up, how they adapt to change and how they find a new sort of equilibrium. And that's really what drives the book. So it's a book, rather than following an arc as such, I like to think it's sort of flowers.
Maybe tell us a little bit about both Leonard and Hungry Paul, about them as characters and about who they are and what they do.
Sure. Well, Leonard is a man in his early 30s. His father died during childbirth. So he has lived with his mother all his adult life, and he's a ghostwriter for children's encyclopedias. And he, in a way, has never lost the wonder that he had as a child. But his life shrinks. He finds over time that his range of experience, and he can feel his personality shrinking, particularly when his mother passes away. And that's not much of a spoiler because it happens on the third page. And he notices that change in himself. And his friend is Hungry Paul. And Hungry Paul likewise lives at home with his parents, quite happily, in fact. And he's a very self-contained person. He has a certain mental stillness, almost to the point of obliviousness. And the two of them share a curiosity about the world, and they have they try to figure out the world for themselves. And as a result, their take is quite idiosyncratic, without, I hope, being too much of a novelty. And for Hungry Paul, his family is going through change. His sister is going to get married, his parents are getting older, and they're looking to the next phase in their lives. And so that change is going on around him. And so for both of them, they're making this transition between having a very set life or living in a bubble, and then realizing for the first time in their lives that a bubble can never protect you because the things around you will change.
It's also, and one of the things I like most about the book as well, is that it's a book about something that exists in real life everywhere, but isn't really written about a lot. And it's a gentle friendship between two men in their 30s in which there is not an awful lot of drama. That happens in reality all the time, but it tends not to be the subject of novels.
That's right. And I think partly where that came from was I'd come out of almost a decade of reading children's books, reading books to my own kids and seeing how they worked, and really connecting back to the way we first learned stories. In Ireland, the first thing you learn in school is creative writing. You learn it in your first 3 years in school. In fact, it's the dominant thing you study and you practice in your homework, and then it stops. And I think one thing that I was reconnected with is the way in which children are encouraged to use their imaginations, and in a way we forget that training. So I wanted to revisit that sort of sense of wonder, without the characters being some form of man-child.
Yeah, I'm interested as well in that the book has cast a huge footprint since it came out, but it's been published by quite a small publisher, by Blue Moose in the UK. Maybe tell me how that came about, how you ended up with them.
Well, when I was writing the book, I really didn't think it would be published, not for any sort of self-deprecating reason, because I did believe in it as a piece of work. I just didn't see how it would survive the elevator pitch nature of publishing. And while I was working on it, I came across a book called Man with a Seagull on His Head by an English writer called Harriet Page. And I felt that was from a similar universe, or at least it felt like that to me. And that was the first time I came across Blue Moose. And I began to learn more about how they work. So it's a husband and wife team. They remortgaged a house 10 years ago to start the publisher. My editor is the publisher's mother-in-law. She's a 73-year-old retired professional wrestler. And they work.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to scroll you back there. Yeah. I'm not going to let you just slide that one under the. Your editor is a 73-year-old former professional wrestler. How did that come about?
Yeah, so her name is Lynn Webb, and Kevin Duffy, who runs Blue Moose with Heather, his wife. She's Heather's mother, and she's the chief editor of Blue Moose. So it's a good combination, because wrestlers are used to getting out of tight situations, and they're also don't take any messing. So in terms of personality traits for an editor, she has a lot going. And we have a very good relationship. Blue Moose give me complete freedom, but the price for that is you need to have a challenging editor in your corner. So they were the first publisher I sent it to. I sent it to Kevin like Friday, midnight on a Friday, and he gets up early and walks his dogs. So he got back to me like 7 a.m. the next morning. I'd sent him 3 chapters. He said, send me the rest of it. And about a week or so later, he put something on Twitter saying, I've just read this manuscript, can't wait to tell the world about it. And he had a line from Leonard Hungry Paul, and I was like, oh my God. So I rang my wife and told her. And then I went to a bookshop to calm down on my lunch break and got this lovely email where he told me what he liked about the book. And within a couple of days, we'd signed a contract, and I'm doing 2 more books with him as well.
Tell me at that stage what your aspiration was for the book, because you've already said yourself you didn't think it was ever going to necessarily be published because it's not the sort of thing that it's easy to pitch. A publisher then says, we love this and we'd like to do this. At that stage, where do you think the book is going to end up?
I honestly thought that because I was an Irish writer, the first Irish writer they'd worked with on a small UK publisher, that the Irish scene would see me as a UK author and the UK scene would see me as an Irish author. And I thought I might fall between the cracks. But my ambition for the book was for it to do well enough that I got to do a second book. And that's really, I felt that it would be something I'd kind of reveal to people that I wrote books, if I was asked or if it came up. But I didn't really think it would reach an audience or in any sort of way have a personality of its own. And I knew the risks. I'd seen books that came out just before mine that were really good and just came out and didn't have a very long life. And it is quite unpredictable how that works.
You talked just there very briefly about your kind of secret identity. Before all of this, you were not only a songwriter and a performer, but quite a successful one as well. You were nominated for the Choice Prize at one stage. What was the transition like between being a songwriter, being a performer, having a band, and then attempting to tell stories in a completely different way?
What I realized is that creativity is, and your imagination, it's not an elective thing. It works based on its own principles, which are not really knowable. So in about 2012, after my last album, and we got nominated for the Choice Prize, and I'd done 3 albums at that stage. I'd been around for a long time, and I thought I was finished with creativity. I was, physically, mentally exhausted, and I felt creatively satisfied. And then I realized, it took me about 5 years from there to realize that your creativity is like your sense of humor. It doesn't go away. You don't decide, I'm too busy to have a sense of humor. And I began to get lots of flashes. And I realized I was effectively pregnant with Leonard. And I just felt this buildup of energy. And that's still the way it works whenever I get an idea for a story. It's flashes of scenarios of people, they start to materialize. And as if they're seeking form. So I never thought I would write, because songwriting is about boiling things down. I never thought I would write something as expansive as a paragraph. But I can trace it back in my life. A lot of my working life involves writing and editing. But I sat down really just to find out about Leonard. I said, I'm going to write about him every day. I had a new diary because it was like February. And I said, I'm going to get this lovely new diary and I'm going to fill out a page a day about Leonard. And by the second day, I said, okay, forget it. I'm just going to write a novel. And I hit 10,000 words pretty quickly. And people had told me that's a sort of key milestone. If you still have energy at 10,000, keep going. And so that's what I did. I didn't plot the book particularly. I always knew what was going to happen next. And I had a general sense of how much mileage it had.
What was your writing routine like at the time? Because particularly you, being somebody who hadn't had a novel published at that point, and you have a full-time job and you have a family, where were you finding the space to squeeze all of that in?
I wrote the first draft in 3 months. I wrote it 6 nights a week. So I would put my kids to bed, and then about 10 o'clock, I'd flip open the laptop and I'd work till midnight or about 12:30. And I would do that 6 nights a week for 3 months. And I wrote the first draft that way. And what I liked about that was that I would, whatever chapter I was working on that evening, I would carry around for the day. So whatever sort of scenario was there, was able to sort of, I have an idea that it was going to be about a particular setting. And the chapters are very much vignettes and they're almost like film scenes. So I had that scene in my head and I would just pilfer whatever happened that day. And I wrote it on my kitchen table, surrounded by board games, surrounded by children's encyclopedias, and just really used whatever was lying around. But even when I finished the book, I went after writing it for 3 months. I then took a month off. Then I would do 2 or 3 months editing and a month off. So I took another 6 or 8 months of editing. And then after I submitted it, another about 3 or 4 months of editing. So the editing is really where the characters get depth, the connections get tighter, and it starts to feel like a world.
At this stage, obviously, we're talking about it being one of the shortlisted books earlier this year for the Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year for Writers Week. It was nominated for Novel of the Year in Dalkey. You were nominated for a British Book Award. This book has punched well above what you might have considered to have been its weight, given the nature of the size of the publisher and the kind of the small beginning.
Absolutely. It's Blue Moose's biggest ever seller, actually. And The marketing budget was somewhere between 50p and a pound. The only real marketing spend was getting proofs done. And they were done early, which meant it could be in people's slush piles for a period of time that it's some hope of getting to the top. And it's had its champions as well. You've been a great champion of the book. Kit Duval has been a great champion. The BBC put on their book club. And also a lot of people who read are quiet, gentle people. A lot of people who work in libraries, who work in bookshops. And just as you said earlier, there aren't that many books about people like that. I think to some extent it found its tribe, and its tribe were among book lovers. So we talk about coronavirus flattening the curve. Indie publishers have been flattening the curve for years, so it's not one big media splash and you hope. So it's over time. It just the book is out over a year, and it's still a daily occurrence for somebody to get in contact with me about the book, or as people discover it. And that's been a really beautiful part of it, and it's stayed at a manageable level, so I can interact with people and I can enjoy the experience, as opposed to it being a big marketing hustle that I have to kind of wade my way through. So I really enjoyed the way it's unfolded in the world, and I think the way the book has gone in terms of sales or finding its readers is really in the spirit of the book itself. I don't think a book like this would work with a pushy campaign. It's a gentle book. It's a non-competitive book, and it's made its way that way.
Do you think in some way that as a debut author, though, you've been almost robbed of what would have been your first festival season? You would have been, at this stage, in any other year, you would have been doing festivals around the country, possibly internationally as well. You would have been out there meeting readers, meeting other authors. Does it seem like a strange experience, or because you don't really know what that feels like, do you just think, well, that's just the way it is?
Oh, I'm completely stoic about it. The way my background in music was very much in independent music, and although the music I made was kind of storytelling music, I always liked the punk ethic. I like the spontaneity of doing Zoom events. I like the fact that people will send me a message on Twitter and say, my book club is discussing your book tonight, can you join us? And I'll do it, it'll be no problem. And I like the way that it's completely democratic and there's nobody in charge of the Zoom world. So people can just do it. And that kind of guerrilla sort of style of enjoyment of books and literature, to me, is shrinking the distance between writers and people who read. I've done a few festivals. I've done some big festivals, and it is very much a stage versus audience situation. And I think that it gets leveled out onto the online festivals. So I like them, and I hope they stay around. And I think they'll become an extra part of the future festival world. I don't think they'll displace festivals, but I do think they'll enrich it for some people.
Yeah, I think they will too. Just maybe finally, before we finish, what's happening next? Are you the sort of person who feels comfortable about talking about the next book, or do you have that completely under wraps?
I can say a little bit about it. Leonard and Hungry Paul is out in the US in August. Melville House are publishing that. So that's the immediate next thing. The next book is a book called Panenka. It's a very different style of book to Leonard and Hungry Paul, a very different feel. I describe it in two different ways. One is that it's a redemption story about headaches. Another way I can describe it is as a platonic love story. So it's both those things. I think while it's quite a different book, a quite different feel, I do think it still has the same focus on human nature, family, and understanding the vulnerable sides of human nature.
And when is that out?
May next year.
May of next year. It's too far away. Ronan Hession, the author of Leonard and Hungry Paul, thanks a million for talking to us.
Thank you, Rick. Thanks for having me.
I have never been to Ireland and have not seen the River Liffey, an Irish life, that strong runner. My river is the Adur, that hailed my late arrival in the Sussex rapes. My 40s saw the swollen Derwent gurgle past my front door, found me still believing in that course I had poured into. Love had instigated it. Those years, my will pushed me forward, convinced I'd heal through nurturing others' lives. What folly. Then, I found an ally in language, and through early attempts and fails, learned to navigate the old river, to feel its curve and flow. I didn't know where it would lead. Don't now. And gradually other obsessions and needs became pitiable, wasteful even, and to fathom instead what I desired to say, far dearer. I had 2 children. What I could write, have written, about the severed womb, the recovery of the body, and the grind to survive by all means. Every day was a personal holocaust. I moved. I cursed the time it would take to pack. The Cam, the Avon, ever this movement, the Sherborne, each sign different, yet somehow the same, and in every house a doorway. Patient, I contended to hide behind them, to make home. And now, beside La Grande, this time foreign water will leave its mark. La Charente, La Dordogne, La Lore. A whole character formed in rain. Woman made element. Alone, still writing in the briefest gaps. At least no longer the somnambulist I used to be. My doorway leads straight onto the narrow street of a provincial market town. It could be her country, her street, her town, her house, but of course it is not. I wish it were. A prayer rises up for land carved by a river like the place where I was born. Soon, in part anguish, part relief, I must wrap the remainder, sell the rest, look for a city that will call me out of respect, out of joy. This only. I'm not interested in her pity coffees. I'm looking for my birth. Perhaps a castle, a church, grass, the possibility of a future, the grasp of truth on the metro or the footpath, scent of lilac, a place for the shocked, grieved, a woman like me, someone who suffered and is weary of setbacks, a washed life. I have lived near bells and speakers. The lack of flow is killing me. A silent mouth is all I ask. A wide destiny to make of that what I can. I promise to cherish it.
And isn't that programming we just ended incredible? We've got more of this for the next 2 days. I want to thank Falcher Ireland for sponsoring this last segment. So going back to what I've been promoting here is our online store. Make sure to go to irishfest.com/@home and visit the online store to pick up some great merchandise throughout the weekend. And also the auction. Make sure you check out the auction while you're there. And I'd like to welcome my host, Mike Mitchell, back.
Well, it's great to be back.
We missed
It
you.
was good to see Linda Clark-Klibowitz here,
Yep.
Past president of the organization, and it was good to see her be able to be up here and talking to everybody. But I missed it. I'm glad to be back.
And she's got a wealth of knowledge, and not only just the organization, but the building, everything. So it was great to have Linda here.
Well, she's been here since day one, so she knows all the different things. She can tell you about all the skeletons in the closet.
Or shamrocks.
Or shamrocks, that's right. Or leprechauns, if you
Leprechauns,
prefer.
there we go.
Yes. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is a couple things. Number one, our mission. Many of you may not have heard this yet, but it's our mission to preserve and promote the Irish culture and the Irish heritage. And so in doing that, we put on our annual once a year big fundraiser called Milwaukee Irish Fest. And this year, unfortunately, we're unable to do that. And so we're doing it this way. And we're still delivering on our mission by educating people and providing them an opportunity to partake in the culture and the heritage and everything that we do.
Well, with that, Mike, I understand we've got a power hour coming up with cider boys. Can you bring us some info on that?
Okay, so another power hour coming up right now. This is going to be an opportunity for any donation you make between 2:30 and 3:30. It will be matched by Cider Boys, our presenting sponsor. So if you put in $100, they're going to put in $100. And this is a way to really help us achieve the goal of $100,000. We're over $72,000 right now. I'm confident that by the end of tomorrow we will reach that $100,000 mark. But keep in mind, everybody can contribute, everybody can help. All of you are making our mission possible. We're a nonprofit, and this is how we accomplish what we have to accomplish. In addition to the matching of dollars, again this year, you'll get a shirt. If you donate between 2:30 and 3:30, you'll have an option to select the size shirt that you want along with your donation, and we will make sure that gets shipped off to you. Yesterday we did this and we ran out of shirts. And so what's going to happen is we have more shirts on the way. Cider Boy said, no problem, we'll get you more shirts. And so they're getting us more shirts so that we can make sure that you get one. So please, when you do sign up and you do donate right now in this next power hour, indicate the size shirt. If you don't want a shirt, just leave it blank and we'll take that to be that you don't want a shirt.
And Mike, is there a special shirt for donating today?
So, Matt, you're so good at this. You just jumped right in there. I love it. So right now, we're going to do something special. This is a Cider Boy shirt, no Irish Fest logo, but we're going to give this to the 15th person who emails info@irishfest.com. And if you would do me the favor of, when you do email info@irishfest.com, indicate that it's okay to use your name and your location so we can give you the visibility for being one of the people that won this shirt. So the 15th person who emails between now and when we get the 15th person, info@irishfest.com. There'll be other opportunities later on today and tomorrow for other items from Cider Boys.
Yeah, we've got all kinds of items up here. You can see behind me, we've got a beach umbrella, we've got bar signs, we've got metal signs, you name it. Cider Boys was very gracious in supplying a lot of the donation giveaways that we have this weekend. Mike, one other thing I want to mention is our Great Irish Open golf outing coming up on September 16th for all the golfers out there. It's a great time to get out into the open out in Sussex, Wisconsin at Ironwood Golf Course. We are looking close to selling out this year because from what I've been talking with the course owners is every outing they've had has sold out because people want to get out and golf. Even if you're not a good golfer like myself, it's still great to get out there and have some great camaraderie with your golf buddies.
Now, when you say even when you're not a good golfer like myself, are you saying you're a good golfer? Was there a comma there or not a comma?
There was a comma.
Oh, okay.
So mark the calendar, September 16th at Ironwood Golf Course. You can also sign up online here at MilwaukeeIrishFest.com and check out the golf outing link there. Or you can also stop at O'Donoghue's, who is our presenting sponsor of the golf outing out in Elm Grove. Jamie and the crew have sign-up forms out there, so stop by, fill out the form, and pay your dues to golf on the 16th.
You know, what we do and how people contribute and participate, either coming to the festival, participating in the golf outing, all the different things that are available to them, it's great. It's great to have over 100,000 people come to the festival. It's great to have over 100 people, I don't know how many people golf.
160 plus.
160 plus golfers. And understand that what's happening is they have taken all kinds of precautions at the golf course. There are dividers in the golf carts so that you can't breathe on the person next to you. You can't hear them either, I understand.
Well, Mike, like I said, if you're a golfer like me, you see your foursome at the first tee box and you never see them again. So it's a great event. This is our 15th, 16th year, I believe, and it makes sure you sign up for it.
Great opportunity for you to once again participate, meet friends, meet new people, have an opportunity to just be a part of Milwaukee Irish Fest, Celtic MKE, and everything that we stand for. So at this point, I'm ready to introduce our next act, which is Clare Sands' Tourism of Ireland video, and this is provided to us by Tourism of Ireland.
Hello, Milwaukee Irish Festival. How's it going? And Fáilte, gurdy Ireland, gurdy the west coast of Ireland. I'm here in Connemara, where I've been spending my time during this pandemic, during these difficult times. So thank you so much for tuning into the concert, and thank you to all the organisers for having me. And I hope to see you all face to face next year. My name is Clare Sands. I'm a musician and songwriter. This is my fancy, swanky electric violin. They're going to be playing some Irish music on here today. I'm going to start off with a song called Saive Ní Bhrinla. Saive is a woman's name in Irish, and the song is actually in Irish. Irish is the language that's spoken here on the west coast of Ireland, especially in Connemara. So I'm going to be true to the land and sing a song in Irish. It's about a man trying to win a woman's heart unsuccessfully. And then I'm going to go into a tune of one of my own tunes, actually. It's sort of inspired by bluegrass music and some Irish music. So, Fáilte, and enjoy the Ceolchoirm. Níor an bósplain le saon ní bhrinla báilín is céad is céad éileoir coníní óra Haun ní bhrinla tóir don the loving éilig is in alone. Master bad for me, Georad na Gaeilge. Glock me hold is ní ógan in Arige. Ora haun ní bhrinla tóir don the loving éilig is in alone. Master bad for me, get John a glocke. Nor a hind sheep and caution is doking at van and sheep. All how ní bhrinla tóir than the loving éilig is him alone. Ní fallach a gowler how ní bhrinla. Och shank hunting down gungal gam winkle. All how ní bhrinla tóir than the loving éilig is him alone. Far my man me tau forever. Far sluisha is loy gawcian an umare. Oh how ní bhrinla tóir than the loving éilig is him alone. much. That was a song called Saivni Vrinla, followed by one of my own compositions. Hope you enjoyed them. I'm going to continue with a new set of tunes called Sag Connemara. These are new compositions that I composed here in Connemara. They say that there's a lot of ties and influence between Connemara and North Africa, so it's not ironic that these Middle Eastern, North African sounding tunes have come to me during my time here. Bunigi Soltas. I hope you enjoyed that set. Something a little bit different. As you can see, I'm sitting down and we're trying to capture the beautiful sunset behind me on the west coast of Ireland. I am being eaten alive by midgets, which is your version of mosquitoes. Did not wear very suitable clothing. Thank you so much to the organisers for having me to play a few songs for you all today. I'm looking so forward to to seeing you all in Milwaukee next year. And I really was looking very, very forward to it this year. Alas, it'll be extra special next year. My name is Clare Sands. I should mention also that I will be releasing my funded campaign for my debut self-titled contemporary Irish music record in the next few days, so do keep an eye on my website. And I will see you all next year. I'm going to leave you with a song called The Blessing. This is a song about the Irish blessing, and it's a song hoping that you're all well and will remain well. And we'll see each other soon. May the rain always fall soft upon your fields, and the sun pour down like honey where you stand. May the wind be at your back and the road rise to meet you, and your soul rest at last in the hollow of God's hands. Life isn't easy. No one ever said it was. But if you are lucky, you will loved and be loved. And may the rain always fall soft upon your fields, and the sun pour down like honey where you stand. And may the wind be at your back and the road rise to meet you, and your soul rest at last in the hollow of God's hand. Trouble and sorrow, they carve the lines on your face, but you don't fear tomorrow, 'cause you will meet it with your grace. And may the rain always fall soft upon your fields, and the sun pour down like honey where you stand. And may the wind be at your back and the road rise to meet you, and your soul rest at last in the hollow of God's hands. May your friends be as many as the promises that you keep, and may your laughter in heaven cause the devil to weep, and may the rain always fall soft upon your fields, and the sun pour down like honey where you stand. And may the wind be at your back and the road rise to meet you, and your soul rest at last in the hollow of God's hands. In the hollow of God's hands. In the hollow of God's hand. In the hollow of God's hand. Gurmila Magwiv, thank you so much. See you all next year.
Hello, my name is Alison Metcalf and I'm Head of North America and Australia with Tourism Ireland, based in New York. Each year the Milwaukee Irish Fest brings together more than 100,000 people to celebrate the very best of the island of Ireland's rich heritage and culture. There are opportunities to enjoy great music, dance, literature, listen to poetry, learn more about your ancestry, and of course, plan and book that very special trip to Ireland. Tourism Ireland has been a long-time partner and exhibitor at the annual Milwaukee Irish Fest. And while this year will be very different, we are delighted to be part of the virtual Milwaukee Irish Fest at Home livestream event. The programme lineup looks tremendous and I'd like to congratulate everybody involved. As we at Tourism Ireland look forward to 2021 and plan for recovery with our airline and travel industry partners on both sides of the Atlantic, we know American visitors will be looking for opportunities to enjoy Ireland's wide open spaces, spectacular scenery, great heritage and outdoor activities. In the meantime, I would encourage you to visit our website at ireland.com for travel inspiration. We look forward to welcoming you all back to the island of Ireland with a big Céad Míle Fáilte as soon as it's time to travel again. Wishing everyone an enjoyable and successful Milwaukee Irish Fest.
Like the waves of the ocean crashing on the cliffs some more, or the western winds are blowing all along the Galway shore.
From the high walls of Derry to the rolling hills of Kerry,
all across this Irish homeland, there's a welcome at the door.
May the road rise to meet you,
a smile will always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. And as the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God we'll meet again before too long.
with the troubles of our world, we leave them at the door.
Raise a glass to friends who've passed, remembering them once more.
And may the luck of the Irish be with you every day.
Who knows what tomorrow brings? Let's live for today.
May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you.
May our friendship be always true and strong.
As the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God we'll meet again before too long.
To meet you,
a smile will always greet you.
May our friendship be always true and strong.
Tamanya Vasawalella Reiche Gus me. Egicha gan stad is gan sternus gan ski. Vi me schachtklok gelies, revanoli gan vreg. A hanish tam a dredgem le schachtklok a zeg.
Well, 4 months of quarantine have left us this way. 4 months of eating by night and by day. I was 12 stone 4 pounds when I first closed the door. Now I'm 21 stone and a few ounces more. Ah ha ha! Oh ho ho! Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go. Near over my lafadas, near vli me and wa, near scoop ma and chak na near glan me and craw, and tain upper a rin ma, lava unrick is crin, nagar the man spunog and farkas and skin.
I get up every morning, well sometimes I do, and I start off the day with a big bowl of stew, some rashers and sausages and fries from the town, and 6 pints of porter to wash it all down.
Ah ha ha!
Oh ho ho! Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go. Run my triach a shacht muffin, le chocolate one. Harmas jahens and I need a lecturer plan. An an yarn me shit jarmad my chra is mo vron. Why my jech mile calories gone bogu mohon.
Well, speaking of calories, the doctors all say that 2,500 is allowed every day. But that figure, you see, only counts in daylight. We're allowed the same number again every night. Ha ha ha! Oh ho ho! Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go. Nisquapum macharach and neha gamal, and shantashum a queen use a goller fi shall. Maranedu me yakla a squabu sane, shinjeru lehiha gamading darfi.
We clean our teeth faithfully every night still, and then we sit down and we both cry our fill. For when we've put the toothpaste and brushes away, there's no eating again till the very next day.
Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho! Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go.
We've both done our best to be healthy, you know. We climb out of bed and we walk to and fro. We climb up the stairs at least once every day. And when we go to the outhouse, we walk all the way.
Wal and Doctor Jalap Dunyer Clar Arnagy, the heg Pompal and Yeran Jala Agasti, the heg Snow a seg Rawiak, E Hagasla. Gus a night van na chunje na hiesen se spa. Ha ha ha! Oh ho ho! Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go. Well, the thoughts of the spa, sure it leaves me enthrall, to be rowing and cycling, going nowhere at all, in a spin class with headphones going out of my mind, being strangled by spandex in front and behind.
Ta machine is a spavian a gibru danyon, agus bunin shed blonog jan wologs jan pon. Achan kyon wel ma spation ar en kyon sitach, na an defibrillator se plug Geeilge stach.
Ha ha ha! Oh ho ho! Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go.
They've machines in the gym that will trim us all down. They'll take weight off your tummy and weight off your tone. But of all the machines there between you and me, I like The defibrillator checked regularly.
Kedslan Legion Lassels and 13 Bramore. Kedslan Lishan Yerishkin Nissen Burger Gastor. Kedslan Lishan Vachens and Bullock More Trum. And ye nieces spa by mit Tanikas Loma. Oh ho ho. Stay at home, we were told, we've a long way to go. Goodbye to the lockdown of COVID-19. Goodbye to the junk food of the old quarantine. When we see you next year, we'll be lighter, you'll see. So kids on to you all in the land of the free. Ah ha ha. Oh ho ho. Stay at home, we were told. Stay at home, Ray and Joe.
And welcome back. Wasn't that a great song by Ray and Joe, brought to you by Culture Ireland? That was hilarious. I love it. Well, we're in the middle of our power hour of donations, Mike, and right now we're just over 73,000. For those of you that have not tuned in just until now, is for every dollar you donate right now, Cider Boys is matching it dollar for dollar. So if you do $5, they kick in $5, 50, 50, so forth and so on. So bid early and bid often on the donations. With that, you will also be able to select a t-shirt like I'm wearing today. Pick your size as you put your donation there. If you don't want a t-shirt, leave that blank and we'll not send you one. So be sure to go on and donate as best as you can.
So not only do you have the opportunity to get a shirt that way, but the winner, the 15th email that we received at info@irishfest.com is Ed Bell. So congratulations, Ed. I think they've reached out to you for your address so that we can in turn send you your shirt. There will be more opportunities as we go further down today and tomorrow, so keep standing by and listening to those opportunities.
So with that, we're going to go into our next segment, which is...
Well, before we get into the next segment, I just want to thank the Wright family, Ashley, Mike, and the family for this set of flowers that they sent over just now that we received. Now, I don't want this to turn into some kind of wake. I know the Irish wakes are very popular, and I don't want to turn into that, but it's very nice of them to have done that. Okay, so the next act is Tallymore. And, you know, Tallymore is a local band that we all love well. I will tell you that this is brought to you by Matt Miller and the McGinnis Pub in Appleton, Wisconsin. So here we go with Tallymore.
Hi, I'm Patrick. I'm Sean. This is Carl. I'm Dave. I'm Pete. And we are Tallymore.
Hello, we'd like to thank Milwaukee Irish Fest for letting us play at their at-home event. We'd like to do Dougie MacLean's Caledonia, which is off of our first CD.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I don't know if you can see the changes that have come over me. Oh, these last few days, I've been afraid that I might drift away. I've been telling old stories and singing songs that make me think about where I came from, and that's the reason why I seem so far away today. Oh, let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now I'm going home. If I should become a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Well, now I've moved on and I've kept on moving. Prove the points that I needed proving. I've lost the friends that I needed losing, found others on the way. And I've kissed the girls and I've left them crying. I've stole the dreams, yes, there's no denying. I've traveled hard, sometimes with conscious flying, somewhere with the wind. Oh, let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now I'm going home. And if I should become a stranger, know that it'll make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. So let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now I'm going home. And if I should become a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Now I'm sitting here beside the fire, the empty room and the forest choir. The flames have cooled, don't get any higher. They've withered and they've gone. But now I'm steady thinking, and my way is clear, and I will know what I'll do tomorrow. When hands have shaken and the kisses float, well then I'll disappear. Oh, let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now I'm going home. Home, yes, I'm going home. Home, yes, I'm going home. Home, Caledonia, calling me home. Caledonia, calling me home. Caledonia, calling me home. Caledonia, calling me home.
Our second original tune stars one Billy O'Shea, a Irishman from Dublin. And Billy gets into a little bit of trouble. He stumbles into a bar, gets a little too drunk, and then next thing he knows, he's aboard a ship against his own will. So we wrote this song about from the perspective of the woman who loves Billy, and unfortunately, she's never going to see him again. So there is a crowd participation in this tune, so we hope that you guys at home will join us in singing along. It's very easy, don't worry. So this is our version, or this is our song called Billy O'Shea. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Under cover of the darkness, they came for you. Drinks the weapon and the weakness to which you would be true. They came to take you now. To America you'd be bound. There are warnings all around. Billy, don't fall down.
Oh, if I could rescue you, boy, I'd bundle you away. I'd come and get you any day. But you are lost to me now. You're lost to everyone. I'm praying that you can be saved. Be saved. Be saved.
They disarmed you with their kindness and pulled you in. You mistook them for your comrades, next to kin. Their deception was complete. They would knock you off your feet with invitations oh so sweet. Billy, please retreat.
Oh, if I could rescue you, boy, I'd bundle you away. I'd come and get you any day. But you are lost to me now. You're lost to everyone. I'm praying that you can be saved. Be saved. Be saved. This is the part of the song where Billy is gone for good. His lover is never gonna see him again. So we all need you to take off your masks and sing. It's really easy. The words are, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. Pretty easy, right? All right, here we go. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. Oh, you're gone, you're gone, 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 you're gone for America. Oh, you're gone, you're gone, gone,
I'm enjoying a nice bottle of Peach County cider, and it reminds me that we need to thank very much Cider Boys, one of the sponsors for this year's Milwaukee Irish Fest event. Thanks much.
Cheers to Cider Boys.
Hey.
Cheers. So our next song is another original. This one's called How Were We to Know? This is a song that I wrote about the Irish immigrant experience. It's a very familiar one to those who have moved their families over here, and this one is actually about my family. My parents grew up in Ireland. They had a courtship on the west coast of Ireland and ultimately moved to America. And the dynamic is such that you move to America, you have one foot over there, you have one foot in Ireland. You're thinking early on that you're going to go back, and you don't go back because you plant roots in your new country, which for us was the U.S. So this is our send-up for the Irish immigrants that have had that experience, and in particular my mom and dad. This is called How Were We to Know?
1, 2, 3, 4. We walked on the strand down in Kilkee. You held my hand and you kissed me. The world was big, wide and open then. Our dreams would come true. We had no cares where or when. Darling, how were we
In the late 1970s, a Irish folk band formed in Milwaukee. Their name was Blarney. They later went on to record a sea shanty album, and on that album was a song titled I'm Alone. I'm Alone was the name of a schooner that ported in Lunenburg. They later went on to run rum instead during Prohibition because it was making them a little more money. So they threw all their fishing gear out and went down to the Caribbean and ran rum. So this song is called I'm Alone. Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
We were running down the coast with the Yankee on our tail, loaded down with rum, knowing every yard of sail. St. Pierre and Miquelon, we have your liquid gold in the sunny Gulf of Mexico with 1,000 bottles sold. And the Vixies, they were rolling, we loaded down with rum, with the schooner I'm Alone, out of Lunenburg we've come. So sail your fastest gunboat, so catch us if you can, with the devil in our corner running rum to Louisiana. We were good hard-working fishermen when Prohibition came. With the schooner I'm Alone, we earned our bit of fame. We threw away our fishing gear with the money rolling in. America was thirsty, getting tired of bathtub gin. Kept the Coast Guard busy, they never got a chance to catch us with our cargo. We showed them how to dance. But in international waters, 2,000 miles from home, 2 cutters finally got us and they sank the I'm Alone. And the Vixies, they were rolling, we loaded down with rum, with the schooner I'm Alone, out of Lunenburg we've come. So sail your fastest gunboat, so catch us if you can, with the devil in our corner running rum to Louisiana. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the Nova Scotia schooners and the men who ran the rum are not much more than stories now that days of glories are done. Bootleg men and sailors are ghosts that come and go. When the fog rolls in on Lunenburg, you'll hear them sing below. And the Vixies, they were rolling, we loaded down with rum, with the schooner I'm Alone, out of Lunenburg we've come. So sail your fastest gunboat, so catch us if you can, with the devil in our corner running rum to Louisiana, rum to Louisiana, rum to Louisiana.
All right. So our newest original is about a man named Ronnie Hall. Ronnie was a sort of vagabond who would travel from town to town spreading his music. And there was a particular town named Kildare, and they were kind of down on their luck. And Ronnie shows up, and he spreads his music there, and for an entire night, they didn't care about their problems. They just gathered in the town hall and sang and danced with Ronnie Hall. So I hope you guys enjoy this. This is titled Ronnie Hall. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It was hard times in the village of Kildare. All the townsfolk were filled with sorrow and despair. Through the mist came a voice so clear. It was a voice they belonged to hear, and their sorrow did disappear as they welcomed Ronnie Hall. In the town hall, they all gathered to hear him play. They were all hoping that their worries would be whisked away. left are the echoes of his distant refrains. But even though they are miles apart, the music still rings true in their heart. And the song that they sing each night helps the villagers to unite. And until they meet again, the whole town will be singing the songs of Ronnie Hall. The whole town will be singing the songs of Ronnie Hall. The whole town will be singing the songs of Ronnie Hall. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi, my name's Barry Stapleton. Thank you so much for all your support. We have just a little bit, 3.5 minutes in the matching funds from Cider Boys, and we're very close to $75,000. So let's see if we can reach that goal in the next 3.5 minutes. That would be super. One of the things that, while most of the people associate Celtic Milwaukee and Milwaukee Irish Fest with the festival, this money also supports our year-round activities, like the Ward Irish Music Archives and the summer school, the music school. And so there's so many activities and things going on here. And so the money coming in really helps all of those things. With the entertainment committee, I want to give a thanks to Tallymore was such a super set there. And in that band is Dave Kennedy. He's one of the entertainment co-chairs along with John Daly. And so the entertainment committee does so many things, obviously putting on the festival, but we really search the world to find artists. And we go to many festivals, a lot of sister festivals in the States here. We go to conferences. Mike and Matt talked about our partnership with TradFest, where we find so many emerging artists. And at the festival itself, we have over 100 artists, and usually about 15 each year are emerging artists. And so those bands, sometimes it's the first time they've ever left Ireland or Scotland, so it's the first time they've played in the States. So it's very exciting for them. The other thing that has happened through the years is that Milwaukee Irish Fest, because of the size and the scope of it, we realize that a lot of the artists, even seasoned artists, have never played with some of the artists or seen the other artists on other stages at the festival. And so a lot of collaborations came out of that. And so the festival itself, started doing reunions many years ago and collaborations, and we really upped that ante a few years ago with the Americana set you saw on Thursday, the Beatles show last night, and tonight you're going to see a super show with the Irish Rock show. So stay tuned for that. That's just one of the best shows. The Archives was founded in 1992 when Ed Ward, our founder of the festival and the Archives, took a trip to the Irish Traditional Music Archives in Dublin. And there he saw his grandfather's book and thought, well, if they're collecting that over here, who's doing it in America? He came back to ask the board to support that mission, and so we were founded in 1992. So we're in our 28th year, the largest collections of Irish American music, Irish American and Celtic music in America outside of Ireland. And so obviously one of the big things is to document our festival. And we do that through videography and photography and collecting a lot of the signatures and other paraphernalia, ephemera that's there at the festival. And so the next show is a show that we videotaped in 2003, Flook. Flook was a hot band in Europe. They had been together for a little while. And what's interesting is with the entertainment committee, usually we don't hire a band that we haven't seen. And with Flook, we just decided to go ahead. We made our calls to Europe and got the go-ahead. And so we hired them sight unseen. And so please welcome Flook.
Thank you. We'll slow it down and play a couple of slow tunes now. And the thread that runs through these next tunes is a place called Donegal, up on the north coast of Ireland, and it's the area of Ireland that my mum's family come from. The first tune is a tune called Suifnas Inchina, and if you translate that from Gaelic or from Irish into rather crudely into English, it translates as the tranquil mind or the peaceful mind. It was written for Sarah. And the second one is a tune called Rossbeg, which is a tiny little village, fishing village just north of Ardra. Don't know if anybody from Donegal? Anybody been to Donegal? So you know the crack. So here we go. Thanks a million.
Okay, the next set of tunes we're going to play is called Granny, and the first tune is called Granny in the Attic, and it was a tune that was written for my grandmother, who lived until very recently, and she was 99 years old when she passed away, and she'd never had anyone make a decision for her right until the day that she died. So she was a great old lady and a great inspiration to me. So I wrote her this tune and I called it Granny in the Attic. She didn't actually live in an attic. In fact, she lived in her own home until the very end. But anyway.
We're going to ask for your help at the beginning of this Granny set, if that's all right. There's a trombone part, and we don't have a trombone player, so it's up to you. Is that all right? We'll tune up. It's in the key of B minor. And myself and Brian will trombone you the little phrase, and you'll see very quickly why we don't sing in this band.
Now it's your turn.
On your own. Oh, fun zappy dozy. One more time. Come on, Milwaukee. Feel free to improvise, but it doesn't work on the second bit.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a million. We've got an old favourite set of ours. It's two reels, and this is the first set of tunes that we played together when we were formed. We're now in our 8th year. Happy birthday to us. And the first tune is a tune that was written by a brilliant fiddle player called Maura Brannock, and the second one was written by our good friend and former Flookie, Mike McGoldrick from Manchester. There's a tune called Trip to Hervé. Hervé is a Breton fiddle player, so it's blast the reels. Don't be afraid to holler if you hear the change between the first tune and the second tune. Just let out a big roar. Not too loud, or you might frighten us half to death.
Thank you.
My word, you make a great sound. Okay, we'll play a set of tunes now that we call Flutopia. And this set, it was born out of a tour that we did around England a couple of years ago. We were invited along to play with our idols. It was just one of those tours that you dream of, and 3 of the best flute players in the world. There's a guy from Brittany called Jean-Michel Vaillant, and a guy from Spain called Kike Almendros, and a big tall Kaval player from Budapest in Hungary. His name is Andras Monary, and we spent 3 weeks travelling up and down the length of England in a really small van, and afterwards we decided to put this set of tunes together to kind of mark the brilliant time that we'd had. So the first one is it's a Galician jig or Asturian jig. The second one is a Breton gavotte. The third one is a Macedonian oro, which you probably need 3 legs to dance to. And the last one is an Irish reel that was written by a flute player from Newcastle upon Tyne. So it's quite a confused little set, but it's called Flutopia. Played especially for John O'Regan. Have you any tips on how to keep cool? Because we're not doing very well. Is there a neck? Grow your hair, did you say? I heard that. I was thinking I could grow my eyebrows. If you had really big eyebrows, you'd have no problem, would you? You could put fertilizer on them or something. Thank you. Thanks a million.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue. We'll continue with a tune from Scotland. It was written by a brilliant piper called Gordon Duncan, who's a very wild man, and there's lots of stories about Gordon, but we won't tell you them tonight. We'll save them for another day. It's called Pressed for Time. We'll play this one for, there's a bit of feedback here. We'll play this one for our driver, who's called Jim. I'm not sure if he's here, but if he is here, then this one's for you. He waited around for 4 hours for us this afternoon at Chicago Airport. When we were waiting in a queue, he was waiting out the front, so. And when we came out, he was still smiling.
Has anyone taken the next week off work to recover? We have.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to play you one last number, then we're going to leave you for tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow and the next day we're on the old time stage. Not sure when, but I'm sure you've all got programs. So before we go, we'd like you to put your hands together for Mr. Jim Murray back there doing the sound for us. And we've got a couple of CDs for sale. They're on sale in the wherever they're on sale. I'm not sure where that is. We had our latest CD was released in America in April this year, and there's that one, and there's the one before as well. This last number is called the Dub Reel. It features Mr. John Joe Kelly on the boron.
and gentlemen, it's one and only Mr. John Joe Callen from Manchester Say. That's the one.
So that was Flook, brought to you by the Ward's Archives. And I can't tell you, we received a donation from a Sharon, and she wrote, without the Ward Archives and ongoing support, we would lose generations of creative variations, regional, personal expressions of culture. Truly a gift to generations. And this is the largest collection of Irish music in all of North America, right here at the Ward's Irish Archives.
So Mike, I want to mention again to go to irishfest.com/at-home. We have our online store where you can pick up a t-shirt, a mug, you name it. There's all kinds of great things on there. We have people working and filling those orders. We might be running really low on some of those, so get on there quick.
And real quick, before you go to the next thing, I just want to point out, we had 53 people that made donations during the 1 hour matching period, and for $2,766. So thank you to you 53 people for helping us achieve over $75,000 on our way to $100,000.
3/4 of the way there.
That's right.
So go back online again, and if you didn't get to do it during the power hour, make a donation. Every little bit's going to help the rest of the evening and tomorrow too. There'll be one more power hour tomorrow, and we'll announce that tomorrow.
That's
right. The other thing is go onto the website as well and go and bid on the auction. Next time I come up, I'm going to give you an update on who's in the lead.
Good.
And now I'm going to introduce another board member who is a very, very very knowledgeable in culture, Mr. Pat Fitzgibbons.
Hi, Pat.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Pat Fitzgibbons, board member, summer school director, and with Tig McInerney, co-cultural area supervisor. And like all of you, I'm enjoying Irish Fest at home. Ireland has an amazing abundance of artists across a wide range of genres. Through the years, Irish Fest has had the good fortune to be able to tap into this bounty. Since Thursday night and continuing through tomorrow, in addition to the marvelous music, Irish Fest at Home will bring you a broad array of entertaining and informative exhibitions of Irish and Irish American culture. Much like our cultural area on the grounds, it is an eclectic mix of things that I hope you enjoy. In the next segment, Cuan O'Sheridan, the curator of Conradh na Gaeilge, leads us on a fascinating tour of that organization's offices in Dublin. Many of us have walked past 6 Harcourt Street without realizing its historic significance. I think you'll find its history as remarkable as I did. Following Cuan, many of you will remember Moira Callen, who serenaded us with her lovely sean-nós singing at the summer school and in the Gaeltacht tent in 2019. She joins us today from Cork. I hope you enjoy.
This is a strange way to do a tour of this building in these odd times where touching objects and entering buildings and sharing spaces have become our enemies and something to be defeated in 2020. And every time I enter this building, 6 Harcourt Street, a place I've been privileged to work in my role as one of the headquarters staff at Conradh na Gaeilge, the organisation founded in 1893 by Douglas Hyde and Owen MacNeill to save the Irish language. I walk up this stairs, this beautiful staircase built at the end of the 18th century, a masterpiece of carpentry, and I touch this handrail, this original handrail, a handrail used by generations who have walked through the halls of this house, generations, people who have moulded the history of our nation, for good and for bad, and for better and for worse, but hopefully mostly for the better. And I hope also that in our current day, in our work in Conradh na Gaeilge, that we're moulding the future of our nation for the better. But in any case, this house, like many Georgian houses, was built in Dublin towards the end of the 18th century. Harcourt Street, which extends southwards from St. Stephen's Green, began to be laid out in the 1780s, and plots of land were leased to people who were interested in living in the area. Amongst them was a man called Hans Blackwood. He was the son of a minor nobleman from County Down, and he had moved to Dublin, being the 4th son, probably imagined he wouldn't really ever have any chance of inheriting his father's title. He made a livelihood for himself in business with his brother Price, the 5th son, and Hans married a lady called Mehatable Temple, who had been born in Boston. She and her 2 sisters had fled from Ten Hills during the American War of Independence. They were loyalists, and they didn't believe they would be happy in the new Republican United States, so they made their way back to Ireland, which at that stage was still part of the British Empire, and they thought that they would be able to live out their lives in the way they wanted to live them there. Temple and Hans Blackwood had several children. The eldest of them, Price, went on to become a captain in the Royal Navy, died in 1841, and his son, Frederick Temple Blackwood, became the Lord Lieutenant of Canada and later Viceroy of India, and went on to become the first Marquess of Dufferin and Clandeboy. That house still stands today. So they were very much a family on their way up in the world, minor nobility, but people who definitely had an idea of social progression and where they wanted to go in society, very much a part of the institutions of the British Empire, very invested in the growth of the British Empire. And indeed, Hans actually was a member of Parliament of the Irish House of Commons under the British system before the Act of Union. just before the famous vote on the Act of Union to join Ireland formally to the United Kingdom, a vote that famously was won through threats and bribery. Hans actually sat in the Irish Parliament. So the House's first connection with parliamentary history is with the end of the Irish Parliament, which was on College Green. So in a strange way, the House's first connection with parliamentary history in Ireland is a negative one. It is with the end of the original Irish Parliament. The Blackwoods sold the house in 1819 to a lady called Anne Seagrave. She was a Catholic widow. We're not too sure where her means came from. We don't know who her husband was. She had several sons. One became a Jesuit missionary, another was a barrister, and Seagrave was very active in the 1820s supporting Catholic emancipation. Her name frequently appears in newspapers as a donor to various causes, big supporter of Daniel O'Connell's. And as the Catholic middle class starts to come to the fore in Dublin in the 1830s and 1840s, in the aftermath of Catholic emancipation, Seagrave's name is there. It's always there in the background. So it's no surprise to find that she continues her support for Catholic causes by making number 6 Harcourt Street available for John Henry Newman, an English convert to Catholicism who had come to Dublin in the 1850s to found the Catholic University as a competitor, as a rival to Trinity College. And he moved in November 1854, settled himself in the rear room at the top of the house, probably so he'd have a bit of peace and quiet there from the students. 16 students of various nationalities lived in the house as they went about their studies and got to know the city of Dublin. One of the students actually slept in the room that I work in most of the time when there isn't a pandemic going on, William O'Shea. William O'Shea, of course, became notorious later on. He was the husband of Catherine O'Shea, who was the initiator of the Parnell scandal. Well, in fact, William was the initiator of it because he sued her for divorce. And he had a very bad reputation in Irish history. He's been quite a nasty character. It's interesting that Newman actually threw him out of the university after only 6 months. He recognised his character very early on. Newman's university was a very interesting model. And he stayed in Dublin, and while he was in Dublin, he lived in that house most of the time. Newman lived in 6 Harcourt Street from 1854 until 1858 when he left Dublin. And the university also stopped using the house very shortly afterwards. It was then sold to Richard Barker de Burgh, who set up a military school. It was a kind of a preparatory school, a private college for Dublin teenagers who were interested in becoming officers in the British military. It operated in the house for a number of years in the 1860s, early 1860s. Edward Carson was one of the most important leaders in unionism in Ireland in the late 19th and early 20th century, instrumental in the creation of Northern Ireland. It's very interesting to note that when he was born in Harcourt Street in Dublin in 1854 at number 4, number 6 was basically being run as first a university and then later on as a military school. And the street had an extremely imperial and very loyal character. That, of course, was to change later on. Throughout the 1870s and 1880s, the house was in the hands of a doctor and then a businessman, Richard Rawson Greening, who wasn't a particularly successful businessman. We've discovered in the course of our research on 6 Harcourt Street that he actually took out 5 mortgages at various points on the house. And sure enough, he slipped into debt and it became irredeemable. And thus, 6 Harcourt Street went on the market in 1908. It took 2 years to find a buyer. The buyer in the summer of 1910 was the Sinn Féin Cooperative People's Bank under the direction of Tom Kelly, Alderman Tom Kelly. The bank had been set up by Arthur Griffith. It was one of these small cooperative enterprises. The Sinn Féin party at the time had a lot of interesting and different beliefs. It was not a Republican party. It believed in the dual monarchy. It also believed in self-sufficiency for the Irish economy, and one of their projects was to set up a cooperative bank on the German model. This had been set up on the north side of Dublin City, but it was expanding, and it was felt that both the bank and the party needed new premises. So the deal was the bank would buy the building, and then the party would lease rooms from the bank. And so the Sinn Féin party moved into 6 Harcourt Street in 1910 on the 21st of June Wolfhound's birthday. They had a huge party, which is described in the newspapers. It's very interesting. And Countess Markovich gave a speech in which she referred to the school, military school, a British military school, which had been in the house in the 1860s, talking about how they would eventually themselves, the Sinn Féiners, be training a different army for a different purpose. Ominous words indeed. Very rapidly, the house became a centre of political discussion and social activity in Dublin. Anya Kant says in her witness statement to the Bureau of Military History that she first saw Pádraig Mac Piarish, Patrick Pearse, attending a political meeting outside the auspices of Conradh na Gaeilge at 6 Harcourt Street in 1911. And a lot of planning for the Easter Rising by people who were involved in the Rising was done at 6 Harcourt Street, although it was not the most central location for that. There was some action in and around the house during the Rising. Of course, Stephen's Green was the centre of the activity of the Irish Citizen Army. Harcourt Street was one of the approach roads from Portobello Barracks, as it was in Rathmines, a British Army base, to the city centre. And the British Army occupied a lot of buildings on the street on the approach to the College of Surgeons on the approach to the College of Surgeons in Stephen's Green, taking up positions on rooftops and taking over buildings. And Harcourt Street, 6 Harcourt Street, was also taken over. And it was from there that Margaret Skinnader, the only woman who was injured in combat during the Easter Rising in 1916, was shot. After the Rising, of course, the Irish volunteers were interned in very large numbers. They were taken in many cases to camps in Wales, Frongach being the most famous one. Some were taken to prisons in England. And the Sinn Féin party was very much blamed by the British for the Rising having taken place, although of course the party itself had not played a role in initiating or organising the Rising. Of course, many members of the party were involved, but the party itself as an organisation was not responsible for the Rising. They profited, however, from the fact that the British authorities were blaming them, and as people began to drift back to Ireland from the internment camps in late 1916 and early 1917, they gravitated towards the party and they began to use the party as an adjunct to the volunteer movement. It was very strongly felt that a dual strategy was necessary. And those first moves came towards the end of 1916 when Cumann na Món had a meeting at 6 Harcourt Street and elected Countess Markovich as their president. In early 1917, the Sinn Féin organisation began to be reactivated. They began to recruit staff and raise money again. And throughout that year, the strategy of planning for a general election, a United Kingdom general election, and using that as a mandate for Irish independence came very strongly to the fore. We see really interesting accounts in the records of higher gas bills and the Sinn Féin Cooperative People's Bank complaining about people staying late in the office, working hard, striving to make this election campaign a success. Throughout 1917, the policy takes shape. The party's programme becomes explicitly Republican. They are no longer aiming at a dual monarchy, but at nothing less than full independence for Ireland. Robert Brennan is recruited and he becomes the director of elections for the party. He orders strategies and tactics and distributes those orders throughout the country from 6 Harcourt Street. And by the time an election is announced as the First World War is coming to a close, they are ready at 6 Harcourt Street. They are ready to fight an election and they are ready to win an election. It's going to be an unusual election just in the aftermath of the First World War. Also with the pandemic, the great Spanish flu of 1918 is in full flow in Ireland at that time. The electorate is going to be much bigger than it has ever been before. All adult males over 21 will be allowed to vote and all women over 30 will be allowed to vote in this election, a much larger electorate than before. And of course, all of the things that have happened since the Rising will be big factors in this election. The Sinn Féin party is running on a platform of abstaining from Westminster, as it's called. That means that they will stand in the election, they will accept the election if they win, but they will not go to Westminster to sit in the British Parliament in London. They will take the mandate to create a parliament of their own, meeting in Dublin and making an attempt to run Ireland as an independent state. And this parliament will become known as Dáil Éireann. The election is announced in November. Loyalist mobs and groups of drunken Trinity students attack the building, There's a furious fight in the hallway. Harry Boland is involved, but the building is defended, and they manage to prevent the election headquarters from being burnt down. The election takes place on the 14th of December. It takes 2 weeks for the election results to come in because many British soldiers who are stationed overseas just after the First World War are of course entitled to vote. Their votes have to be carried home to be counted in the home constituencies. So a lot of the results are unclear until the 28th of December. However, the Sinn Féin party is very sure of victory, and at a meeting of their Ord Comhairle held at 6 Harcourt Street on the 19th of December, the decision is made to establish Dáil Éireann in the new year as soon as opportunity will allow. They get to work on the logistics of setting up the new parliament. Harry Boland and Sean T. O'Callaghan are very important in the office at this time, sending out messages to the newly elected Teachtaí Dála, messengers to the Dáil, the Irish term for a member of parliament or representative. They organise meetings in number 6 to draft declarations of independence and to draft various other documents that will be needed for the first public sitting. They book rooms. They deal with raids from the British authorities who are determined to suppress this movement. On the 21st of January 1919, the Dáil sits for the first time in the Mansion House, and the work done at 6 Harcourt Street plays a massive role in that. Really, 6 Harcourt Street is where the idea of using the election to create Dáil Éireann is conceived, and the work to make that happen is carried out, and then finally, after the election, the decision is made to establish Dáil Éireann. So this house is the home of the Irish Parliament in many, many ways. 6 Harcourt Street's role in the War of Independence is not finished at this point. Throughout 1919, really until September, it's one of the main buildings of the new independent Irish state. In April 1919, Michael Collins is appointed Minister for Finance. His job is to raise a huge amount of money to help the independence movement and to help the Dáil run the country. And he works from a back office on the second floor of 6 Harcourt Street. The second floor of 6 Harcourt Street really is the nerve centre of political activity in the independence movement in Ireland throughout 1918 and 1919. De Valera's office is there, the Dáil publicity department is there, or propaganda department is there, and Michael Collins' office as Minister for Finance is the rear room. He does a lot of work here, drafting documents and organising the logistics of a money-raising campaign, issuing cheques from here, many of which survive to this day in the archives. His time in number 6 Harcourt Street comes to an end on the 12th of September 1919, where there's a massive raid where he's almost captured. A police officer, Inspector Neil McFeely, actually walks into the office where Collins is working on papers connected with the Dáil loan and gets into a conversation with him. To this day, we don't know if McFeely recognised Collins, but whatever the truth of the matter, he seems quite intimidated and leaves the room. Collins takes that opportunity to slip up this narrow staircase up to the original servants' quarters of the house, and then uses these steps to climb out onto the roof through this skylight and wait until the raid is over. He returns, of course, when the soldiers and the police have gone, and he continues his work until the end of the day. But after that, really, Collins goes on the run and lives underground in Dublin until the end of the War of Independence. In early 1920, the British ordered the shutting down of the building, the closing of the building, seal it up, they nailed the doors shut. Some staff continue to work here, but they tend to be relatively junior staff. Senior members of Sinn Féin and the independence movement know that the address has now become too dangerous. The house is hotly contested during the Civil War period. Both sides of the argument claim to be the inheritors of the true legacy of the Sinn Féin party, and they try to get control of the house. It's kind of a microcosm of the battle for control of the country. Because of the trouble of the Civil War and the fortunes of the Sinn Féin party at that time, the Sinn Féin Cooperative People's Bank, which is the owner of the house, goes bankrupt, and the Free State forces the sale of the house in order to cover the debts. The house is bought by the Office of Public Works on behalf of the Irish state, Ifig na Nibrachal Publi, as it's called in Irish, and it takes on various governmental functions over the following years. Here in 1926, Comisiún na Gaeltachta, the Gaeltach Commission, meets in Dublin to decide what the state's policy towards the Gaeltacht should be. and how the Irish language should be promoted in those areas. It sits for several months, and it's an interesting connection, of course, to the future of the building. In the early 1930s, an attempt is made to set up an Irish-speaking secondary school, Coláiste Mhuire. While they're looking for a larger site to accommodate their great needs, they actually spend the first year of their existence here at 6 Harcourt Street. And amongst the students who sit in Harcourt Street in the first year of Coláiste Mhuire's operation is Seamus Ennis, the great musician, and Ilan Piper. In 1937, a new constitution is enacted in Ireland. Several reforms are made to the Seanad, the Senate, and the first Seanad elected under the 1937 constitution is organised through 6 Harcourt Street. The votes are actually counted in this building. So 6 Harcourt Street is not only a house with a connection to the end of the Irish Parliament, which existed before the Act of Union in 1801. It is the mother of Dáil Éireann, and it is also, in a way, where the first Seanad Éireann under the 1937 constitution was created, or where its composition became clear. 6 Harcourt Street continues as a state building in the 1940s and 50s. The Office of Posts and Telegraphs is its main user in the 1950s, for example. In 1965, the decision is made by the Irish government to sell it to Conradh na Gaeilge at a low fee, and we move into the house in 1966. From 1966 onwards, it is the centre of a lot of campaigns for the Irish language. The setting up of Gaeilge are connected to the building. Comhaltas Ceoltóirí Éireann have offices here for a while. Attempts are made to establish a movement for Irish elementary schools, the Nínra movement. Again, very important meetings in the house. Human rights campaigns to help the Gaeltacht and to help Gaeltacht civil rights are helped out from here. A great campaign for an Irish language television service. Telefís na Gaeilge, as it was originally called, TG Cahar as it's called today. A lot of work takes place in 6 Harcourt Street to make that happen. The conversations that have taken place within these walls have had great consequences for the development of Ireland, and they continue to do so today. I feel very privileged to work in this house. I feel very privileged to work in these rooms, and I can't wait to return to it full time and for life to return to this great house again. It was my privilege to lead you around Iverashay, Sroijarch, or 6 Harcourt Street today, and I hope you enjoyed the tour.
Bailóí Arv Galéir, tá anásam bheim seo ag pobl na Gaeltachta. I'm delighted to be here at pobl na Gaeltachta virtually at the Milwaukee Irish Fest. I was here last year in person, and I'm going to sing a song called Ógánig an Chul Chréimhigh. It's an unusual song in the sense that it seems to have come from an English ballad called The Unquiet Grave. It's a conversation between the distraught man and his lover who is in the grave. And I was very drawn to it when I heard it first, being sung by Eilish Nihulivan from Cooley. And the words are from Martin Freeman, who collected it in 1914 in the Múscaí Gaeltacht. So here it goes at Ógánig an Chul Chréimhigh. Ógánig Chul Chréimhigh, Caden Tevere Gumien tú, Bhfuilm tú gan chéile nuair na tailear alíonn tú. Ó táim se gan chéile agus an mhaoinear sealíonn se, céirí sin ráíorthaí nó an ainge bean tírí. An áil nach naíonn tú mé féinnig a chéad seár Sgur me Callen chul chrefig a bhíoch tebla sonniha. Ní anín túne chur agus ní lean fiúch dedhní awn. Mar sin de bhíl créme da gréine gus cuithe. San cuilead san iúd da bhí se go bhuineoig. Sgur hínas málav chud, sgur oscuis orm barog. Da hínas a síslet agus an chrin araf choid. Agus Tallymore golwydr gur chwalwyr am isiog. San cuilead san iúd da bhís agus ta sa. Ferulur na criamo agus an ihe cor Krishna. Málaífad himpo agus muinting se a gutsa. Is lag a híle san iúd gas gwyl hoch ar goman. Berm o Blackthorne ma bhar agus go brach chun mahar. Nor leagdam tú a fósa nuair a bhí sam bheithig. Nuair is dóile má bhaintear go mí mer má lebuig. Da huama se bhín se ó ihe go maidin. Bíon mo bhaintear pléiliúm bráthar agus sagart I deving rollet a bhar gustu marv. Boscar sin tú agus bain tú bharthing. Magrinan legire tú sin san talav. Gormile Mahagaf.
Hi, Pat Fitzgibbons again. When Colleen Kennedy and I did a whirlwind tour of Ireland a few years ago, one of the stops on that trip was Listowel in County Kerry. That's where we learned for the first time about Listowel Writers' Week. Some years later, I was introduced to Catherine Moylan. She's the chairperson of Listowel Writers' Week. She and I agreed that our two festivals needed to get together at some point. It ended up being a pandemic that brought us together in a virtual way. We've had several discussions with authors who were shortlisted for the Kerry Irish Novel of the Year. In addition to that, we have Miriam Gamble in conversation with Victoria Kennefic. Miriam was the winner of the Piggott Prize this year for the Poetry Book of the Year. Here's a copy of it. I think you're going to find the discussion between her and Victoria quite stimulating, even if you're not a poet or really interested in poetry. The way the two people just bring out what's needed to write a poetry book is just amazing. You're going to really enjoy it. And so without further ado, I'm going to give you to the Victoria and Miriam discussion.
Hello everyone, my name is Victoria Kenfick, and on behalf of Listowel Writers' Week, Irish Fest Milwaukee and the Piggott Poetry Prize, I'm delighted to introduce to you the poet Miriam Gamble. Miriam Gamble grew up in Belfast, and she won an Eric Gregory Award in 2007, followed by an Ireland Chair of Poetry Bursary Award in 2010. Her pamphlet, This Man's Town, was published by Tall Lighthouse in 2007, and she has subsequently published 3 poetry collections with the publisher Bloodack Books. And her third collection, What Planet, is the winner of the 2020 Piggott Poetry Prize in association with Listowel Writers' Week. This is Ireland's largest prize for a poetry collection, and it is sponsored very generously by the Piggott family, and we're extremely grateful to Mark Piggott and the family for their continued support and celebration of Irish poetry, and particularly in collection form. Miriam, welcome to our virtual salon event. And we're absolutely delighted to be speaking to you. And huge congratulations on winning the Piggott Poetry Prize this year. How did you find out about your win? And I suppose more especially, what might a win like this mean for you and your collection and maybe your journey moving forwards?
Sure. Well, I found out. So I found out I was on the shortlist by email, which itself was really exciting because I've never. I have won a couple of prizes before, but I've never actually made a shortlist. And there's something very thrilling about shortlists. So I was really pleased, even just to be shortlisted, and really uplifting for me to win it.
I think that's why it's such a valuable prize as well, because it isn't just for the first collection, that it really respects and values that you're a poet with a body of work behind you now. And I suppose that's something I'm really interested about talking with you, because the books, obviously there's similarities between them, and there's thematic similarities, and certainly you can see that journey taking place. But I'm just really interested in how you construct or compile, if you like, or collate the books. Did the pamphlet, was that very different to obviously the collections, which are much more significant bodies of work in terms of size? Are you always thinking thematically, or does it come together organically, or did each book have its own little or big individual journey, I suppose, towards completion?
This is asking quite a lot of my memory, which I'll do my best to answer it. I mean, I think I'm kind of interested, there seems to be a shift now where people, or many more people are writing books of poems, so that the book is a concept, and there are certain things kind of decided or in place at the start that define what it's going to be, which is not the way that I've written any of the books that I've written so far. I write poems, and then at a certain point, I look at those poems and I see whether I feel like I have a book, and then I try to, make the best book in terms of the best shape out of the poems that are going to be going into it. So I don't know that they've had like radically different journeys, the three books. This one was sort of took me by surprise, actually, as kind of being a book, because the process of writing it was quite different. I think previously, or at an earlier point, I'd been much more of a regular kind of writing all the time kind of a person, and this one felt, the stuff sort of swept in gusts and then cleared off again for months at a time, and so I felt that I didn't really have, I actually felt like I had no idea what I was doing, which has probably been the case with every single book, but you forget, and it feels like the stuff, once it's formed into a book, stuff from the past feels much more like it was always coherent, which of course it wasn't. But with this one in particular, I felt really quite at sea with the work that I was doing, and many of the poems are quite strange, and I didn't really know where they came from, and then when I can't even remember why, you just get a feeling like, maybe now is the time to look and see. And when I did look at them, they just sort of presented themselves much more insistently, actually, as a book than maybe had previously been the case. So after that, it's just a matter of kind of trying to arrange them, which I find really, really difficult. Actually, it's sort of a murderous undertaking and really frustrating. And you do get the sense that you could have, which is really odd, like a completely different book from the same poems, depending, on how you arrange them.
And then you have readers, who don't necessarily start at the beginning and go to the end, which I really do, because I'm so aware of how much it takes for somebody to put them in a particular order. But you can have such a different experience by reading them, on a different day, depending on what order you choose to read them in. So it seems like a very organic process then, and that you allow a certain level of intuition and I suppose a gut feeling, I suppose, to guide you. And that kind of brings us, I suppose, to the title of the collection itself, What Planet, which I think is just such an arresting title, and it really made me think about it. What planet? And it opened up so many doors, because I was thinking, well, what planet is it? This planet? It's a really clever and deep title. And I'm just wondering, did that come to you then early on, or you said that the poems were kind of insistent on becoming this collection? Is that when the kind of title came, or how do titles, I suppose, come about, particularly for collections for you, and I suppose particularly with this one?
So with this one, actually, the poem that the title comes from came reasonably, I mean, it wasn't like the last thing to go in or anything, but it was quite late on. And so prior to that, it had been called, or the working manuscript had been called In the Annam, which is the name of, so there isn't a poem in the book called What Planet, it's just it's a quotation out of one of the poems. Whereas I had kind of titled it as I was going along after a particular poem of which I am fond. But I think, I always felt slightly uncomfortable with that, because it only really spoke to one aspect of the book. So In the Annam is a poem that's set, kind of slightly phantasmagorical poem set sometime in the mid-90s in Belfast. And so there's quite a lot of stuff about memory in the book, and it speaks to that and to the surreal aspects of quite a lot of the work, but maybe not to everything that's going on in it. Whereas the title that I ended up giving it, the poem that it comes from, is based on a memory, but it's a kind of interlocking set of perspectives on the same thing, which seemed to me to kind of capture a number of the dynamics in the book, because I don't write a book that is a thing, you know, then you're kind of in a position where you're trying to cover not cover a number of bases, I guess, with a title, but have a title that's expansive enough, you know, that it communicates with the sort of the range of key things that you feel are happening in the poems.
It's almost like a concertina effect, you know, you have to be able to bring it right in and pull it right out. I think that it's such a successful title in that regard. And your book opens as well with a quote from the American poet Claudia Rankine: "If this is not the truth, it is also not a lie." And I just wondered, what was it about this quote that resonated with you and made you feel like this would be, you know, an epigraph for the collection as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I think a similar thing with the title. It's I mean, one of the things that I really like about it is it's a quite bold statement, and also a really unresolved statement. So I quite like something for an epigraph that doesn't kind of put a lid on stuff or tie a bow around it, but kind of opens out onto it. And so, I mean, I think it resonates with the book's preoccupations. But yeah, I mean, it's scissored off of a longer thing where she's talking about memory. And memory, I think it's like, memory is a tough place. You used to live there. If this is not the truth, it is also not a lie. And so that again kind of communicates with all of the stuff to do with memory in the collection, but taken with that aspect of it taken away, it opens out into a kind of wider dialogue with the poems, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And it's very appropriate, I suppose, given the first poem in the collection, which is a memory. And it also has, I love your titles, and The Landing Window is unspeakable.
A really un-me title, that actually.
I love unspeakable is just such a profound word. And for something, you know, the landing window is unspeakable, and it's a terrifying phrase. You know, it brought me back so instantly to things I found that were unspeakable when I was so young, that you could put that terror into words, or that creeping feeling of fear. And I just wonder then, maybe if you would read this poem for us, this opening poem, and then maybe speak a little bit about why you maybe chose it as your first poem, and maybe how it foreshadows or introduces more of the themes as you kind of touched on already. And I suppose how it echoes with the rest of the collection.
Sure.
Please.
Find it. Okay. The landing window is unspeakable. There's a turn in the stairs beyond which, in the darkness, you are terrified to go. The realm of the creeping life which somehow carries on when everyone is out cold and unable to witness it. There's a mind-made barrier at the door of your parents' room. Their sleeping frightened you. The heavy breath, the still recumbent forms. You've been ferried back from light-drenched places, in coaches. The customary glare of the mint-green bathroom trebled in intensity, like it sucked in pigment while you were gone. Then woken foxed in the dimensions of the house you've lived your whole conscious life in. The recurrent dream of a cat walking a wall. A provisional touching your father's hair. So why did I choose it as the first poem in the book? Good question. It's probably somebody else would be better at telling me that than I'll be at telling you it. But I guess, I mean, the opening section of it, it's a sort of omen-laden little poem, I think. And the opening section of the book is quite ominous in a deliberately in a sort of variety of ways. I guess there are a couple of poems that just have like time kind of ceases to exist within them, and just sort of a variety of kind of threats and slightly apocalyptic feeling things going on in the early stages of it. And so I suppose it speaks to that. It's when I was thinking about it earlier on, and there's a poem by Jacob Folly called Doll's House, I think, which has a struck me that it kind of, one of the types of horror that frightens me the most is like Japanese horror films, like The Ring, or things that are set, or often what is happening within them is happening within spaces that are supposed to be the safest spaces that we have, like in particularly domestic environments, and that there's kind of just, there's something wrong in them, but you don't quite know what it is. It's like a sort of judder or a glitch, that is just unheimlich in a really frightening way. And so I suppose the Folly poem kind of has that in it. And one of the poets who was really important to me when I was writing this book as well, Thomas Tranströmer, has a super poem about a child who's sick, and there's a painting behind his head, and in the course of the poem figures start to move towards him in the painting and nobody notices. It's these kinds of little glitches that nobody notices in the fabric of the real, or the fabric of the known and understood. So I feel as though it's that kind of, or it's my version of that kind of poem. So it is based on a couple of just literal facts. Sort of my childhood, we did have a mint green bathroom suite, and we used to have a joke about it, when we came back from if we'd been on holiday, that it was like really lurid when we came into the house. And I did have, like, I guess there's two kinds of fear going on in it. One of them is a sort of inexplicable sort of deep psychological level fear, because I did have nightmares about cats walking along walls when I was a child. I mean, I love cats. What is frightening about a cat walking along a wall? But I was terrified by this. And then the other image at the end is a kind of a more real, like, human terror. And so I suppose it binds up things. Quite a lot of the work in the book, although unstatedly so, is set, or not all of it, or maybe not, but a proportion of it is set in my childhood in Northern Ireland, although the places are not specified necessarily and the times are not specified, because they're just sort of things pulled out, sort of little filmic moments in their own right, I suppose. But I don't know if that answers. I've wondered somewhat. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, it does give us, it's almost like it's not the right word, but almost like a trailer of, like, you're given, there's darkness and there's a flash, and there's darkness and a flash, and then you get more information about maybe the development of some of those fears later on as you go through the book.
Yeah.
So it's kind
I
of
suppose
like,
it's a mood setter, I guess. I mean, I think the way that I arranged this book, to come back to one of your earlier questions, was by mood, in a sort of almost like musical kind of a way, as against any sort of thematic organization, or I wanted it to move in certain ways. And you're right, readers come to books and I read from start to finish a poetry collection, but I also like to go back, I like to go back and make the connections that I see, not to have connections, dictated, or to feel as though I have to move in terms of the way I relate the poems, the way the poet has told me to do it by arranging it. But I do sort of generally read a collection from start to finish. But so you spend ages, trying to create a mood, and then maybe somebody starts in the middle and kind of goes back. But
and it's so amazing, because I suppose then you offer, there's so many alternatives offered, because some people I know read the first and the middle and the last, and so they get a kind of overarching, arc, I suppose. But that kind of, I suppose, relates to the structure, or maybe the form that your poems take. And you have quite a variety of you've prose poems and lyrics and concrete poetry and a sestina. And is that something you're interested in doing? But I just wonder how that might happen for you when you're writing. Is it like the, collating the collection? Is it more organic, or do you specifically have a particular form in mind, or is it different for every poem? Again, that's probably a difficult question.
No, it's fine. I think my answer is probably slightly naff, which is like they tend to choose their own forms. That I very rarely sit down and go with the sestina, say, that's in the book. I didn't sit down and go, right, I have this subject matter and I think that would suit a sestina, so I'm going to write a sestina. I had an idea and I started, I think, wrote the first stanza of it, and it fell out in 6 lines. I may be misremembering this. Misremembering is one of the kind of core themes in the book, or the sort of distortions of memory anyway. So I'm conscious that it may be a sort of rose-tinted version of what happened. But I seem to remember that I wrote the first 6 lines, and they had interesting words at the end of the lines, and I went, you want to do this then, do you? Okay. At which point, obviously, I then had to go online and like get the order of the letters and write them all out, because you can't, it's too long and you can't remember what iteration they're meant to roll in and so on. But I mean, it's not like there's no work involved in accepting the proposition from what the material gives you, like that you just write a sestina because it wants to be a sestina. It's hard to write a sestina, but I didn't, it kind of comes out of it, or whatever, whenever I arrive at a version or the start of something that feels as though it is going to be this is the form that it's going to take. It arises out of that rather than a predetermined decision on my part. I think there's only one poem in here, maybe the circle, like the concrete poem, the round poem, the time bowl. I might have, I can't remember if I decided at the start that I would make that bowl shaped, or because that's not really concrete poetry is a really big thing in Scotland, but really not a big thing in Ireland, I think, and not a big thing in terms of my the things that I would have, been thought to be drawn towards at earlier points. And it's not something that I imagine, doing a lot of. It just seemed to suit that piece. And there's a poem in it that has, called Cranefly, that has no agent, so there's no I, no you, no, which I did do on purpose just because I was sick of of the options, and I thought it would be interesting to try something that didn't use any of them. But that's the only thing that I can think of that's in there that had a decision made by me before it started.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting facing them, I suppose, on something very conscious, like, oh, I want to experiment and try something outside of the eyes or the U's, as you say, and then allowing the poem to kind of dictate it. So it's kind of a little bit of both, maybe. That's really interesting. And I'm really interested as well in the collaboration that you had with the Welsh poet who's based in Ireland, actually, Nerys Williams. These 2 poems, The Canal at Fountain Bridge and Moths, how did they come about in terms of how did you work in the collaboration, and how did they find their way into the collection? Was it by choice of design, or again, was it something that was quite organic for you?
The collaboration was brilliant. First of all, it was really fruitful for me, and I really missed Nerys whenever we finished, because I'd had a period where I hadn't really been writing much, and most of the poems, I did 3 poems for the pamphlet, and Nerys did 3 poems. So there'd been a previous collaboration done. So this was sponsored by the Irish Writers' Centre in Dublin, and the previous one, the writers had actually co-written the whole text, and we spoke on the phone. We were sort of we didn't really want to do that, but we wrote poems that are in conversation with each other. And so really what happened was we talked about the kinds of terrain we might want to cover and the kinds of things we might not want to do, and then I would send something and she would send something back that in some way, and some kind of squash ball way kind of bounced off of it, or maybe engaged with an image out of it, and so we really used each other as inspiration, I suppose, and it was great. I loved doing it, and because whenever it finished, because you have that, again, it's a proposition that comes to you, this is here, and you have to do something in response to it. And I found that really fruitful, and it didn't produce work that felt kind of programmatic or designed specifically or solely for this project or anything. I think both of us were, at the end of it, really proud of the things that we'd written, and proud of the little kind of combined thing that they came out in. I'm pretty sure that she was going to want to make use of the poems that she wrote for it as well, and everything that I wrote for it went to this book. Quite naturally, you know, it didn't feel as though they were kind of something else. Or...
Yes. Oh, completely. They're very much stitched in as part of the fabric of the book, very much. I'd love if you could read one for us.
Sure. I'll read the first one, which kind of was the first and the third poem in the collaboration at the same time, I think, because I wrote the first bit of it. And sent that to Nurse as a poem in its own right, with which I wasn't terribly satisfied, but it was a summer to start, and then she sent something back, and then the rest of it took off from there. So there may be a few things that I should say about this one. It's called The Canal at Fountain Bridge. It's really weird to be reading it, actually, because I have done it at readings a few times before, but in different locations, whereas it's about exactly where I live. So it's like about what's outside the window just now. So we live in an area of Edinburgh that was is still under development and kind of changing from, we're right beside the canal, which used to be a kind of industrial area of the city and is now being kind of built up. And there's a school across the road that was being built for the first 18 months that we lived here. Loads of construction happened on our street as well, so the face of it was constantly changing for the first while, two years out of the 4 that we've been here, I guess. And so that's the kind of context for the detail of it, and it also plays a bit with not theories of memory really, but like practices related to memory. So the building of memory palaces, which I think were kind of in vogue, or the idea of them was in vogue during the Renaissance, but they date back to classical Greece and were like a tool for orators to remember their speeches. So they're really weird, you know, that like, and kind of, we'd never be able to do it now, like the exercise of memory that it requires. So they would kind of envisage a physical space like a house, and then they'd envisage rooms within the house, and then they'd envisage furniture within those rooms, and then they would take bits of the speeches that they put together mentally and put them on the bits of furniture in the rooms, and then when they came up to give the speech they would like take a mental tour around the house, and that's how they remembered what they had to say and what order it was supposed to happen in. So probably none of it's necessary, but that's all the kind of backdrop to this. So the canal at Fountain Bridge. The water doesn't flow one way or the other of its own imperative, but takes direction from the wind. It turns back on itself when it counters the lock, peppered moth cut loose from the products of industry. At night, the swans spin on the decks of its currents, and sieve, sleep, sieve. Light bulk knocking the rim like bathtub toys. On a Sunday that reflects, by the classical process of association, your last summer as a girl, sun-bleached silences, the trekking business gone out of business without ever admitting as much. A man comes kilter to the grass and the newly dug beds by the stacked apartments, head down and on his knees, howling, digging. You watch him from behind the glass of a life going forwards, pretend that you haven't seen him. Men gather in a clutch. He takes the townwards path. Here is ecology. Here is the furtherance of education. Bright school climbing the sky. Its every out-facing surface a mirror. Here are the Spanish boys drumming up lonely salsas, a twirling glitter bowl, twigs rubbed in the night. Here is the scurf of the past, the clean scalp of the future. Here is a landscape like the head of an orator, meticulously shuffling through its show of slides. What is to be kept and what forgotten, and in what order. Here is health, affixed to the careful management of those weeping borders. And here, your own small past, abstracted from it in a box, others will smash and squeeze.
That was wonderful, thank you. It's a fantastic poem. And it's just so wonderful that it came out of that, you know, conversation that you had with another poet, because I think sometimes we see poets as being so solitary, and actually
No, absolutely. You know, and I think I had collaborated with different types of artists before, painters. I'd never collaborated with another writer, and I'm always sort of up for things. You know, if somebody offers me to do something, I'm not very good at like having the initiative to propose something myself, but if somebody offers me to do something that I haven't done before, I'm kind of keen and interested. But I wasn't sure how it would work, because, you know, I am a sort of grump who sits in a room with earplugs, like kind of even if there's no one else in the flat going I'm trying to write poems. I wasn't, but it was really a really sort of fruitful and enjoyable experience for me. Highly recommend it. Yeah, I mean, obviously they weren't written now, you know, the book's out a year, and it was, you know, apart from arrangement, finished, you know, a while before that. But I mean, I suppose they were written in the context of another kind of public, or a couple of other kind of public liminal spaces, some of which were still in, you know, like Brexit was going on, or the sort of the run up to that, and then the crash of it. Presidential campaign was going on, and, you know, then the extraordinary fact that actually that happened, which we're still with, you know, is so there was, I mean, it's partly a kind of like, what the hell is going on feel to some of the poems, I guess, and, you know, partly that's personal, and coming out of things, you know, that are personal to me, and experiences that are personal to me. So some of the stuff to do with perspective is related to personal stuff that I've had, like obsessive compulsive disorder, basically, in the way that it sort of screws with the way that you how you determine what is, you know, what can be trusted and what your brain is telling you, and what cannot be trusted in terms of what your brain is telling you. But I think we've all, in a public sense, just been kind of in a really weird place for the last few years, where we have people running around and someone says something and it's just not true because somebody else doesn't want it to be true, and so the whole question of what is true or false, or, you know, here or not here, is pertinent, I guess. You know, pertinent for me in a personal way, but also more widely in the process of the putting together of this book.
And that's why it's such an extraordinary book, and one that I encourage everyone to read, particularly in this moment, because it does, you know, allow us to interrogate, to use your word, and explore what planet that we're going to exist on. And it's a really beautiful book. And thank you so much for talking to us so generously and for reading so beautifully. And congratulations again on winning the 2020 Piggott Poetry Prize, Miriam Gamble. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me and for a great conversation.
From Donegal, Ireland, we now bring you Brian McDermott with a cooking segment brought to you by Callen Construction right here in Milwaukee.
I'm Chef Brian McDermott from Donegal, and I am very, very sad that I will not be with you in Milwaukee this year, but hopefully we'll be there in 2021, and we all know the reasons why we can't be there this year, but we are going to bring you a bit of love from Donegal. So I'm going to cook a recipe from my book Donegal Table, and I'm very proud to say that the book Donegal Table won the best cookery book in the world last year in China. So I will look forward in 21 to getting out and sharing even more recipes from the book Donegal Table. But please enjoy our quick, simple little recipe that I'm going to bring you for this year's virtual Milwaukee Fest in 2020. Okay, homemade burger. That to me is just heaven, particularly when it's encased in with lovely seasoned tomatoes, some local cheddar, but it all has to start with good quality Irish beef, and that's what I have here. I've got some minced beef, but to get flavour into that burger, I'm a big fan of frying off some onions. So I know with most burgers, people will like fried onions on the burger afterwards. Try getting the fried onion into the actual burger and the cheese, and I'm putting in some nutmeg as well, and you'll just find a huge element of surprise in the flavour and the quality of the finished burger product. So for the start of that, we're just going to fry off some onion in some Donegal rapeseed oil, quality rapeseed oil grown here locally, and into that is just the onion fried. So we're really gonna, remember you can eat onion raw, so all we're actually doing there is just we're bringing out the flavour of the onion, and I'm going to season that with a bit of grounded white pepper. I've become a big fan of grounded white pepper over black in the last while. And then to that I'm going to add some fresh nutmeg. For me, it's a whole nutmeg, and I got my hands on this years ago. It's just a preferred little grater that I have to freshly grind that. You don't need too much either. There we go. Now I can smell that immediately, because nutmeg with beef and in onions is an amazing flavour. Now always remember, you can always add, but you can't take away when it comes to spice. And just a pinch of sea salt into that, and we're just going to allow that just to fry. And when you're frying onions, you most definitely need a little bit of butter in there. So good quality Irish butter, back in fashion, which is amazing. We're back using what we were reared on, which is quality Irish butter with the oil, and the oil will stop the butter burning, and you'll see immediately you're getting a lovely caramelized flavour, and the smell, trust me, of the onions cooking there is fantastic. So we'll let that fry away lightly. Now remember, the burgers are also going to be cooked, so there still will be further cooking of the onion. So all this is doing is releasing the caramelization in the onions, which is going to go straight into the beef. So I'm happy enough with that, and I'm going to put it into the minced beef. Personally, I prefer somewhere between maybe about 5 to 10% fat within the minced beef as well, and that's exactly what we have in there. So you speak to your local butcher and just make sure you get the right combination. Just break the onion in through there, and now to that we're going to add an egg, and I'm very lucky. I work with Margaret's free range Irish eggs, which are absolutely fantastic eggs. They're just great flavour, and they enrich in anything. So the egg is going in here because it's going to help hold the actual burger together. And then also to that is the grated cheese. So don't be put off by getting the grated cheese in at this stage, because that is going to melt as the burger cooks, and trust me, it'll deliver the most sensational bacon, onion and cheese burger. So once you have that mixed in, you're breaking up the egg yolk, and then to dry it up slightly and basically create just a nice texture to the patty, or to the burger meat, we're going to add some breadcrumb in with the breadcrumb, and then you get a little bit dirty and get in with your hands to get the feel of that, and just to mold it together. Because one thing that I'll insist on is that when you mold this together, that you put it into the fridge, just allow it to hold its shape. Now this will make 4 really decent size, almost quarter pounder style of a burger. So remember, this is raw meat, so once you get in with your hand just to form that together, you'll notice that it will all come together perfectly. And then we're going to break that in half and then into half again, and that is going to help us just form in the palm of your hand. And as far as I'm concerned, you should never eat any more than what you can hold in the palm of your hand. So that's an ideal indicator of a portion size. So look at that, we're not squeezing that, we're just holding that together. And when that is done, we're going to just place it directly onto just a little bit of parchment paper. So I'll quickly do the 4 of those again, palm of the hand, just batten it out, keep the shape slightly round on that. And I'm going to put those into the fridge for about 4 minutes, just to allow those to harden up. So I've chilled these down for about 15 minutes, it just firms them up perfectly. So to fry them, some rapeseed oil, so dry heat your pan and just add in a drizzle of the rapeseed oil. And then to that, just directly add in one at a time, and with a pan, I think like a clock. You add the first one, 12 o'clock, and the second one at about 1:15, and so on, right around, because it just tells you that that's when you need to start turning then at each of the stages first for consistency. So we're going to allow that, there we go, just to fry for a few minutes on each side. Perfect. Okay, so I've turned those over, and you'll see they have lovely colour, and they've held together, which is brilliant. So I'm only going to give those just a couple of minutes on that side, and then I'm going to transfer them to a tray and into the oven. So around about 6 minutes in the oven. Well, that's our first one. Now look at that, lovely and puffed up, and that's guaranteed to be so succulent. And I will transfer each of those to the oven for about the 6 minutes. Okay, so they have definitely cooked perfect, and they're lovely and spongy and light, which is what I want. So it's now just down to how we assemble the burger. I'm using some brioche bun because there's a nice sweetness to them. And for me, just onto the base of them, I have toasted them. I'm going to add to it some chutney. So this is chutney that we've made with some local Donegal beer. So it's got some raisins, got some apples in there. It's not your normal tomato one. I actually prefer it. It's more like a ploughman style, but you use what you wish, or a little bit of relish. So that to the bottom of it. And we're going to go directly and straight on with our burger patties that are cooked. Now remember, you've got the onion in there, you've got the cheese in there, you've absolutely everything that you need in there. Nutmeg, just to give it lovely flavour. And to that, I'm going to add some tomato. Now what I've done with the tomato is I've sliced them and put a little bit of salt onto them. And that's been deliberate just to draw the moisture out of them. And some lettuce just to give it, we'll curl that up, it doesn't need to be that big, just to give a nice little bit of a crunch and texture to that. One very well seasoned ripened tomato. For me, a few gherkins, which are perfect. And we'll repeat that with the second one. So we'll use a different lettuce here. And this is lettuce that we have grown in the garden. We're lucky enough this time of year that it has sprouted up, and we're getting decent weather at the moment as well. And then just we're going to cap that off. Now that is a decent eat as far as I'm concerned. It's a lovely burger. It's using quality Irish beef, some good quality Irish cheddar. It's got egg in there to bind it all together. So for those of you that are watching this in Milwaukee, I have a few things I'd like to say to you. Firstly, I am gutted that I'm not going to be with you live this year. Secondly, I hope this brings a little taste of Donegal and Ireland to you. It inspires you. And thirdly and finally, we will be back. We'll be back in Milwaukee next year. Donegal will be back, and in the meantime, Donegal will wait, and we will project as a tourism destination. And again, thank you very much.
We're here on location today at Callen Construction with Phil Callen and Christy Pryor, sponsors of Irish Fest. Phil, Christy, welcome. And Phil, how did you guys get involved with Irish Fest?
Well, we got involved with Irish Fest really by, I think the first time was building the Callen Cottage for the Heritage Center.
For those of you that don't know, Callen Construction, Phil, what do you all do here, and how long have you all been in business?
My brother Tom and I started the business in 1986. We are what we call home improvement, windows and siding company, and also a full line remodeler, doing kitchens, baths, lower levels. If you're looking for new windows, we have the Infinity Window by Marvin. It's a fiberglass product. It's gorgeous. It has a non-wood stainable inside, so we can match existing wood in your house, and you get a lifetime warranty on that window, and it's 8 times stronger than vinyl and 4 or 5 times stronger than wood.
Our mission statement is we believe in people and
our customers and their homes.
So that's something, you know, being a sponsor of Irish Fest and Celtic MKE is one of the cornerstones of Callen is getting involved in the community, doing the Callen Cottage in the Cultural Village, as well as then last year creating the Callen Celtic Kitchen, which was a great opportunity for us. Being a part of a festival that celebrates the music and culture of the Irish heritage is really exciting and fulfilling to us because of Phil and Tom's Irish culture and background, and that, you know, that's something that we talk about as far as being a part of the community.
And I understand we're standing here in one of your vignettes for our kitchen. Christy mentioned something about special event here on St. Patrick's Day?
On St. Patrick's Day, I cook corned beef and cabbage for everybody, and
it's something that we all really do appreciate and enjoy on St. Patrick.
So Callen has 2 locations. Can you tell us where you're located and website information?
So we've got 2 showroom locations. So that's in Muskego on Janesville Road, as well as Brookfield, that's on Capitol Drive. Our website is callcallen.com to make it easier. And our phone number is 414-529-5509. And at this time, we are scheduling our appointments by appointment only, so we're not, letting walk-ins come into our showroom. We are also offering a virtual consultation option, just for the comfort of our customers.
What are you going to miss about this year's festival?
I think seeing old friends, people that you pretty much see once a year at Irish Fest, seeing the crowds, watching friends' kids dance.
So next year we'll be celebrating our actual 40th anniversary. What do you see for us doing next year on this?
Well, again, I think it's such a family event that just to see everybody together.
And I think especially after this year without events and things happening, that next year is going to be all that much greater, because we are going to be able to be on site and feel it and hear it and really be a part of that festival. It's going to be exciting next year, so yeah.
So first of all, I want to thank you from Celtic Milwaukee and Irish Fest for your great sponsorship, and we really do look forward to next year's 40th celebration with you guys.
Great, well thank you guys, and let's have fun at the virtual Irish Fest, right?
Yes, we will.
Let her go, boys. Bring her head around into the weather. Heel ya ho, boys. Let her go, boys. Sailing homeward, home to Mingle. What care we though, white the spray is? What care we though, for wind or weather? So heel ya ho, boys, let her go, boys. Sailing homeward, home to Mingle. Heel ya ho, boys, let her go, boys. Bring her head round into the weather. Heel ya ho, boys, let her go, boys. Sailing homeward, home to Mingle. Heel ya ho, heel ya ho, heel ya ho, heel ya ho,
I'm going to Mary Mary for my Mary to carry me. Well, I'll be feeling merry when I marry Mary Mac. Rout the dout and diddly yodel doodle doodle da. That's your part.
Wasn't that a delicious burger from Chef Brian McDermott in Donegal? I can't wait to try that one at home next time.
Yep.
Mike, I want to mention at 7 o'clock tonight, if you go on to Hero Hut Facebook page, our coordinator for the Heroes Hut at Irish Fest is going to be online, Dave Hoffmaster, at 7 o'clock with a Q&A. He's going to answer your questions on what Heroes Hut is, how the concept came out and everything. Let me tell you, the last 2 years that Heroes Hut has been in existence at Irish Fest, it has been a great hit with everybody.
Can I tell you a little story? David came to us 3 years ago when I had first started here in this role. And he said, you know, I have traveled to Irish Fest every year, regardless of wherever I was stationed across the country, or across the world.
Across the world, yeah.
And he would fly in to make sure he was here for Irish Fest with his dad. And starting that conversation, we came to Heroes Hut idea.
And they've got some great resources when they set up their area. They've got resources for all kinds of veterans. I mean, you name it, it's a great area. It's been a huge success for us the last 2 years, and we are looking forward to a bigger and better one next year.
Absolutely. Heroes Hut is a great thing, and it's a great concept, and it's something that they want to do not only at our festival, they want to do it across the country. They want to create a venue where people who are veterans or first responders or active duty military can come to, relax, and take it easy during festivals like ours.
So if you tune in at 7 o'clock at Hero Hut on Facebook, you'll see where Dave is planning to take this organization. And it's just a great thing to look at. So go take a look at it at 7 o'clock, Hero Hut on Facebook.
So we're at a point now where we're ready to give away yet another shirt. This is a sweatshirt now. It's a size extra large. We don't have various sizes. This is what we have to give. And the 15th person who emails info@irishfest.com. Again, the 15th person who emails info@irishfest.com will be the lucky winner of this sweatshirt. So send your emails in. Please indicate on the email whether or not we can include your name and your location so that we can tell people who actually won it.
So Mike, now I'm going to turn this over to Pat. Pat's going to take us into the next segment again. So Pat, take it away.
Hi, cultural area at home here. We got a couple of great little bits coming up here. Joan Finnegan, who hails from Galway, is a longtime friend of Irish Fest. She was our artist in residence in 2019 when she displayed her work in our cultural tent. From her workshop in Galway, Joan discusses what it means to be an artist during the pandemic. Following Joan, we will be entertained by two award-winning Sean singers, Moya Holm and Lilith O'Leary, both of whom were meant to be in this year's Gaeltalk tent, along with other award winners, Moira Ní and Ray McManus, and Joe O'Donnell. For Irish speakers, Lilith regales us with what he is about to sing in Irish and how he wishes he could be with us in person. For the rest of us, we can enjoy the singing knowing it's based on a poem that, like today, remembers better times. We've already enjoyed a couple of discussions with two authors. Once again, in collaboration with Listowel Writers Week, we have Rick O'Shea with Kevin Barry discussing writing and Barry's book, Night Boat to Tangier, which was shortlisted for the Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year. You've got a lot of stuff to enjoy over the next hour. Take it away.
We've come through the front door of visual artist Joan Finnegan, who exhibited at Milwaukee last year. Joan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Joan Finnegan and I'm a painter, an artist who lives in Galway, in Ireland, on the borders of Connemara. I have a degree in fine art which I got at the Art College in Galway, and I love to paint.
When did you show an interest in painting, or were you born an artist?
Well, I wasn't born an artist, but I was born into an artistic family. My dad always painted when we were small, oil paints, and he would, when he was painting in the evenings after work, he would set my sister Dolores and I up at the table with a little piece of board each. He'd be painting his painting, he'd have us painting alongside him. So it was always there. Maybe didn't pursue it straight away, did art in school, but didn't pursue it after school, got married young, had our children young, and then pursued it when Aidan, our youngest son, went into college to do law. He went to law college. I went into art college in Galway and studied there and got my degree in fine art, and that's it. I was painting in classes over the years before that, but never as seriously as going to college and doing it that way.
Was that a very big decision to make in those days?
I suppose it was. My friends thought I was mad going back to college in my late 30s, early 40s, going back to college to do an art degree. They thought I was absolutely stone mad. Was this not the time that I should be enjoying the freedom of my children maybe being in college, and I've gotten them to that stage? But it was something I really wanted to do. It was a passion of mine, and it was one of the best things I've done.
Did you find it difficult to find your feet in art, or did you know you wanted to go the route that we see around you now?
Well, when you say difficult to find my feet, I just painted. I got my canvases, got my paints, and I just painted. And then you get on, you enter festivals around Ireland, you go for open calls, open submissions, and then you get accepted for one, and then you get accepted for another, and then it just evolves from there. You just paint and you just...
The COVID-19 arrived on the 13th of March. What has that done to the artistic world in the 21 weeks since that happened?
Well, it's ended it really, basically, because there are no galleries open, no museums open. All over, this isn't just Ireland, this is all over the world. It's been hard. I have to admit it's been hard. This time of year, March, we would have been painting towards going for open calls, exhibitions that would have been had around Ireland, festivals, Sligo Festival, Westival in Westport, Shorelines in Portumna, Ennistimon. These are all festivals that I would have had art hanging in as part of their visual art section of their festival. So it's been hard, and it's been hard not to visit galleries and museums and fill the well up with inspiration and stuff. So it just has been hard.
Is there a market for art during COVID-19?
I don't know if there's a market for art, but people are focused on the pandemic and more important things like staying safe and staying healthy than being in the market for art. But artists will continue to paint despite the pandemic, so there will be art available for buying when things get back to normal, when people can actually think about art again, or having art or acquiring art for their homes or their offices. Art is a very uplifting thing to have in your life.
And since the pandemic, do you find it difficult to come into this studio and get the inspiration to continue creating works of art?
At the beginning it was hard. At the beginning I have to say it was hard. I think it's because everybody's mind was focused on something different. I think this is straight across the board, no matter what you did or what hobby you had, everything came to a stop. But after a few weeks, it's there, it's in me, it's part of my passion. So I came back into the studio and continue on where I left off, which was the Connemara Cronus series from last summer, which I showed in Milwaukee as part of Galway 2020. So I've just continued on doing that, painting away happily, coming in here to my happy place to forget about everything else, forget about the rest of the world and what's going on out there. When I'm in here and I'm painting, that's what I'm doing, that's where I'm focused.
In relation to moving forward, can I ask you about future markets and the situation with going online with art? That's something that has just started happening.
It is, because of the fact that galleries are closed, as I said, and festivals are not happening for artists to show the work that they have been doing. Some of the galleries in the last maybe 6 weeks or so have got the idea to go online, and work that we would have shown at those exhibitions, at those festivals, they're incorporating them into having an online presence, or if they had an online presence, to broaden it, to show the work of the artists that would have shown there. For instance, the Space Gallery, I was due to show there in May for an exhibition. They have now gone online. and they've gone online for all the artists that were to show. So I was to show, say, for 2 weeks in May. My work is online now as we do this, which is late summer, late July. So that is what they're doing. Hamley and Enniskillen, the exact same, and others. The RUA, the RHA, they have major annual exhibitions every year. They're talking about the possibility of doing that online to give the artists a chance to show the work that they would have done, that they have worked towards showing during the summer months and beyond the summer months, because we really don't know when the exhibitions will start up again.
Once they go online, they're available throughout the world indeed for people to invest in art.
Well, I guess that is one way of looking at it, that perhaps art will be more online than it was, even though you can't beat the whole personal experience of walking in and seeing a painting that you really like on a wall. But yes, you're right, it has opened it up that way, that the art that I would have shown, say, in Portumna, whatever, is now online, which will be seen by more people, albeit that they can't see it in person.
What would you say to young people, because you have admitted that you come to art late in life, what would you say to young people who would like to get onto that whole art ladder, but just don't know where to start?
Just paint. As I said, as you said, I might have come to it late in life, but have I? It was always there. I painted when I was young. It was just that I didn't do my art degree until I was in my late 30s, early 40s. But I still always painted, I drew, I scribbled or whatever. So I think if something like that is in you and it's something you want to pursue, you certainly don't let age step in your way of furthering an artistic career. Go for it, because you can't stop it. I can't stop painting. I can't stop what is in here, pandemic or no pandemic. It's just what to do. You just get on with it and keep going.
So the pandemic has not dampened your enthusiasm or your spirits. You keep working at it, but the chance to sell or to sell art, that's become more difficult because of the pandemic.
Oh, absolutely. The pandemic has changed everything. Well, everything across the world, not just art. Galway 2020 was to happen this year. They got as far as March and that was it. And that has been just so devastating for Galway, because there was so much preparation put into it. We were happily delighted to be at the Milwaukee Irish Fest last year to launch Galway 2020 in the United States, and then it came to an abrupt end in March. So that has been just so sad for Galway, because everybody was buoyed up, everybody was ready for all these wonderful, wonderful acts and projects and theatre and festival that was set up for the whole year. So that has been tough. Now, they've turned it around and it will still happen to some degree towards the end of the year from October on, but mainly sticking to local artists, local theatre, local festivals. So we will be able to get involved in all that, it's lovely to look forward to that, lovely to look forward to things opening up again like that, because this pandemic certainly has closed not just artists, not just visual artists, but musicians, concerts, reading festivals, literature festivals that we would have had in Galway. All of those festivals have been cancelled, which has been terrible. But as an artist and as a musician, any artist, you will keep going because that's what you do. That's what I do. This is what I do for a living. I have to paint because that's what I do.
Are you making a decent living from being an artist?
I'm an emerging artist, so I wouldn't say I'm making a decent living from being an artist. It's lovely when somebody buys your work, and I am lucky enough to sell some of my work and that people can see my work online and buy it, and I have my website set up, which is great. But I won't be rich from painting. I'll be very happy and I'll be rich in many other ways, but I won't be rich to retire.
While you sit there talking to us, there's two paintings. Can I ask you to take us through the composition on your right-hand side there?
My right-hand side. This is a recent commission I've done. It's part of my Connemara Chroma series, which anybody that was at the Milwaukee Irish Festival last year might have seen, which was an exhibition of 24 paintings, which I did based on the Connemara landscape. So I haven't completely given up on that idea, because I don't feel I'm finished with it, if you know what I mean. I still have more to do. So this is a painting of a photographs that I have taken in the Ina Valley in Connemara, which I'm sure loads of you will know. The beautiful place out there called Ina Lodge, which we absolutely love to go to. It's probably one of our favourite places in Connemara. And this is a painting of the view taken from the front door of Ina Lodge, with the shapes of the mountains and maybe not the colours that you'd see if you were standing there, but they're the colours that are in my mind, because I'm a colourist, which means that I love to put colours against other colours, see how they collide, see how they interact with each other. One makes one pop, another one will make one stand out more, and that is the way I love to paint. So this is the Ina Valley, taken from Loch Ina Lodge, with the little road that the fishermen walk down when they leave Ina Lodge to go to fish on the lake.
When do you know that a painting is finished?
I think rather than saying that I know when a painting is finished, I know when a painting isn't finished. I know when I'm not done with it. I know when it's not done with me. I think it might seem a funny thing to say, but I think the painting knows when it's finished. And I think the painting will tell you when it's finished. It's like, stop, don't do any more, I'm done. So when you get to that stage and you're not sure, you leave it there, walk away, turn it against the wall, come back to it in 24 hours, have a look again, 48 hours, and then it kind of looks at you and it's like, yes, it's done.
Can I ask you about beginning a painting? Do you use canvas or board?
The very, very start of my painting is to get my inspiration. As I said, at the moment it's Connemara, and another small series I did in between that and now, which was called Campistral, which was to do with rural things in the environment, things in the fields, things in the farms, little things that maybe you wouldn't notice, like cattle troughs or haystacks. So I did a little series on that, just things that catch my eye. So I start usually with walking around, things I see, taking loads of photographs, and then something will come. Something will just come to me, something will stick out, and I will start on something. And generally when I start on something, it turns into a series, because if I'm on a roll at all, I'm off. So then I have my canvases. I buy my canvases, they're Italian canvases. I get them in a lovely shop in Dublin called Evans. And I buy my paints from Golden, which is a US brand, which is my favourite brand of acrylic paint, which is the medium that I work in at the moment. So I get my photographs, I get my inspiration, I come in here and I just pick up a canvas and I start. And I see where it takes me. And then start painting, and then I'm on a roll, and then when that one's done I usually start another one before I finish the first one, because it's good to not get too hung up about one painting, so start another one. When I have the other one started, I always like to have another one that I at least have the idea of, little idea, little germ of another idea, and that's the way it evolves until I end up with a series of paintings.
The painting to your left then there, can you just take us through that then?
Well, these two paintings are actually on their way to Ina. So that is why this one is very similar to this one, as in it's taken in the exact same spot. So that's Ina Lodge that I was talking about. So this painting is taken from the lake looking into Ina, so that you can see Ina Lodge. So we're taking these two paintings out to Ina with us when we go out in August, two friends of ours that are visiting out there. So these two I did together for that reason. I was working on one at the same time as I was working on the other, mixing and matching between the two, and they're, yeah, this one mightn't be fully finished. He hasn't said that to me yet. This guy, he has said, leave me alone, I'm finished. So I'm going to leave him alone, but I might get back to this guy.
And how long do you think that will take?
It won't take long. I know I'm nearly there. It might just be one little thing that's bugging me about it that probably nobody else would see, but I do. So maybe one more session in here this week, and that will be it. And I look forward to coming in here.
Would you class your art as being unique?
It's mine, I suppose. It's my art, so it's authentic for me. Is it unique? I suppose colours aren't unique to me. Anybody can paint the way I paint. I'm sure there's plenty of people that paint like this. It is, if I come in here to paint, this is what comes out. Sometimes I might say, oh, the next one now I'm going to dampen down the colours, I'm going to do a nice soft one. And when it's finished, I turn and I look at it and I think, hang on, I was going to make that soft and it's vibrant like all the rest. So it's what's in here. This is just what comes out. It's not meant to be unique or anything. It's my art. It's me. I love bright colours. I wear bright colours. Sometimes my art reflects me and I reflect my art. Can't help it.
Your website address?
My website address is www.joanfinnegan.ie. There's another Joan Finnegan who lives in the States, but I'm joanfinnegan.ie, which is our Irish address.
Cajimur Tashvilik is Misha Moini Hallam as Gidora Jir Hunnel, agus is Warani Shanoshma, agus a new Tamagalhiol Yewarandiv. My name is Moini Hallam from Gidor in the Donegal Gaeltart, and I'm a Shano singer, and today I'm going to sing you two songs in Gaelic. The first one is a love song called Nancy Wen Gubberly, and the second one is a merry wee song called Antan Van Wart, the Poor Old Woman. So the first one is a love song from Tory Island, which is off the Donegal coast. And it's about a woman named Nancy Wen Gubberly. Why Michelle, she's not right. I want but the brudgery. Ke Harley Adam sa in sa tray. Nancy Wen Gubberly. Imbi bo yararo na manara yo le malui. Catchy knew she's lena colby shang. Agus vocal canja lower clay. Is the Nancy a hug ma fancy? Marvi tuki will cancer car. Near Vojulamatam gamains to a conch. Mo yellow chant the hared and yar. Imbimbo yararo. Namanara yole malui. She knew she's lena colby shang. Agus vocal canja lower clay. Ta can we her nog free. Snarjas a jal rule shagrin. Abrola buen marinyaller snow. Can the yellow was but a mare? Imbi boa yararo, na manara yole malui. Catchy knew she's lena colby shang. Agus vocal canja lower clay. Da mention neri maravi menye. Hanya han menchinya gamen. Aliken maroon lenyar fin rain. Agus vochi goni agamen. Imbimbo yararo. Namanara yole malui. Catchy knew she's lena colby shang. Agus vocal canja lower clay. Nish, tas is some going to salt sin. Agus a hit canela the molecule na Kinba Gasta. Agus a Tanya Matur and Warancha non Chan Van Wart. And at this point, I'd just like to say that I learned both of these songs from Lillis O'Leary, and I'm very, very grateful to him for being so generous with his songs. So this next one is called The Poor Old Woman, and Chan Van Wart. Yenne mecha mohor da mahane vanwart. Yenne mecha mohor da mahan vanwart. Yenne mecha mohor di is ganna haime body. A barlum boch will yoga jere chana vanwart. Gwelle shuv nan wake shuv mahane vanwart. Gwelle shuv nan wake shuv mahan vanwart. Hanik me jere wara guisi kanta saka jare gate. Es bo wilas the calaban jalagasakosh. Kajederiche gabinar da hane vanwart. Kajederiche gabinar da han vanwart. Kajederiche gabinar. Skan fiakalit da habogat. Ogadogin rion chala wemachane vanwart. Estruagantuso walena gomma hane vanwart. Estruagantuso walena gomma han vanwart. Estruagantuso walena gomstarum la sakna minyo gom. Snarjasa 13 muller igen chane vanwart. Estruagantuso wahata gomma hane vanwart. Estruagantuso wahata gomma han vanwart. Estruagantuso wahata gom. Stayehashan arjagom. Snarjas na majire wayen chane vanwart. Estruagantuso hjarte gomma hane vanwart. Estruagantuso hjarte gomma han vanwart. Estruagantuso hjarte gomma skria da halagom. Snarjase koppel rasa yenun chane vanwart. Hop! And you can have great fun with that song at a session. And but while on buíhas ag fontisha a horta host in the fele in Milwaukee an Irish Fest as coyu hortu and the Ishanshoy and Fishanshoy Yenov. So I'd just like to give a warm thank you to the festival members of the Irish Fest in Milwaukee who gave me the invitation to make this video and to share it with you. Agus bhí má chrí bristin ar ma abod hall go Milwaukee mliana a la codujé gynyenimid suas ar a hon a blian. So I'd love to see you all next year and we'll make up for this year's absence of the festival. So, Slan agus Banart.
Hey, my name is Ed Polochek. Greetings to all of you from beautiful Duluth, Minnesota. I got Lake Superior in the background. It's the Galway of Minnesota, I'm told. I've been coming to Irish Fest for 29 years. Actually, this would have been my 29th year coming, and I hope to plan to come many, many years into the future. I think it's been an incredible experience. I really owe my skills on fiddle and on banjo to my experiences at Irish Fest, going to the summer school beforehand, and inspired by so many other musicians that we've been able to be in contact with over the years. All the best to you.
Hi, I'm Sue Spencer, and I've been going to the Irish Fest for years. I started in 1992, and I've been bringing my children there every year. They go to the Irish Fest. I go with my sisters and my nieces and my cousins, and we have so much fun. The Irish Fest has something for everyone. All the different stages, all different types of music, and the harp music and choirs and the rock and roll, just huge Irish Fest. So you got to go there when you can. So one of the places I'm attracted to is going to the Gaeltacht tent, and that's the cultural tent, and they teach Irish language, and you can see the Irish dance, the Sean-Nós singers and dancers there. So you'd want to go to the Irish Fest, but thank you very much and enjoy.
Talwch ar fôr ar my fe páirteach ddeile na héireann, féile fel Milwaukee na bliana fiche. Is mór a troin at i glynne fel a chéile yn mar sgafft agus mar grŵp. Ach, a hedd fe Covid agus na sriant a wanyan leis. Ca hi mynd fe sgaron a chéile agus tá luchaid agus tá ma buiad an technoliacht atá a chuir ar gomusa fel a chéile. Bhfuil mo wias ort da Callen chodílo man Fishan seo dhéanú agus dan cháiste ha coriúdó agus da anaine atá páirte a geirí féile fel Milwaukee a chur le chéile. Tá obair mhór baintlis agus se gal a ré ar fánam líanta agus obair mhór a dhéanú le cultúr na héireann a chur an cinn. Sean táran a dúirt mean sin díobh cúan vinnéidir agus sin fille art ma cúi a chum an táran sin. Fille cailú le bhí an art ma cúi agus is siomíor an chumse. An ceannas cailú le chumse sin an táran a dogtar úr chílich le gain agus buine an táran sin le na cheantar dúchas, ceantar iesgart ar dúacha, an iesgart chuige alú ar a teárin le chun dá lúi agus le chun dá bhuine. Nar a rinn art an táran úr chílich le gain bhí seastí yn sy chrypt yn yr o craw wyntyr neil ar ffad agos mi sias mwtio siar ar na neali agos ar na dyn ar ffad a chodi le taciart o hort yn y ffili agos dan chiol agos da a han rod o wyn dan choltwr gaelach. Sy'n oran sio y cwan fynedir tan tiem o cian y gem. Ach, mor bonan agus úr chilich le gain, tá art I mynedir, níl se yn y cheantar dúchas. Tá mynedir dar nóhe tú muida wel y clia. Port y tán, port I ysgydechta, agus tá croc einta jason, ys dohi gyro codig yr cwestiwn. Agus sy'n ffa ro art yn sin, na gur chos a farag hawrt a bhí yn y cheantar dúchas nus ma cunne. No, nus a cunne. Ryn se áran caintach iarafar a taidirt. Sy'n tanne mi bhí iarafar a taidirt maidin I chunne. Sgart art y stag dyn chasyn la wain, agos fi yn Callen amser fi gyn tawr sy'n I maen I chynnin derif ar y fi ege. Hannig sy'n darish, agos dwi sy'n ysgol y hart gydyn cŵl yn eich mewn hebrynu ar ffad y chacht, agos na chiartor a chacht gydi yn daras tosi mor I enw farw eso. Agos garid ar y fi yn art yn amsyn agos cegur garid ar y fi yn ffili fi yn cymoi agos ni'r hatchyn sialesh begna môr gydori drafes siacr gyr garid ar y fi yn agos na dori ahantas ffili do. Agos yn awr sy'n rhan sy'n oran y canyon am rasio. Agos mor rhan chorsyn farag yr y jar yn sawrt, agos rweg yn sawrt ys yn eita, a fi ceston yn yanni cynnal wahw art. Agos dim sialesh, gydigar wan siya bened ymach. Agos nyr wan siya bened ymach, sy'n yn eita war siya jesh yn toran, even siya hyanw. Agos yr eist, cosol awr hilich regain, ta siya cynw wantyr neil, agos y gerir wantyr neil pilw, yn sydoi gymau rodyn is far dan y Folly agus da locht na Gaeilge da na harfidí agus mar sin a ré. Agus da ná trachtan se ar chréigin na Gaeilge, gaí se go ró an tarú teanga go leidir I gantar Vinéide an tamse. Agus go dug se faoi deara go ró méadú mór ar Lord Verla agus go ró leidú da réir ar Lord na Gaeilge. Agus luan se sin go sunra in sa nára. Agus luan se go maith go ró talú na héireann a hóirt da na protestúnaí da Wolly agus da Jane ga anim protestúnacha. Agus go ró na Gaeilge faoi chais agus faoi chran smala agus ní móna sésta bhíse. So an íntacha agus buinem héin solt mór is a bheith ar rá. Agus tá súlagum go daitne se lefse. Gur míle maithige. Gwan Vinéide bruach na héireann sméirhiú tan na bach na Molly. Hannig Ashlyn vel vin gaine samwachintin ashtu Venus na glob and she. Agus dúrs go réirí is ichragan céad ferda waithú Gaeilge na tamhainís. Sgur ó síl nélan na mehef sirus a fau a Gaeilge fan ors amwyn. Ryd meléhe gydlóistedes chlynstin reimhjart na kogihís. Agus daures hendien romak en rikar na klehirem oden ordurist. När húsi tresa naine drenar kni unreve dotingrish. När stan gwedan vigar siskeltur o ananel makartoik sitir. Ta fos Phoenix rovjone facht farune will nar fjós nar fwiw. Kathleen Remmel ni non na fele miw ores facht na fólan na mwyn. Dawr alachnel rasi magan chlyni miw na caden nach de dortu na chri. Anna milú trechta óhiú gael breislucht challen de chrídar óide deichrí. Sedúirtine wingar tradú éri is cóni anú fan chógi hís. Mar an taid félum rístin nefachta tegus denach mar chóir sa tír. Mar win se lexi an siran comó ver sige ceáhar cyn. Snarviú dó ela dír a chéle van chlagin weis vi norn vik nus. Jaur sendan wurnil chianan ta se helen fardóion trí. Nan to ben arfisur len shaheni gaduk shaskevan lan bjor guhi. Nan to teut fuadol nashkevel lasso et word gemor fan tri. Noide fuerto red man wegnish leves kan fissige nache gemim. Ni me nachtan wandal hierne vish halgen leni eskolvik vriem. Ach bennen geltast revelicious vi shallene facht de gons hri. Lar kalu kid ferda wayev gelbre van achrim sledas van one labri. Stanish geri on ranklesh gelag wal artanil tacht godrisht. Tam chris repun vile ket chudes barsum heni ajum afien. Noire chronje mugale ke ligat regen agus kashmert verle mjogachin. Walichten glakoleg sier o jeveren an narwelkin. Snarri aurum skele she frager jevum thou art a papist I know not thee. Kilisham henes chalochian marian who klede o shalnali. Namarashin fen lag vi tasteleden trak halunen weiche morgan mim. Nat ver hiu kreke vaune fele marnjan in kelies koni fuiv. Chef men metchen nglasev dere ngeswoli meli Malone vi.
Kevin Berry is joining me to talk about the Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year nominated Nightboat Tangier. Kevin, how are you and where are you?
I am looking out at very typical County Sligo rain in the northwestern zone of our island. A kind of a typical high summer day of grey clouds and incessant rain and a wonderful 13 degrees Celsius. So it's high summer here in County Sligo.
Yeah, because I don't want people to think we're in completely different countries. We're in the same country and there's loads of cloud outside and it's lashing here as well. I'm just in front of a bigger window than you are.
That explains your more well lit look today.
I need it on some days. Kevin, tell me first of all, maybe very quickly before we talk about the book, about the last 4 months and about how that's maybe affected your work, if at all.
Yeah, I guess you know, I think lockdown is a very different experience in rural places and in urban places. You know, in the countryside here, you know, the texture of the day isn't very different. I'm looking out at the same fields and the same lake and the same little green hills that I usually look out on. I'm a writer, so I work from home. So that's not affected. Definitely the first couple of weeks of it, I was pretty distracted. Checking on the news lines all the time, you know, checking on the phone, what's going on. Been in that kind of vague funk of paranoia that we were all in the very early stages of it. Slowly settled a bit, and I've been working away. You know, I've been showing up and going to the desk. I think definitely the work will be affected in kind of sidelong, you know, bleak ways. What comes out at the far end, even if you're not writing directly about coronavirus or if you're not writing directly sort of pandemic dystopias. So it's funny for someone who has written dystopias in my day, when they're great fun to write, you know, and then when you suddenly land in the middle of them, you think, oh God, maybe this isn't so much fun after all.
Yeah, you can't close the book and just put it away at the end of the afternoon. No, I get that. Okay, maybe just to begin then, for those people who haven't yet read Nightboat to Tangier, tell us a little bit about the story. Tell us who we're with and tell us where we are.
Yeah, the novel opens in the port of Algeciras in the south of Spain, where the ferries depart for Morocco, for Tangier. We find two Irishmen there, two men from the city of Cork, from the beautiful city of Cork. They're not the nicest characters in lots of ways. They're not the most pleasant and decent chaps. They're old drug smugglers. They're gangsters, kind of on their wane. They're in their early 50s. The glory days are past. One of their daughters has been missing for a few years. They've heard she's about to pass through Algeciras on her way to North Africa, so they're kind of staking the place out. That's the starting point for it. From there, the book's trajectory is very much into the past. It kind of tries to explain to us who these two gents are, how they've wound up in this dreadful condition that they're in, and we go into a little bit then about who this girl is, who this girl Dilly is, and her mother Cynthia, who we discover quickly enough in the novel was a lady who was kind of caught between these two men, and so it's a love triangle story essentially. It's a story about male friendship, about fraternity, about the way we're all unable to step out of the shadow of our own family past. Above all, I guess it's a portrait of a very strange little extended family.
I love the idea, and I've heard you speak about this before, about Charlie and Morris, about how they're not new to you. They've been knocking around for years in one form or another. They've stuck their heads in a few places, and you've just said, no, you're not quite right for this. Maybe tell us a little bit about how long these two guys have been in your head.
Yeah, like they're large characters. They're very talkative. They have plenty to say, and they were showing up for ages in the shed out the back here where I work. Initially, they were trying to barge their way into short stories. I'm very often trying to write a short story. Whenever a story was starting to flag, these two talkative and quite stylish old Cork gangsters would show up and try to make their way into the story and would immediately destroy it because they were too large for it. Mm-hmm. I eventually discovered I had to tell their own story, try to figure out who they were, that these weren't just bit players, that these just weren't sort of character actors showing up. I tried it in the first instance as a play. I spent a few weeks trying to write them in a play version of Morris and Charlie, but very quickly the story, as I mentioned, sort of went in this trajectory into the past, and I kind of knew it had to be a novel initially, that it needed the space and the lovely freedom a novel gives you. The great thing about a novel, it's such a good tool. It's like a hammer. It's unimprovable. You know, it can do anything. It can go in any direction, past, forwards, into the future, stay in the present moment. All you need to do is capture the reader and keep her on the line, sentence by sentence and page by page, and they'll forgive you anything if the sentences are good enough and if the pages are good enough.
Yeah. Tell me as well, maybe a little bit about Spain's part in this, because you've been going to Spain for a long time, and then it starts to influence maybe these guys and then where you end up setting them.
Yeah, I mean, the natural light, as you can see from my gloomy cave in County Sligo, is pinched enough at the best of times in the northwest of Ireland. In winter, it gets very dank and very dark. And for more than 20 years now, I've been escaping to Spain for a little while, around January, February, March kind of time. Some years just for a few days, sometimes for a few weeks, a couple of months if I can afford it. I'm just kind of drifting around those southern Spanish Andalusian cities. And I guess over the last few years, trying to figure out where's my Spain book, where's my Spain novel. I felt like I had a lot of texture to write about the place, but I couldn't figure out how to do it until I thought, what about if I take those two Cork gangsters, Morris and Charlie, and put them in Spain? I'll be away. I'll be able to get going on it then. And sometimes as a writer, when your characters find their correct terrain, when they find their stage, you're off. You know, you can hear this kind of click and you're like, okay, that's where they're supposed to be. I have the stage set for them now, and we'll just see where it goes. But I love Spain. I mean, after Ireland, it's I guess it's my favorite country. It reminds me a lot of the Ireland I grew up in the 70s and 80s. There's still a very pronounced Catholic influence in just the way the streets look and the feel of the place. You hear church bells all day. You see nuns around the place all day in a way that you don't really in Irish cities anymore. And it reminds me of being a kid in Ireland in the 70s and in the 80s. And there's something, you know, I often think my stories almost always start with a place in some ways, some kind of atmosphere that a place gives out makes me want to tell some story in response to it, to create some piece of art in response to the atmosphere or ambience of a place.
You say that with Charlie and Morris and Spain, that there was just a moment where it all just kind of clicked together and you thought we might be onto a runner here. Is there a specific moment that happened to you? Do you know when that was? Or do you know just that it was in and around a certain time?
Actually, it was strange. In the second half of the book, the women in the story come through much more strongly. The girl Dilly, who's missing, and her late mother Cynthia. And it was funny. One morning, I was writing a very quiet scene where Dilly and Cynthia are having coffee in a cafe in Cork City, and Dilly just asks her mother, "Did you ever see them violent?" You know, and it's kind of a nothing, quiet little scene. But something happened when I wrote that scene. Sometimes it's like a tuning fork. You just hear this kind of ping, and you go, "That's it. That's the story. Now it's becoming the real thing." And you can write a few sentences or half a paragraph, and it just seems to work like a tuning fork for the whole story. Suddenly you have the kind of tune of it. You have the melody of it. And I do believe that kind of prose fiction is kind of like a disappointed musical form in lots of ways. I think lots of novelists are failed musicians and really bad singers. You know, if I often say if I could play the piano or sing a song, I'd be fine. I wouldn't have to write stories, but I can't. So I have to do these novels instead. And it's but I do think every novel worth its salt has a kind of its own inherent melody or tune, and what you're doing as a novelist is you're listening for it and you're trying to follow it along sentence by sentence.
Cynthia and Dilly are crucial here. I mean, and rightly so, because they make up half of the cast of the book. But as you said yourself, I mean, they could very easily have been drowned out by the two main characters. They could have become almost sidebars. How tough was it to write them with the other two characters already almost in situ?
What was very interesting about them was how different they were to write than the men, because when I was writing Morris and Charlie, there's all this kind of glorious talk and dialogue going on. But it seemed to me like Cynthia and Dilly as characters felt far more comfortable in their own skin. A lot of the whole talk with Morris and Charlie seemed to be to cover up true feeling and to hide and to mask real feeling. Like it's interesting about Irish people and talk. You know, we're great talkers and we love the sounds of our own voices. God bless us, you know. But very often we're saying very little, you know. And there's so much that's buried beneath the surface of an Irish conversation. And that's often, as a writer, as a novelist, or as a dramatist, where you find the real story, in what's not been said, in what's going along just underneath the surface of all our glorious, loquacious talk. Cynthia and Dilly both felt to be much more natural in the way they presented themselves, whereas Morris and Charlie were putting on fronts and putting on airs in the way that men do often, to kind of justify their whole hustle and their whole existence, you know.
Interestingly, given that obviously this event is being done through the wonderful Listowel Writers Week, which didn't happen this year, and because you were shortlisted for the Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year, but this is also happening through the Irish Fest in Milwaukee as well. How do you think that the likes of, and those crucial maybe spaces in conversation, those ones that you talk about there, do you ever fear that sometimes that's something that Irish audiences will get immediately and that might not necessarily transfer to people who aren't?
I don't worry about that. I think you can't be local enough in a story. That the more local your story is, the more of a chance it has to become a universal thing. I've been lucky with this one in terms of how it's gone down with readers abroad. It's done very well in the US. God bless the New York Times, put it in their top 10 of the year. Thank you very much for that.
Goes a long way. Yeah.
Oh, great. It really does go a long way. But yeah, it's I guess for the untrained ear, not quite used to Cork City dialect, it might need a beat or two to tune in to the conversation for sure. But I don't think it's difficult. I think it might take a couple of pages for the readers to tune into the conversation if they're not used to Hiberno English dialect. But you'll get there. I often think when I'm watching like a great American TV show like The Wire or something like that, if I can learn inner city Baltimore patois, they can learn Cork. It's no problem, you know. Yeah. We do have the language in common. It's just different nuances and different little intonations in it. I think the tone is what carries dialect and local dialect through. In my books, usually it's a tone of kind of very dark comedy. It's kind of very inky black comedy, and I think that makes it very kind of universally understandable.
You've been nominated for this, and you've been nominated in Dalkey this year. You were longlisted for the Booker this year as well. At this stage of your career, is that all just water off a duck's back, or does it still mean something?
Not at all. I get a great buzz out of it. I love it. there's nothing not to love about being nominated for book prizes. It's the whole thing is an awful bummer this year, the lockdown and the pandemic. It's such a shame because Listowel had a great anniversary coming up this year, and as you know yourself, Listowel is the most fun you can have at a literary festival. It's just great crack. I know that we'll make up for it next year when we get down there. It'll be a very special celebration, I'm sure. But yeah, it's always such. What I love about the Listowel Festival is that it's not just a typically literary crowd that shows up. Kind of everyone turns up. Everyone in the town. It's the big thing going on in the town, so everyone comes out and shows up for it. And I've been many a time over the years, and I've always had an absolute ball at the festival.
Yeah, real dancing in Billy Keane's pub at 1 a.m, or else you haven't lived. That's the whole point.
And later, possibly.
Who knows? It is, though, and maybe just to briefly touch on this as well, it has been obviously an extraordinary year in every aspect of pretty much every life. For festivals, it has been so as well. You and I had a very brief conversation just before we started here about the amount of traveling you've done this year for festivals while only sitting in exactly the same spot you've been there. That's a strange one.
It does. It brings it home. Like last year when the novel came out initially, I was on planes every other day and going around the place and thousands of miles in Ireland and in Europe and in North America. And I was kind of roughly adding it up in my head. I probably reached more people via Zoom from my living room this year than I did all last year with all that travel. It does make you think about how much you really do need to do all these air miles and stuff in the future. It'll definitely change the way we think. I give out about the internet a lot because it's such a distraction from writing, but it's so useful in terms of things like this. It's been such a cool thing to be able to stay connected to the kind of to the book world and to the literary community and to readers this year. It's a blessing that we've had it.
Maybe tell me a little bit just before we finish about Michael Fassbender. Has he bought the rights to the book?
Yeah, I'm working on the screenplay for Nightboat to Tangier as we speak. It was optioned just after the book came out. It quite naturally lends itself to a screen adaptation, I think. So watch this space. I'm busy at it, so hopefully there'll be something happening in the not too near future.
And there's other stuff happening in the not too near future as well, in that you will have another book out this year. You will have a collection of short stories coming out later on in the year. Tell me a little bit about that old country music.
Yeah, it's my third collection of stories. My last one, amazingly to me, was 8 years ago now, Dark Lies the Island. But I kind of rooted around the house, and I found there's about 20 stories that I'd written since then, and I picked out 11 that seemed to kind of speak to each other and that seemed to resonate off each other. Most of them are set now outside the window here in the Northwest. I guess it's like a musician or a band putting together an album. You look for the songs that kind of speak to each other and that resonate a little with each other. So it feels thematically coherent, I think. The story is kind of a first love for me, the short story form. So it's a really cool buzz. It's a very exciting thing to be putting out a new collection of them.
And that's coming out later this year. But Nightboat to Tangier in the States, the new paperback version is coming out. Do I have that right? Is that
this week, Milwaukee? This week, Milwaukee. The paperback is out. Yeah.
And gorgeous looking it is too.
It's a nice looking book.
Again, congratulations on the nomination for the Kerry Group Irish Novel of the Year earlier this year. And I would say congratulations on all of the conversation that's happening around this, because it has been an extraordinary year for the book and for you. Even if you haven't left your front room, there's been a bit of that going on as well. Kevin Barry, it's always a pleasure. Thanks, my friend.
Thanks a million, Rick. Pleasure. Cheers.
Well, the Cider Boys sweatshirt winner, the 15th person was Karen Don, who is the winner, and we're very happy that she got the chance to get the sweatshirt. We did have an inquiry or a person who could have won it from Killarney, Ireland. So we have people worldwide that are taking advantage and watching this right now. The next section that we have is the Power Hour. This is made up of local and international artists as well as Irish dancers. This is brought to you by Parkview Senior Living, located in Caledonia, Wisconsin. They have independent living, assisted living, and memory care. So we appreciate their sponsorship, and we hope you enjoy the Power Hour.
It's time to run. They'll string me up for all that I've done. I'm going soon. Gonna leave tonight by the light of the moon. I did it all for you. Don't spurn me after all I've gone through. What's a man to say? They'll be looking for me. I should be on my way. Oh, I want everybody else in the world to know it. Oh, I want everyone to know you're the man for me. Oh, everybody else in the world to know it. Oh, that I never gonna let him take my life from me. I will run, but I know that I'm beat. I decided my fate with my
a freckle contest! Woo! My name is Nicholas, and last year I win these 2 prizes. Woo! Please find it in your heart to donate to the Milwaukee Irish Fest so I can keep going.
Hi, Seamus Kennedy here. As many of you know, Milwaukee Irish Fest has been cancelled this year due to the coronavirus pandemic. So the festival has asked a number of the scheduled artists to partake in an online virtual Milwaukee Irish Fest at home, which will run from August 13th through the 16th, and which will also be a fundraiser for the festival in 2021. Psst, I've been asked back. This is one of the songs that I've sung this year, and I learned this from the singing of my Irish musical heroes, the Clancy brothers and Tommy Makem. There was Johnny McEldew and McGee and me, and a couple or 2 or 3 went on the spree one day. We had a bob or 2 which we knew how to glue. The beer and whiskey flew and we all felt gay. We visited McCann's, McLeman's, Humpty Dan's. We then went into Swan's, our stomachs for to pack. We ordered up a feed, which indeed we did need, and we finished it with speed, but we still felt slack. Johnny McEldew turned red, white and blue, and a plate of Irish stew he soon put out of sight. He shouted out encore with a roar for some more. He never felt before such a keen appetite. He ordered eggs and ham, legs of lamb, bread and jam, but him we couldn't cram, though we tried our level best. Everything we brought, cold or hot, mattered not. Went down him like a shot, and he still stood the test. He ordered tripe and lard with the yard we could scarred. We thought it would go hard when the waiter brought the bill. We told him to give more, but he swore he could lower twice as much again and more before he had his fill. He polished off a trough full of broth, says McGrath. He'll devour the tablecloth if you don't howl him in. He ate a dozen fowl, half a cow, made a vow. He was just as hungry now as when he did begin. When the waiter brought the charge, McEldew fell so large, he began to scowl and barge, and his blood went in fire. Began to curse and swear, tear his hair in despair. To finish the affair, he called the shopman a liar. The shopman he threw out, and no doubt he did clout. McEldew he kicked about like an old football. Tarted all his clothes, broke his nose, I suppose. He'd have killed him with a few blows in no time at all. McEldew began to howl, and to scowl made me sowl. He threw an empty bowl at the shopkeeper's head, struck poor Mickey Finn, peeled the skin off his chin. In the construction did begin, and we all fought and bled. The peelers did arrive, man alive, 4 or 5. At us they made a drive for the marches all away. We paid for all the meat that we ate still a treat, and went home to ruminate on the spree that day. Woo!
Welcome to Milwaukee Irish Fest at Home. We are the band Kilcarja, which means the music of friends in the Irish language, and we have our roots in the Irish Fest Summer School. We've been playing at Irish Fest since 1989 and are happy to contribute for this virtual 40th anniversary. Thank you for watching, and please continue to support Irish Fest so they may go on at least another 40 years and beyond. We're going to play a few polkas now for you now. Thank you.
And I understand that the first song you've chosen is in honor of me.
It's all about you tomorrow.
Oh, you're so sweet. And I have a little bit of the part of the skit here.
You have a role in this.
All right, at your leisure.
Before I got married, I wore a black shawl, glass inside.
Hello, Dream City Ceilidh Band here with Irish Fest at Home. We'd like to thank everybody for supporting Irish Fest, our favorite festival, during these difficult times. My name is Maria Terrace, along with Amy McFarland, Brett Lipschutz, and Randy Gosa. We're going to play some reels for you. Get on your dancing shoes and get ready for Barney Boys of Pleasure and Coachman's Whip. Enjoy. 1, 2.
Hello, I'm Mosamini from Talisk and we're delighted to be taking part in Milwaukee at Home. We were supposed to be at the festival this year, but for obvious reasons that was cancelled, which really sucked. But don't worry, we've got some music ready for you and hopefully we'll be out next year and it'll be even better than it was going to be this year. But for now, we're going to give you this set. This is called Echo. Hope you enjoy it.
Hello, we are Hearthfire from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and this is the first year since the band formed that we have not been in person at Milwaukee Irish Fest. So we're very happy to do this event for them. We hope you enjoy and support it, and this is our song.
Started the year, people said quite sincerely, in 2020 we all should see clearly. Should be a good year, one second to none, one full of laughter and fun. In came the plague and it seemed important. Next thing you know, look out, murder hornets, the looting, the riots, all the tear gas. 2020 can just kiss my ass. Milwaukee Irish Fest, you've been the best. We miss the grounds of the Irish Wolfhounds of Irish Fest. We miss the whiskey and the Callen dance. We miss Gaelic Storm, even Fergal's red pants. Witch and Jig Jam and everyone. We can't wait for 2021. We lost Edward Ward, but you kept up the scene. This year we'll pause because of COVID-19. But next year the scattering, all of the rest. Oh, Irish Fest, you're the best. Milwaukee Irish Fest, though we feel distressed, we know that soon we'll hear fiddle tunes at the next Irish Fest. Milwaukee Irish Fest, though we feel distressed, we know that soon we'll hear fiddle tunes at the next Irish Fest. Oh, Milwaukee Irish Fest, we've always been so blessed. So we'll pour a Guinness and we'll count the minutes to the next Irish Fest.
Hello everyone, it's Dara Healy here from the band Boxing Banjo, and I'm coming to you today from County Mayo in the west coast of Ireland. Now, we were really looking forward to being with you all once again at Milwaukee Irish Festival this year, but unfortunately, as we all know, it just wasn't meant to be this year. But what a fantastic virtual event this is, organised by Milwaukee Irish Festival to bring you the very best of the festival online this August. So I would ask you, if it's within your means at all, please do consider donating to Milwaukee Irish Festival. It really will go such a long way to helping them to bring you this festival, which we all know and love so much, right into the future. So I'm going to be joined now by my own bandmates, and we're going to do our version of the great old Irish song, The Star of the County Down. So I really do hope that you enjoy.
In Banbridge town, in the county down, one morning last July, from a boring green came a sweet Callen, and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so sweet from her two bare feet to the sheen of her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing elf, sure I shook myself for to see what was really there. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Cave, to go away to Dublin town. I seem like the fair Callen that I met in the county down. As she onward sped, sugar shook me head, and I looked with a feeling rare. And I says I to the passer-by, who's the bird with the lovely hair. smiled at me and he says to me, she's the jewel of Ireland's crown. She is Rosie McCann from the banks of the Bann. She's the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town. Oh, maid I've seen like a fair Callen that I met in the county down. Harvest fair should be surely there, so I'll dress in me Sunday clothes. With me shoes shone bright and me hat cocked high, I'll get a smile from me rose. No pipe I'll smoke, no horse I'll yoke, till me plough turns rusty round. And by the sides it's the lovely bride that's the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the fair Callen that I met in the county down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the fair Callen that I met in the county down.
Hey, this is Blackthorne and Folly. Thank you to Milwaukee Irish Fest for holding this virtual festival. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the village of Kilgore, there's a maiden young and fair. Her eyes shone like diamonds, she had long golden hair. A countryman came riding up to her father's gate, mounted on the milk-white stallion. He came at the stroke of 8. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countrymen. Well, I've come to court your daughter, Mary of the golden hair. I have gold and I have jewels, I've goods beyond compare. I'll buy her silks and satins, and a gold ring for her hand. She'll have a great fine mansion, she'll have servants to command. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countrymen. Kind sir, I have another, I pledged him my hand. I don't want your gold, no jewels, I don't want your house, no land. Mary's father spoke up sharply, you'll do as you are told. You'll marry him on Sunday and you'll wear that ring of gold. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countrymen. In the village of Kilgory, there's a deep stream flowing by. You'll find Mary there at midnight. She's drowned with a soldier boy. In the cottage there is music. You can hear her father say, step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Sunday is your wedding day. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the country. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countrymen. Thank you all very much. We hope to see you soon.
Glencastle is a village of 30 people in the northwest of County Mayo, Ireland, and is the ancestral home of our owner and founder, Bridget Jesmosky. The castle on our school logo represents the Barrett Castle. It was built into the 16th century after defeating the O'Connor clan. As you all know, Ireland has many myths and legends. In doing the research on Glencastle, it was found that the soldiers would march in unison around the castle at night and guard its gates for many enemies or travelers. It was also said that the pounding of the soldiers' boots could be heard for miles. Local folks believe that many of the soldiers who protected this castle are now buried where the Barrett Castle once stood. In tribute to those soldiers, and in tribute to our school name, Glencastle, we proudly present... Guarding the Glen!
Hello from Dublin O'Shea. We miss all of you and hope to see you next year. In the meantime, enjoy the Irish Fest Stay at Home event, August 13th through the 16th. And please consider a donation as well. Cheers!
We'll have another drink, boys, have one with me. We're home from the sea, yes, we're back on the shore. And if you get too drunk, boys, in his company, we'll row round Cape Horn and he'll order you more. Well, he lived on the dockside near Liverpool town, and he always went down to the thief and the vagabond. Everyone knew him as Dublin O'Shea. Some say he came from Killarney. Have another drink, boys, have one with me. We're home from the sea, yes, we're back on the shore. And if you get too drunk, boys, in his company, we'll row round Cape Horn and he'll order you more. I sing of an Irishman, honest and plain. What's in a name if you think of... Tim Finnegan lived on Walking Street, a gentle Irishman, mighty odd. A beautiful brogue so rich and sweet, and the rise in the world he carried a hob. Well, he had a sort of a tippling way, with a love for the liquor, poor Tim was born. To help him on with his work each day, a drop of the creature every morn. 2, 3, 4, whack for the down, dance to your partner, what the floor your trotters shake. Wasn't it the truth they told you, lots of fun at Finnegan's Way? One morning Tim got rather full, and head felt heavy which made him shake. He fell from a ladder and he broke his skull, carried him home as corpse awake, rolled him up in a nice clean sheet, laid him out upon the bed. Well, the years they've gone by, but they pass me the same, like a captain going down aboard a ship with no name. There were times that I prayed, times I had hope, though the times they go by, I'm at the end of my rope. I have memories of dreams and those good times galore, but I can't live on memories alone anymore. Though I lived here without it, still hope inside that I'll see you again at the end of this ride. Remember the times with a smile on my face, remember the days I laughed in this space. Remember the sound of the church bells are ringing as I watch over you. I'll be smiling and singing to the lives that I've loved, loves I have known. I remember you well, as I remember my home. Please shed not a tear for joining a song. I hope you raise a glass when I'm gone.
Like teardrops across the darkened ground. Nothing moves for miles, not a sight nor a sound. Far from the distant blue color of your eye, a foreign room below a foreign sky. The wind shakes the walls and it leaves you out of breath. The howl in the night like a warning of death. Mind-numbing, hair-pulling voices in your head, the ghosts of the living and the dead. 'Cause I'm home, and I'm looking for release from the demons chasing me. 'Cause I'm home, but I'm as cold as a stone. I'm home, but yet I feel alone. 'Cause I'm home, but yet I feel alone. The waters they rose and rivers overflow. The protesters marched on their anger to show how houses did burn and mothers they did mourn. Alone, alone our fate is
This is the Irish Wolfhound. The Irish Wolfhound is the tallest of all dogs. These hounds were used as war dogs to haul men off horseback and out of chariots. They were also used as guards of property and herds for hunting Irish elk, deer, boar, and wolves. They were much coveted and were frequently given as gifts to important personages and foreign nobles. Of great size and commanding appearance, the Irish Wolfhound is remarkable in combining power and swiftness with keen sight. The minimum height and weight of dogs should be 32 inches and 120 pounds. For females, 30 inches and 105 pounds. The Irish Wolfhound is a large, sensitive dog who requires space to accommodate his great size and an owner who can give him companionship. Though alert, he is not suspicious. Though courageous, he is not aggressive. Gentle when stroked, fierce when provoked. Despite his size, the shaggy-coated sidehound has a peaceful, quiet personality. The Irish Wolfhound is affectionate and loves to be with people. He makes a good pet because he is quiet indoors after he has outgrown his puppy years. In just 6 months, these puppies can weigh over 80 pounds. They require a lot of food and exercise. The Irish Wolfhound is a member of the Hound Group and was first recognized by the AKC in 1897. What you're seeing here is a typical female. Ever is approximately 32 inches at the shoulder and weighs close to 115 pounds. This particular dog is a male. His name is Arrow. He's approximately 35 inches at the shoulder, weighs somewhere around 145 pounds, which is typical for males. Just a little over 2 years old. The question is, how big do they get? He'll probably get a few pounds heavier, but not much taller. Wolfhounds typically live 8 to 9 years. They don't have any inherent health problems like hip dysplasia. But they do, ultimately what happens with them is they do, in fact, heart disease or bone cancer. That's the one downside to Irish Wolfhounds is the fact that they do not live very long. But they're great while you have them.
So Matt, don't tell my family, but you're the one that got that right. I did not get it right.
I did, and we had a little contest going there.
So we got to see some great entertainment, both local and international, as well as the dancers. And it gives me an opportunity to point out where we have, in the last 39 years, paid out over $8.8 million to our entertainers. And that's just part of the reason why Irish Fest was originally created, was to develop, create, and give an opportunity for new and emerging bands to become discovered. And you have to pay them in order for that to happen.
Right, right. I thoroughly enjoyed seeing a lot of the local bands, and being a volunteer for 26 years, I don't get to see a lot of this, but this last set was incredible.
It was.
So really, really enjoyed that one. Can't wait to see the rest of them. So who we have up next is, I had the fortunate opportunity to go January 2019 on the calling trip that we have here at Irish Fest that anybody can join us on. And we went up to the Pacific Northwest of Donegal up to a little town called Bundoran. Say hi to John and Neve right now. And we had a special concert one night, and these 3 girls got up on stage and just blew us away. And they ended up being the Henry Girls, who you're going to see right now. So without further ado, please enjoy the Henry Girls.
This is Karen, and we're here up in Inishowen, up in North Donegal, and we're actually in our parents' home in Malone, to be specific. So it's great to be back together. we haven't really seen much of each other, as I'm sure lots of you haven't seen each other for the last few months because of the lockdown. So it's great to be back in the same room and making a bit of music. It's Great.
There is.
So we're going to do just a couple of songs for you today. Well, I think we've got 4 songs. And Karen, what is the next song going to be?
Well, we're going to sing a song that we wrote a good few years ago. We're going to sing it for everyone out there who should be at the Milwaukee Festival enjoying the great festival that it is. But unfortunately, it's not happening this year, but it's online. So hope you're all enjoying it. And I'm sure a lot of you are at home. So we're going to sing this song for you. This is a song called Home. There's an old man with a rag doll, and he's looking down, but he won't fall, and he sees his old friend walking by, but he doesn't want to say hello. And there's a young girl with a torn skirt, and she's looking round, but she can't find what she's left behind, and she doesn't wanna stay, and so she says, how do I get home? How do I get home? There's a couple in the back room, and they're hiding from the bridegroom, and she knows she's doing wrong, but she still wants to carry on. And there's a young girl crying, Daddy, but he's not around, and she's ready to go home now and leave this empty crowd. And so she says, how do I get home? How do I get home? How do I get home on my own? I'm feeling all alone. I just wanna go home. There's a young boy with an empty cup, and he's looking up at the morning rush, and they pass him by. No one stops to ask him why, and the whole world is running late, and they're trying to get to a higher state of living on their own. And so they say, how do I get home? How do I get home? How do I get Thank you.
There you go. So anybody who is familiar with this group would know that we love harmonies. We've been singing together for many, many years. And in fact, we've got 3 more sisters. I don't know, can you see the photo? There's a photo of the 6 of us up there. But we love singing harmonies, and that's probably what attracted us to this next group, who are called the Boswell Sisters, who were from New Orleans, and they were just amazing. So recently we've learned lots of their songs, and we had great fun doing it. And last summer we were on the Malone Green and we did a live concert, part of our Arts Festival, and we turned that into a live album of Boswell Sister music. So it's on Spotify, and it's also it's available at our website and all if you fancy having a listen. But we're going to sing this song. This is the Boswell Sisters arrangement of a song called Why Don't You Practice What You Preach? Take it away, Jolene.
You're always telling me what I ought to do, telling me it's wrong to look at somebody new. You're telling me, well, I'm telling you, why don't you practice what you preach? Oh, you're always telling me to wait until you call. I wait and wait and wait, and then you don't call at all. You're calling me, well, I'm calling you. Why don't you practice what you preach? You tell me I'm your sugar pie, yeah. You swear you'll never tell a lie, yeah. You even say you hope to die. Well, how come you say it with your fingers crossed? You're always asking me to name a certain day, and then you change the subject and you think it's okay. You're asking me, well, I'm asking you, why don't you practice what you preach? I've had a lot of time to do some thinking, sit on alone every night. And now I'm taking time to do some talking, separating wrong from right. Now you're always telling me what I ought to do, and telling me it's wrong to look at somebody new. Oh, you're telling me, well, I'm telling you, why don't you practice what you preach? You're always telling me to wait until you call. I wait and wait and wait, and then you don't call at all. Oh, you're telling me, well, I'm calling you. Why don't you practice what you preach? You tell me that I'm a sugar pie. You sweat up that you'll never tell a lie. You even say that you hope to die. How come you say it with your fingers crossed? You're always asking me to name the certain day, and then you change the subject and you think it's okay. You're asking me, I'm asking you, why don't you practice what you preach? Why don't you tell me, why don't you practice what you preach? Why don't you tell me, why don't you practice what you preach? Why don't you practice what you preach?
There you go. And just to let you know, Jolene normally plays that on the piano, so fair play, Jolene, for doing it on the harp. So thanks again to everybody at Milwaukee Irish Festival, especially Barry Stapleton for asking us to do this and for asking us to go to the festival in the first place. We've been there, I think, maybe twice before.
Yeah, we've been twice. And we were supposed to be there this year as part of the Donegal showcase with a load of other Donegal acts. So unfortunately, not to be this year, but I think, yeah, we're hopeful that it's all going to happen next year. So so fingers crossed, and we'll hopefully see you all over there in Milwaukee. We can't wait to go back. It's just such a fun festival, and it's great. We're really glad to be part of it. So,
and don't forget that if you feel like supporting the festival, there's a link, I think, somewhere on this below here or wherever this is, and you can donate, which will kind of, your donations will help to keep the festival afloat, because I know they've taken quite a big financial hit this year. So thanks again. We're going to finish off with a song by the great Van Morrison. This is a song we've just been learning for the last couple of days, so it's quite new. So thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you. Have fun.
Yes.
Bye. Bye. 1, 2, 4.
water into wine. These are the days of the endless dancing and the long walks on the summer night. These are the days of the true romancing when I'm holding you oh so tight. These are the days by the sparkling river. This are the grace and the treasures you find. This is the love of the one great magician. Turn the water into wine. These are the days now that we must savor. Oh, and we must enjoy as we can. Ooh, these are the days that will last forever. You've got to hold them in your arms. Na 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 na. These are the days. Na 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 na. These are the days. Na 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 na. These are the days. Na 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 na. These are the days. Thank you. Bye.
I saw the danger, yet I walked
along the enchanted way, and I said, let grief be a falling leaf at the dawning of the day.
Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
New version, emphasizes downbeat. Two Metamarses.
Young bonny breeze, where the sun shines bright on my gloaming, where me and my true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. You take the high road and I'll take the low. I'll be in Scotland before you.
On the guitar, Mr. Stephen Twigger! On the bagpipes and timbers, Mr. Peter Murray!
Was that not a great performance by the Henry Girls?
Yes.
Just want to let you know that in Donegal, I kept referring to the Atlantic Causeway, Mike. It's the Wild Atlantic Way up in the Northwest. So
You got called on that by somebody,
I did,
didn't you?
by a teacher, actually.
Yeah.
So the other thing, we mentioned Donegal, is Donegal was supposed to be our showcase county this year at Irish Fest.
Yep.
And for those of you who don't know, showcases are an opportunity for us to bring one of the counties either from Ireland, or we've even done Canada, and even a local bluegrass one, where we feature that county or that style of music. So with that is we bring in not only just musicians, we bring in educators, lectors, to work in to teach in our summer school,
Chefs.
as well chefs. Last year we had, I can't think of the guy's name, his name was Brian, I remember that. But bringing in the chefs, 2 years ago we had the kilted chef from Nova Scotia. So the chefs are always a great attraction as well. And then they bring a lot of their individual town cultures and stuff, because they all have their own little thing going on. So they all like to come over and just showcase their county. So be sure to check out, we haven't selected one for next year.
Well, we're hoping Donegal. Donegal was supposed to be here this year, and they're going to
Correct.
obviously have the first choice to be able to, as long as the economy allows it.
And some of the musicians have been alluding to that we'll see you next year, because we're all hoping Donegal does come back for next year. So check out our showcases when you hear that they're coming.
But when you think about what does it take to develop and make Irish Fest, we're already planning 2 years in advance. We're looking at 2023 in terms of who's going to showcase, some entertainment already. So we are already planning 2 years further. So are we going to have a festival next year? You bet we are.
And we're hoping it might be Donegal. So
that's right.
Keep an eye on that. The next thing I want to mention is, about an hour ago I mentioned I wanted to update you all on the auction that we have online right now. So if you go to irishfest.com/at-home and click on the auction page, the 3 great packages out there. First one is the Ireland package, and that's a trip for 2 for 6 nights, 3 nights in Galway and 3 nights in Dublin. That is currently at $1,860. So I might have to place another bid for that one, because that's a great price. Great price, because there's a lot included in that. The next one is our Fáilte Club package. That one's currently at $440, and that's also a great value so far. So anybody looking for the Fáilte package for Irish Fest for next year, get on that one. That is 2 nights at the Doubletree Hotel, 3-day passes to Irish Fest. You'll also have access to our Fáilte Club. That's our nice little VIP club. It's on top of some of the restaurants overlooking our main stages. Great place to catch a lot of the great acts that are coming. And then you also get involved in some Jameson tastings, some Tipperary tea room desserts, and then some other Irish Fest goodies. And then the last package, the third one also, is the hospitality package, and that's only at $450. So again, another great value. That's 2 nights at the Hyatt with 3 days at Milwaukee Irish Fest, also the Jameson tastings, the Tipperary tea room goodies, and then the other Irish Fest items. So bid early, bid often. This auction runs for 8 more days, so you still have some time to think about it and get on there and bid.
So let me tell you something. We are doing this as a fundraiser. We want to make sure that we provide some form of an Irish Fest to all of our patrons this year, but we're also doing this as a fundraiser. And we've just topped over $78,000. Now we have over 1,000 people watching right now. So if we were to have each one of you 1,000 people make a $3 donation, that's $3, we would make it to $81,000 this day. And so I'm hoping that tonight, before the end of the night, and we've got some great entertainment coming up, I'm hoping that we can get to $81,000. So you can help us by just making a $3 donation, each and every one of you, and we will achieve this easily.
So, like Mike said, get on there and place your donation.
So the next act, is Moxie. And it's brought to you by McBob's Pub here in Milwaukee. Christine would be happy to, I wish she could be here. I know she wishes she could be here, but thanks to McBob's, we're able to now bring you Moxie.
What's up, Milwaukee? This is Julia from Moxie. Here's our rendition of Rídóg ní Bhaile, a Shanlo song, all the way from Ireland.
Is a Rídóg ní Bhaile, stir that mochri grota.
Milwaukee Irish Fest. What a pleasure we had playing for you last year. We had such a good time and you all looked after us so well. We are absolutely gutted not to be coming back this year to play for you all. But between now and then, we will be working on a new album to be released next year in 2021 and we will be touring it overseas. So hopefully we will see you next year. So between now and then, look after yourselves, stay healthy, and go Packers! Big love from Ireland.
There we go with the mind.
precious soul, holding hands to face the cold. If only you know what it means to have you, my
So we're here today with Christine from McBob's Pub and Grill. How long have you guys been in business?
Well, we've been in business for 34 years.
You guys have been involved with Irish Fest for several years now. Yes. You usually have a food stand set up there. We all love it, and so we all take great advantage of it, obviously.
Thank you. We put a kitchen on in 2000 because we were growing here as a small bar with our food, so we needed more space. Otherwise, all the cooking was just done here on the front grill. Then we were ready to do something like an Irish Fest and still produce enough corned beef for it.
Now, didn't you also open up another kitchen for catering?
Well, I did open up another kitchen mainly to cook more corned beef. I could not have enough Alta-Shams in my little kitchen, and then we started cooking our corned beef there.
So, coming back here to McBob's, this is a fabulous place where you can get truly the original corned beef and cabbage. I've been here many times. I've enjoyed it immensely.
A lot of people who come in here for our corned beef, literally that's all they'll ever have here. They come in for the corned beef sandwiches, the Reubens, or our farmer's dinner. But yes, we do have a tremendous following for our corned beef. It is the top item we sell here.
So Christine, I understand you guys have live music. Tell me about that.
St. Patrick's Day. We also occasionally have it around Irish Fest time to get people prepared for it. And this year we actually will be having a band out on the Saturday out on the parking lot. So with tables will be well distanced. One of the bands, Tiz, that would have been playing at Irish Fest will be playing here.
Irish Fest. What is it that you're going to miss about Irish Fest this year and not having it?
The people. I love the people at Irish Fest. The customers that come back from all over the world, that come into our line and say, I've been waiting all year to get back here and have a great corned beef. That's what we miss.
So you were doing carry-out. Are you still doing carry-out?
Oh, always. We are a carry-out bar. We always have been. And so that ultimately became a real blessing with the COVID. We didn't have to build it up. We already had that. So, you know, it helped to keep us and keep a number of our people employed.
So I can do my corned beef and cabbage order online or call you guys and come and pick it up?
Yes, you can. You can order online. Well, you can order through DoorDash, or you can call it in, or you can walk in and order it. But yes, we do a lot of carry-out. You know, if you really want a good corned beef sandwich, come into McBob's.
You've been very generous, very philanthropic in giving back to other organizations. The Awards Irish Music Archives, yes, for example, you've been very generous to them. Other organizations that you've helped?
Well, in regards to the Ward's music donation, I did that in honor of my husband, who had passed away, because he was a major collector of Irish music. So I did donate a number of his CDs, which some I think were able to put in the library, which were different. We donate a lot to the Rescue Mission, near and dear to my heart. Mm-hmm. We donate food and money and gift certificates to them because I love what they do. Helping people with, getting them off the streets, giving them a place to live, giving them jobs.
I can't thank you enough for your support for us, for the archives, for everything Irish, and it's so clearly in line with your mission, so thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Fabulous music. I tell you, this has just been a lot of fun for me. You know, when we work the festival, we never get to see anything. So to be able to actually participate and watch all of this is fabulous. We are right now at $78,900 towards our $81,000 goal for today and our overall goal of $100,000. And I can't thank each and every one of you donors for helping us out. And the rest of you, if you can just put $3 in, we're going to get to where we need to get. I want to thank Epic, who's over here to the side. This is the group that makes it all happen. And they happen to also be the group that's sponsoring our next show. And so Epic, they did the rock show last year, which you're going to get to see at 10 o'clock tonight.
Let me tell you, I use the analogy, it's an epic show, but no, these people did a great job on that rock show last year. I can't wait to see that at 10 o'clock. But for now, let's go on to
Eileen Ivers, brought to you by Epic.
Hey folks, Eileen Ivers here, and missing you so very, very much. Hope you guys are staying well and safe, and delighted to be part of Milwaukee's Irish Fest at home. At least we get to be virtually together. Missing you so much though. Please consider donating to Celtic Milwaukee, the organization, Celtic MKE. It's a great organization. It keeps Irish Fest going, and so many other cultural things that really connect us all. Speaking of connecting, it's great. I want to share some tunes, some different ideas with you guys over the next little bit. And here's one to start off. It's a tune, A Whole New World, that I kind of arranged in a string quartet style, a true testament to the time we're living in. One of the favorite kinds of gigs the band and I love to do is when we guest with symphony orchestra. We've been to the Great Milwaukee Symphony actually 3 times through the years, and it's just a great testament to Irish music with a symphonic stage setting. And here's a take of a tune called the Conradh Girls, a set of tunes I wrote for my Mayo connections. And we did this, band and I, out in Vail, Colorado, with the Great Dallas Symphony as part of the Bravo Vail series. The next video is for a tune I wrote called Crossroads. This tune was featured on the record I did called Beyond the Bog Road a few years back, which focused on the Celtic roots of Americana music. Of course, Ireland and America, as we know, has shared close bonds through the years. My parents were born there, and like so many, had to leave at a young age. The tune speaks to the love of two countries, Crossroads. So now we're going to go from Ireland to New York City, close to the county Bronx, New York, where I was born, Ireland's 33rd county, arguably. It's a clip of our band Universal Roots featuring Maddie, Dave, Buddy, and Lindsay down in New York City as part of the Carnegie Hall Citywide Series. Here's a song, it's called Mary, Don't You Weep No More, and it's a great African-American spiritual. We have a little bit of a pulse of a jig in there, a little 6/8, and it's just a fun one we kind of improv on, and there's a little bit of brass and fiddles and kind of jamming with each other. It's a great song of solace and hope you enjoy it. I hope it brings a little comfort in these times. Mary, Don't You Weep.
Oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Oh, Mary. drowned it. Oh, baby, don't you weep. I said, oh, baby, don't you weep no more. Oh, baby, don't you weep no more. Pharaoh's army got drowned it. Oh, baby, don't you tell him I like Moses, he stood on that Red Sea shore, or smote on the water with a 2x4. Pharaoh's army got drowned it. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. I say, oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Pharaoh's army got drowned it. Oh, Mary. Irish Fest holds many memories for all of us. Friendship, gathering, camaraderie, inspiration. Here's a few photos from our last appearance there in 2017, accompanied by a tune I wrote called Gratitude. We especially remember Ed and Chuck Ward with deep appreciation and gratitude for their love and contributions to our Irish heritage. End here with one of my favorite memories from Irish Fest. Irish Fest has always been about collaborations and encouraging that which we love. And in 2017, the band and I finished our set on our stage, and I remember being quickly golf carted with the great volunteers of Irish Fest over to the rock stage, where there was a Beatles tribute going on with all the bands. We had no sound check, we just kind of ran up on stage, plugged in, but thankfully, as always, there were a great sound crew there as part of Irish Fest. So got rocking pretty quickly, and we're joined by the wonderful band, the Hunter Tones, a Brooklyn-based brass ensemble who had been performing with We Banjo 3 that weekend. It was a great memory because it was so visceral at the moment of the crowd and band alike. Energy kind of kept building and building in a wonderful way, and all the musicians were on stage. We just kind of had a wonderful evening that night, and that's what Irish Fest has always been about. People coming together and sharing music and stories. Guys, keep safe, stay well, stay sound, keep the faith, and until we meet again, God bless.
gypsy. Oh, I'm a little lonely people. One more time. Oh, I'm a little lonely people. I look at you all, see the love that they're sleeping. While I'm so gently weak. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. Still my guitar gently weak. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold.
growing up, my brother, who's 6 years older than me, he was very into a band called Humphreys McGee. And being the younger sister, I always looked up to him, and I got into that band. And Humphreys McGee is a jam band who I have seen 55 times now. So from there, I started listening to new bands, started with Yonder Mountain String Band, who's kind of the OG of the bluegrass world. At one point, I was seeing 3 to 4 concerts a week in college, which my bank account did not like.
You know, I got into the Grateful Dead in middle school and had been exposed to some bluegrass and Grateful Dead jam band stuff, just what my parents listened to, but through kind of seeing some similar bands, you know, kind of related to the Dead and the jam band scene, I saw String Cheese Incident, and they're a little bluegrassy, and that got me into Yonder and some of the other bands. And really a lot of what I learned about jamgrass is from seeing the bands that are on the lineup at festivals like String Summit or Blue Ox or whatever else, where you just kind of get exposed to other bands that have a similar feel.
Bluegrass and jam bands kind of have a crossover. Most people like both.
Jamgrass is basically just like jam band influenced bluegrass, and it's kind of loosely defined, which is what's the fun part about it. Sometimes it's a bluegrass lineup that jams out and plays like rock music, and sometimes it's kind of a rock band with a bluegrass influence.
That's one thing that I really appreciate about bluegrass and jam bands is the fact that they're playing real instruments up there, and half the time they're improvising. It's hard to do.
My first time at Hording's Hideout was 2007 for the String Cheese Incident. And then I thought it was just such a beautiful, kind of unique, special place, just different than any other venue I've ever been at, where I then gotten into Yonder Mountain String Band and saw that they had their festival, Northwest String Summit, out here, so came out to check that out just because I wanted to get back to Hording's, and that's kind of when I first got really into Yonder too.
So I was in my interview with Sherry and Andy, and they asked me what I like to do in my free time, and I said I like to see concerts, I like to travel, and I like to travel and see concerts. And they asked what kind of music I like. I said bluegrass and jam bands. And Andy looked at me and he goes, "Did you know that we own Jamgrass TV?" My jaw dropped. I was like, I want that job.
Just kind of some conversations about wanting to do a documentary kind of side project. We reached out to the festival and see if they were interested, and spent a couple years working on that first Turn Left at the Peacock documentary on the festival.
Either way, it means the time is flying. Can't recall how I got here.
By then, I developed streaming capabilities for other projects, so spent about the last 2 years live streaming shows and festivals, trying to grow the brand and content for Jamgrass TV.
It's incredible to be resting my arms on a stage with bands that I listen to all the time.
Yeah, so now I've been up here 9 years in a row, and at the festival, this is my 10th straight one.
If I was not working here at Northwest String Summit, I would absolutely attend the festival. It's a really cool festival. There's nothing like seeing live music.
So Eileen Ivers, wasn't she fantastic? Been with us for so many years, and we just you can't help but love Eileen Ivers when she goes. So I have Joe Martino here from Cider Boys, our main sponsor, and we're at 1,500 to make it to 81,000 by tonight, going into tomorrow. So we'd really like to pump that up a little bit, hit 81,000. We have 1,500 more to go. But we have some other guests tonight. Please welcome Pat and Steve from Gaelic Storm. How you guys doing?
Hey! Oh!
So I know one of the bummer things, Pat, is that with you guys being quarantined or without playing, all the venues can't say break a leg before you go on now.
Pat got there ahead of everybody and broke both legs before anybody got a chance.
Joe?
Pat, bones did you break?
I broke, the initial report was 10, but they downgraded it to 8. I only broke 8 bones. So at least that was good news. So when I told the wife the following day, I said, it's not as bad as we thought it was. 10 down to 8.
Yeah.
We're good.
It's
So
not a category 6 hurricane, it's a category 5.
It's a category 5 on the Murphy broken legs. I was going to say syndrome and syndicate, but no, that makes no sense.
But you're all healed now.
I'm all good. I'm standing. Yeah. Standing in front of my inspiration, Aaron Rodgers. I think I'm in love with that man, to be honest. Don't tell the wife.
Yeah, does Aaron know? You should. You can't leave that unsaid.
It's part of history now. So, but Steve, are you missing Milwaukee Irish Festival? You know what I did today? I got this morning. I watched some of the show last night. And I watched some of the festival on Thursday night, and I kind of got this kind of sad feeling. I was like, oh, jeez, oh no. And then I felt it today again. But I got up, cooked breakfast with the kids. We went for a hike, right?
Lovely.
You know, to kind of air, right? And then we come home and we watched some cartoons and cooked dinner. And I got this feeling in my stomach. And I was like, oh, what is that? I thought it was like, was it nostalgia? Was it like anxiety? And then I heard a voice in my head.
Yep.
Right? And And it went, hello. And I was like, what the hell is that? And it was, it's your liver.
Go ahead, Joe.
And
ask
the liver said,
Well,
thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to
Every
interrupt.
third weekend in August is the worst weekend of my life. So at least something's happy.
Yeah.
Yes.
The liver is happy.
I'm going to interrupt for a second because I want to wish Allie Twigger a very happy birthday. Today's her
Where is my
birthday.
wife? She's
One of my
there.
favorite,
I gotta find
people in the world.
It's my wife's birthday. It always falls on Milwaukee weekend.
Yes,
And
it's
of
always
course,
during
we love
Irish
being
Fest.
out there.
We always celebrate her
Oh, yeah.
birthday at Irish Fest.
Joe's wishing you a happy birthday. She's out here.
Yeah,
We
okay.
got the ginger chef out here, Frank. I mean,
Right.
Joe.
Hello,
is out.
hello, Allie.
Happy birthday, Allie.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Right.
We got Ginger Chef here. He just made me
Perfect.
a lovely
Thank-
dessert.
Okay. Hi. You know, I've seen the band 50 times over the years, and I enjoyed every concert. I really miss you this year, and can't wait for you guys to be touring again.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks for everything, by the way.
Our pleasure. My favorite Irish band in the world.
Thank you guys for joining us. And now, please welcome Gaelic Storm for the third night in Milwaukee Irish Fest at home. Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you.
Love you guys. We miss you. All right, everybody, Milwaukee live stream, Irish Festival. We wish we're there, but this is what we have. This is iPad. You know
Hello,
Patrick
everybody.
Murphy.
I am iPad.
Ah, we've got the guys up in Chicago, right here.
We're so close, Steve. We're so close.
We're drinking Cider Boys We're going to watch some videos with you, and we're going to have a great time. Everybody enjoy the videos. Here we go. Here's our first one.
Play.
Come away, the travelling show, come away, the raggle-taggle gypsy, oh, we'll raggle-taggle here, we'll raggle-taggle there, raggle up and down, taggle everywhere. North from the south, from the east to the west, where the sky is a roof and the road is a rest, no one to say yes, no one to say no, run free with the raggle-taggle gypsy, oh. They locked you in a tower and they threw with the keys. There's Thomas no match for a wag like me. I'll be singing through the gate, I'll be picking around the corner. Well, I've come to take your daughter, just say it, it'll warn you. Bringing you a fiddle, I'll be singing you a song. We'll fiddle, sing, sing, fiddle all day long. In the halls and the walls, they'll hear sing and say, whack for the diddle, diddle, die, diddle, day. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. We're drowning on dry land. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. Jump in and take my hand. We'll be knocking at the door, I'll be tippy, tippy, tappy, tippy, tapping on the floor. Being pints and quitters and a feather in my hat. If I run into your father, then I'll stop and have a chat. Coming through the garden in the winter rendezvous, and the owls and the trees are who you, and the mice and the cats and the spiders and the bats dancing in the kitchen like a pack of bats. Run away at the travelling show, run away at the rambling gypsy, oh, run away at the travelling show, run away at the rambling gypsy. Run away at the travelling show, run away at the rambling gypsy, oh, run away at the travelling show, run away at the rambling gypsy, oh. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. We're drowning on dry land. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. Jump in and take my hand. And a running and a redding and the sea, and everywhere we go as happy as can be, on the mountains and the valleys and the rivers and the streams and the lovely places that you see. I will give you the heavens, the stars and the sky, every wooded creature, every bird and butterfly. I've never had a fortune or a penny, will you find to me only treasure you can leave all the rest behind. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. We're drowning on dry land. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. Come on and wade way into the water with me. We're drowning on dry land. Come on and wade way out into the water with me. Jump in and take my hand.
Man, Pat, you were great. There's a lot of words in that, my God.
I love short poems.
That's a short poem. And thanks once again to Trinity Irish Dancers. That was awesome. What we got coming up next, Pat?
Well, we have a aptly named song called The Beer Song, and if you're listening, and well, hopefully you are listening, all across the country, whether you're watching this on your TV or on your iPhone up the deck, just sing along and say, raise them up, drink them down. That's all you got to do. Raise them up,
Everybody ready? Yeah. Get your cider, boys. The Beer Song. Here we go. Woo!
Drink them down.
Now there are those who like to think we'd be best without the drink. No beer, ale or frothy pints of porter. So let's hypothesize how we would change our lives if everyone were only drinking water. There'd be no public houses, no bars to take our spouses, no party kegs or tanks to celebrate, no deliriums or visions, regrettable decisions, excuses to be coming home too late. So brothers, sisters, it's time to take your stand. Well, you can fry my beer from my cold hand.
raise 'em up and drink 'em down. Raise 'em up and drink 'em down. There'd be no swinging from the rafters, no dreary morning afters. We wouldn't challenge strangers to a fight. There'd be no singing round the fire with a drunken bluesy choir. We'd all be home and judge up for the night. We'd have no wake to wake the dead. We couldn't wet the baby's head or toast a bachelor or bride to be. We'd have no cheery pint of sup, watching Ireland lose the cup. We barely need to go and have a plea. So brothers, sisters, it's time to take a stand. Well, you can cry my tears from my cold dead hand. Raise 'em up and drink 'em down. Drink 'em down. Hey, raise 'em up and drink 'em down. Drink 'em down. Every barmaid, every waiter, both sides of the equator, will be out of work and living on the dole. The wealth of every nation depends upon libations. Beer, it seems, is worth its weight in gold. Now we've assessed the pros and cons, thought about the rights and wrongs, the hellfire into which we could get hurled. So get that pint into your face, we can save the human race. We're drinking for the future of the world. So brothers, sisters, it's time to take a stand. Well, you can cry my beer from my cold dead hand. Raise 'em up and drink 'em down. Drink 'em down. Raise 'em up and drink 'em down. Drink 'em down. They raise 'em up and drink 'em down. Well, you can cry my beer from my cold dead hand.
Wow.
Man, that was fun. What's coming up next, guys?
Set of tunes, right, Pete?
Yeah, the Spider Bite set.
What's it called?
Spider Bite set.
Why is it called the Spider Bite?
Because it's about the time I get bit by a spider.
It was awesome.
Tragic.
His legs swelled up like this big, and we had to do a show. We wouldn't let him go to the hospital until after the show, and he almost died. But he became actually a superhero after that.
There was one side benefit of it.
Yeah,
One side benefit.
Yeah.
Spider perv. Number one hero.
Spider perv. Let's run the track. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Spider bite. Spider bite.
1, 2, 3, 4.
gonna be super excited. Dad is finally doing something cool.
Wow, that was awful.
Purvis, what was that all about? No, that was not cool at all. Throwing webs and stuff.
Worst superhero I've ever seen.
Superhero ever. Your kid does not think you're cool. Anyway, we got One More Day Above the Roses coming up, a favorite of ours here from Milwaukee, of course, and we're going to dedicate this to Edward, who we've known for years. Of course, we're all missing him this year, Pat.
Yeah, it was since day one, 1998, when he first booked us there. So the song's for Ed and the whole family, and for everyone out there, it's every day above the roses is a good day.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm done with you begrudgers, your pushers and your shovers, the scurrying, the worrying. I'm gonna have some fun, yep. Well, I was born very young, I grew up in me cradle. Chances are that when I die it'll be of something fatal. So if you see me running, keep up by my side. There's a hurricane a-comin' and there ain't no place to hide. Get your own life, this one's mine, and stuff it where the sun don't shine. I'm done with you begrudgers, your pushers and your shovers, the scurrying, the worrying. I'm gonna have some fun. So give it over, take a break, shut your hole. You're causing my poor heart to wait to all you saints and sinners, losers and you winners. It's the one more day above the roses. And all the smoozing and the boozing will catch up with you, they say. At least that's what them old ones told me every day. So I quit just like they said, stopped everything this bad. It was the worst 20 minutes that I've ever had. It's not the cough that carries you off, it's the coffin they carry you off in. I'm done with all the snitching, the bawling and the bitching, the striving, conniving. I'm heading for the pub. So give it over, take a break, shut your hole. You're causing my poor heart to wait to all you saints and sinners, you losers and you winners. Here's to one more day above the roses. Saints and sinners, you losers and you winners. Here's to one more day above the roses. Work like you don't need money, you don't know how much things cost. Love like you've never been hurt, love like you've never lost, and dance like no one's watching, as often as you can. Or when you drink like you're a true blood Irishman. Live every day like it's your last. They're going by way too fast. The langers and the loons, the bankers and buffoons, the liars, pariahs, keep the bloody lot. So give it over, take a break, shut your hole. You're causing my poor heart to wait to all you saints and sinners, you losers and you winners. Here's to one more day above the roses. Here's to one more day above the roses. Here's to one more day above the roses.
All right, Milwaukee, that was fun. Hey, let's do this actually on stage next year, for crying out loud.
This
All
exact
right,
same thing, yeah.
we miss everybody. We'll see you all next year on the stage in Milwaukee for Irish Fest 2021.
Welcome to my Peach County.
Your what?
My Peach County. My place of zen.
This smells amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Are there more places like this?
Pretty much anywhere you have one of these.
Sounds like I'll have to get one of my own.
Across the waters, thousands at a time. All we owned was in our hands, holding tight to faith in something we could find in this strange and distant land. Took one last look behind, open hearts and open minds, and these colors that we held so dear before, we blended them together on these foreign shores. My green, white and orange, the red, white and blue. Yeah, my green, white and orange, the red, white and blue. Young and hungry, ready for the brawl, we were driven by desire. No way back, we were prepared to risk it all. We'd been tempered by the fire. We built the roads, we built the rails. We shared our songs, we shared our tales. Now our colors fly together side by side, and we lift them to the skies with peace and pride. My green, white and orange, red, white and blue.
Well, Gaelic Storm, we really love that band, and they have been with us for quite a few years, and every year it's just that much more exciting. I never get the opportunity when we are up on stage during the festival at any time to actually introduce the people behind the scene that makes this all happen. Yes, it takes 4,000 plus volunteers, but we have 5 paid staff members who we, for one time, uniquely have all together right now. And it was these 5 people plus Kathy Ward and Pat Fitzgibbons that put all of this project together for the most part. I want to first, Jeff Kazak. Jeff is our he works in the archives as an archivist, and he's also the co-director of our summer school and the director of our School of Music. Did I get that all right? You're nodding your head, so I think you're right. Okay. Jeff spent hours and hours getting the summer school ready this year, and that gave us the opportunity to have over 500 people take advantage of it. And so that was fabulous, and thank you for that, Jeff. Next to Jeff, we have Melissa Ward. Melissa is our PR and marketing director, and I can't tell you, she is the person who edited 99.99% of all of the video that you have been watching over the past 3 days and tomorrow. How many overnights did you spend awake? Many. I know of 3 contiguous 24 hours that she was editing films. It's just unbelievable. And she does a fabulous job getting our message out socially to the social media. So thank you for that. Next to her, we have Molly Modlinski. Molly Modlinski is our office manager, but she's also the person who keeps all of us honest and makes sure that everything is ready for us to operate, and quite frankly does so much of it herself that we don't even have to worry about it. Right now, Molly has been spending with her family, I can't tell you, countless hours packing all of the different retail items that you guys have been buying and shipping it out. She's here until 1 o'clock in the morning every day getting these packages out. So we couldn't live without Molly. Barry Stapleton, you've all met before. Barry is the director of the archives. He is also the person who got all of the entertainers that you've been seeing for the past few days and that you'll see again tomorrow. He's the one that contracted with all of them, made arrangements for them to participate in our festivals and also to participate in this. And that was not an easy job, because it's one thing to get a hold of them, it's another thing to get them to return calls, and then to get them to put together videos like they did. But all of the bands were just dynamic and anxious to help us, and we couldn't thank them enough for that effort. So this is the team, along with Kathy Ward and Pat Fitzgibbons, that made this happen. So let's just thank them. And unfortunately in this setting, I could clap, but nobody else will ever hear it. We are right now $520 away from reaching our $81,000 mark today. Help us get there. We're just $550 away. Please help us get there. So Make a couple donations while you watch the rock show. Barry's going to talk to you about that right now. Thank you guys for everything you do every year, every day to make this organization as successful as it is. This is what makes it happen. Come on, guys.
Matt, you want to say something first?
Yeah. So Barry, I really wanted to thank the staff, everybody involved in this. When we decided to cancel the festival back in April, we had no idea. Within hours, the staff got together and started planning this event. And let me tell you, it's been nonstop since then. And the board's been so supportive of all the efforts that they put through this. And I can't say enough of what you guys have done for this weekend.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks from the staff for the support that we've gotten from everybody here. I'd like to introduce the Best of Irish Rock show that we did last year. And as I talked early, these collaborations became so important to us, and a lot of it was us just listening to the musicians and the artists of things that they wanted to do. And this particular this particular show came together with talking to Scary Vor and Wee Banjo 3, and then once we get the slate together for the year, then we can see who can do what, and then we ask different artists to help us put these shows together. So it's a lot of people involved. The production is incredible. They do a little rehearsing before the shows. I know, like the Beatles show, they did some rehearsing in Dublin, Ohio before they came up. And this year, for the Irish and Rock, they did some rehearsing the day of and the day before and stuff like that. But really, they don't do a lot because they want that spontaneity that happens on stage, and the audience can see that and feed off of it. So it's really, truly a special show. So please enjoy from 2019, the Irish in Rock.
I don't even know where to begin right now. I'm going to start with you guys. The one thing about the Milwaukee Irish Festival is that it's one of the largest, it's the largest Irish festival in the world. And you people are the greatest fans in the world. And there's a sense of community, not just between you guys as the people who come to support the bands, but all the volunteers, the crew. But one of the things that's a little bit difficult sometimes with this festival is the size of it, that all these wonderful bands, all these wonderful performers get to travel and play with each other, but they're always playing, you know, one will be at one end, one will be, they don't get a chance always to see each other and be with each other, or they're competing or playing on a different stage. This moment right here is going to be one of the greatest moments in Irish Fest history. You guys are about to witness something that is going to be amazing and absolutely magical. Who was here for the Beatles tribute? What did you think of that? Well, guess what? That was Star Wars. Tonight, you get to see The Empire Strikes Back. It is with great privilege and honor that I give to you people Scary Vor, Wee Banjo 3, and friends. Give it up!
Milwaukee, are you ready? How are you feeling tonight? How many of you were here for the Beatles tribute 2 years ago? All right. Well, here we go. Let's see those hands, Milwaukee! Boys that had been away haven't changed, haven't had much to say. But yeah, I think those boys are crazy. They were asking if you were around, could be found. I told them that you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. Sing it! Boys are back in town, boys are back in town. Boys are back in town, boys are back in town.
You know that chick that used to dance a lot? Every night she'd be on the floor shaking what she got. When I say she was cool, she was red hot. I mean, she was steaming. And that time we were at Johnny's place, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, well, we just fell about that place. If that chick don't wanna do, forget her. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Dressed to kill down at Milwaukee Irish Festival. And if the bands wanna play, you better let them. That jukebox in the back's our favorite song. The nights are getting warmer, it won't be long till the summer comes. Now that the boys are here again, the boys are back in town, boys are back in town. Oh, the boys are back in town. Let's see those hands in the air. Here we go. You ready?
Start. Okay, it wouldn't be an Irish tribute without something from Van de Man. a rain kid down in a hollow, playing a new game, skipping and jumping at night, and the misty morning fog will, oh, our hearts that don't really need a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Whatever happened Tuesday is so slow, gone down the old man, the transistor radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind a rainbow's wall, slipping out of sight all along the waterfall with you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. So hard to find my way, and now that I'm all on my own, I saw you just the other day. My, you have grown. I cast my memory back to the Lord. Sometimes I'm overcome thinking about it, licking love in the green grass, behind the stadium with you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. You remember when we used to sing? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Let's hear Milwaukee. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Hey, where do we go? Days on the rain kid, down in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and running, hey, hey, skipping and jumping in the misty morning fog with, oh, our hearts that thumping and you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Even louder. Yeah.
Give it up for Scary Var! All right, Milwaukee. So we're going to bring up a whole host of guests to sing some songs with us tonight. But before we do, we want to say a big hello and a big thank you to a certain individual who's sitting here side stage. He's the reason a lot of us can pay our rent, and he believed in a lot of us when we were on our very first trips over to America to play some tours. So we would like to say a big thank you and a hello to the wonderful Mr. Ed Ward. Are you ready for your first guest? Okay, so this is their second time, first time at the festival, guys? Second time. They're amazing. One of their videos on YouTube has over 7 million views, and they're going to come up and sing a song with us. Give it up for Sholin! Are you having fun? This song was written in Derry in a garage, or what do you call a garage? A garage. In Derry, many years ago, and it went all over the world. A teenage dream's so hard to beat. Every time she walks down the street, another girl in the neighborhood. But she was mine, she looked so good. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right through the night. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right through the night. I'm gonna call her on the telephone, have her over 'cause I'm all alone. I need excitement, oh, I need it bad. She's the best that I ever had. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right. Come on, everybody together. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right to the night. Yeah! Teenage dream so hard to beat. Every time I walk down the street, I wanna hold her, I want her bad, 'cause she's the best that I ever had. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right through the night. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right through the night. Okay. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right. Can we get all Milwaukee singing? I wanna hold her tight. Get. One more time. I wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right. Can we have all the wing banjo 3?
Wanna hold her tight. Get teenage kicks right through the night.
Can we get all the scary more? Get teenage kicks right through the night. Can we get all you guys over here? Everybody over here, you ready? I wanna hold teenage kicks right through the night. Get teenage kicks right through the night. Oh, come on.
Give it up for Sholin!
Oh. All right. How many of you have been to the festival for the last 2 years, say? How many of you have been here since the first festival? All right. Well, we're incredibly grateful. This is a lot of fun, and we're going to continue on. We're going to continue on with the song from a great Irish artist, and I'm just excited. This is my first time that I get to play electric guitar on stage, you know?
Can we hear a round of applause for Dave Howley here?
My lover's got humor. She's the giggle at a funeral, knows everybody's disapproval. I should have worshipped her sooner, and if the heavens ever did speak, she's the last true mouthpiece. Now every summer's getting more bleak, fresh poison each week. We were born sick, but I love it. My church offers no absolutes. She tells me worship in the bedroom. The only heaven I'll be sent to is when I'm alone with you. I was born sick, but I love it. Command me to be well. Amen. 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 Take me to church and I'll worship like a dog at the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. I for me that death is dead. Good God, let me give you my life. Take me to church and I'll worship like a dog at the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. I for me that death is dead. Good God, let me give you my love. If I'm a pagan of the good times, all the lovers the sunlight to keep the goddess on my side. She demands a sacrifice to drain the whole sea. Something shiny, something meaty for the main course. That's a fine looking high horse that she got in the stable. We got a livestock and faithful. That looks tasty, that looks plenty. This is hungry work. Take me to church and I'll worship like a dog at the start of your life. I tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. I'm for me that death is dead. Good God, let me give you my life. Take me to church and I'll worship like a dog at the shrine of your life. I tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. I'm for me that death is dead. Good God, let me give you my life. No masters or kings when the ritual begins. There is no greater innocence than our gentle sins. In the madness and soul of these earthly scenes, only then am I human, only then am I clean. Amen. 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 Take me to church and I'll worship like a dog in the sweat of your life. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that death is death. Good God, let me give you my love. Take me to church, I'll worship like a dog in the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that death is death. And good God, let me give you my life. Thank you very much. You having a good time, Milwaukee? Okay, we're going to bring up some very special guests this time. They have more number ones than Elvis Presley, I think. They're the band that survived the Titanic. So we're going to bring up on stage, please give a huge welcome to Gaelic Storm!
Hello. Yeah. All right then, it's not very often I'm intimidated, but I'm intimidated tonight. We do need your help though on this song, okay? We need your help with the hands. Ryan Lacey's going to hit the drum 3 times. Ryan, hit the drum 3 times. And your hands go. You got to put your phones down. And I know... Oh, there you go. Oh, the microphone's working.
check.
All right, so Ryan Lacey's going to hit the drum 3 times. And your hands do that. As a matter of fact, you're percussion. And you got to put your phones down, and you got to put your beer down. And I know that's sacrilege in Wisconsin. Wow, that's the worst thing I've ever said in my entire life. What a stupid concept. Just go with your hands. We're going to videotape this, yeah? So this is a song. Are we all set? Silicon chip inside her head is set to overload. And nobody's gonna go to school today. She's gonna make them stay at home. And Daddy doesn't understand it. He always said she was good as gold. And he can see no reasons, cause there are no reasons. What reasons do you need to be sure? Oh, tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. I wanna shoot. Ooh, the whole day down. The telex machine is kept so clean, and it types to a waiting world. A mother seems so shocked, father's world's been rocked. They turn their thoughts to their own little girl. Sweet 16, ain't she peachy queen? Now there ain't no need to admit defeat. And they can see no reason, cause there are no reasons. What reasons do you need? Oh, tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. I don't like Mondays, I wanna shoot. Ooh, the whole day down, 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 shoot it all down. I know the playing stopped in the playground now, but she wants to play with her toys a while. And school's out early, and soon we'll be learning, and the lesson today is how to die. And then the bullhorn crackles and the captain tackles with the problems and the hows and whys. And he can see no reasons, cause there are no reasons. What reasons do you need to die, die? Oh, and the silicon chip inside her head gets switched to overload. And no one's gonna go to school today. She's gonna make them stay at home. And Daddy doesn't understand it. She always said she was good as gold. And he can see no reasons, cause there are. What reasons do you need to be sure? Oh, tell me why Mondays. I don't like Mondays. I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. I wanna shoot. Ooh, Scooby on the piano!
One more time, let's hear it for Gaelic Storm. All right, we're gonna move on. This is there's a brand new artist at the festival, first year. She's been described as the Adele of Irish music. This is her very first time. She's toured with Sharon Shannon, and she has a voice like nothing else. So please welcome to the stage, Susan O'Neill, San.
Hello.
Have you had a good time so far?
Absolutely fantastic. It's great to be here. It's great to be alive. Love you too. It's been 7 hours and 15 days since you took your love away. I go out every night and I sleep all day since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing, can take away these blues. 'Cause nothing compares to you. It's been so lonely without you here, like a bird without a song. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? I can put my arms around every boy I meet, but they only remind me of you. I went to the doctor, guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, girl, you better try and have fun no matter what you do. Oh, but he's a fool, 'cause nothing compares to you. Oh, flowers that you planted, mama, long died since you moved away. I know that living with you, baby, was sometimes hard, but I'm waiting to give it another try. Nothing compares to you.
Come on, let's hear it for Susan O'Neill.
Come on, James, go. Scott, DI number 3.
All right, we're going to have another special guest here on stage.
It'll be DI number 3, Scott.
He's a man who knows, basically Shane Hennessy is his own band all by himself. And it's his first year here and he's awful nervous. He's just after saying he's very, very shy. So please welcome to the stage, Shane Hennessy.
Thank you, folks. How we doing? Doing all right? There we go. Fantastic. Yeah, as Dave said, I'm going to act the part of the band for the first half of the song, and then these guys are going to kick in and join me. So, here's what I do. If I had a keyboard player here, this is what he'd do. He wouldn't do that. If I had a drummer here, he'd do this. Bass player, he'd do this. A little bit of moon dance. Well, it's a marvelous night for a moon dance, with all the stars up above in your eyes. A fantabulous night to make romance beneath the cover of October skies, and all the leaves in the trees, they are falling to the sounds of the whispers below. Now trying to please to the calling of your heartstrings to play soft and low. You know the night's magic seems to whisper and hush. You know the soul of moonlight seems to shine in your blush. And can I just say one more moon dance for you, my love? And can I just say one more moon dance for you, my love? Well, I want to make love to you tonight, and I can't wait for the morning to come. Now when you see me in St. South moonlight, when the days run a listening girl, 'cause all the leaves on the trees, they are falling to the sounds of the whispers below. And I'm trying to please to your calling of your heartstrings to play soft and low. You're the magic seems to whisper and hush. You know the sun of moonlight seems to shine in your blush. And can I say one more dance for you, my love? And can I just say one more dance for you? Get a brass solo. You know the night's magic seems to whisper and hush. You know the soul of moonlight seems to shine. Your blush. Can I say one more moon dance for you, my love? Can I just say one more moon dance for you, my love? Thank you very much, folks. I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, give one more huge shout out for Mr. Shane Hennessy. And don't forget, everybody, all these bands that you see, they all have sets. Who are you? Are you coming tomorrow? All these bands have sets again tomorrow, so come out and see them. We're going to continue. This is a band that has played everywhere from the F1 to the Rugby League, and they've played every major event in the world. I hear that Samuel L. Jackson is a fan of theirs. Would you please welcome to the stage the Chili Pipers?
Milwaukee, are you well? So excited to be here. If you know the words to this one, sing along with us.
While the guys are setting up, can we just take a second to say a huge thank you. They worked so hard this weekend. They're the reason that us bands can come out here and play music for you. Let's hear it for the volunteers. Give it up!
Let me
Let's hear one more time for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
This vocal here and mix 4 up, please. Mix 4.
All right.
Mix
so,
4 up.
By the way, this here on stage with a bandana on his head
Mix 4 up.
is Mr. Frank Marchand, our sound engineer. Give it up for Frank. Give it up for on front of house there, Scary Voice sound engineer, Mr. Paul. Give it up. Come on. I'll give a huge round of applause to all the backstage and the front stage crew, the lighting guys, the monitor guys. Thank you very much. All right, this band, they are holding the torch for Irish ballad singing. They're on a big tour. Give it up for the High Kings.
Give it up for the lads here on stage. Isn't this just unbelievable?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I forgot to bring my bug glasses for Bono. Sorry, Bono. See the storm set in your eyes. See the thorn twist in your side. And I'll wait for you. Sleight of hand and twist of fate. On a bed of nails she makes me wait. And I'll wait without you. With or without you, with or without you. Through the storm we reach the shore. You give it all, but I want more. And I'm waiting for you, with or without you. With or without you, oh, I can't live. With or without you.
See you clapping your hands. Come on.
And you give yourself away. And you give, and you give, and you give yourself away. Hands are tied, my body's bruised. She's got me with nothing to win and nothing left to lose. And you give yourself away.
To Milwaukee.
buzzy bees. Let's build it up again from the band. Come on. See your hands. Come on. With or without you. With or without you. I can't live. With or without you. With or without you. With or without you. With
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the band again, please.
How are you doing, Milwaukee? All right, so we're going to have some more. I think that's what's up now. Yeah. So we've more special guests again, and a first time at the festival band. They're amazing. They're from Galway as well. So, would you please welcome to the stage the Whileaways?
How are you doing out there? We're going to play a very famous Galway song for you. This is by The Stunning. It's called Brewing Up a Storm.
Honey, if the truth hurts, don't look, it might go away. It's easy to pretend that life is a rosy bouquet. I don't need a platter, I'll take it straight from the shelf. Give it to me raw, I'll take it home and cook it myself. Brewing up a storm, brewing up a storm, brewing up inside, and his eyes are wild and he can't go on. He's brewing up a storm. Can't afford to lose touch, can't afford to lose control. The doors are open wide and the wind blows a bitter cold. Man holds a mystery, someone else holds a key. It's a shame they're the same, the answer doesn't have to be. Hey! Brewing up a storm, brewing up a storm, brewing up inside, and his eyes are wild and he can't go on. He's brewing up a storm. Fire in your touch. But I can't shout fire 'cause I love you too much. The race is on, the messages in your soul. There's 1,000 thoughts a second now.
now explode. Brewing up a storm, brewing up a storm. He's brewing up inside and his eyes are wild and he can't go on. Brewing up a storm, he's brewing up a storm. He's brewing up inside and his eyes are wild and he can't go He's brewing up a storm.
Let's hear it for the Whileaways! All right, we're going to get the Whileaways to hang out on stage for a bit. We're going to have Leo Morn and Porrick Stevens to come up and sing a song with us. Leo, of course, and Pierce Doherty as well. So we have members of the Saw Doctors here on stage. And I Used to Love Her was written, and it was the most #1 single in Ireland, I think, at the time.
Correct.
All right. The Saw Doctors were like the Irish Beatles. So you're among royalty here.
Well, I didn't see much future when I left the Christian Brothers School. So I waved it goodbye with a wistful smile and I left the girls in June. Sometimes when I'm reminiscing, I see the prefabs and my old friends, and I know that things would be changed and gone if I ever get home again. And I wish I was on that A17, gold walls and the russet face. I wish I was on that A17, gold walls and the russet face. I'll be traveling with just my thoughts and dreams. The old fella left me to Shannon. Was the last time I traveled that road. And as we turned left to Clare Galway, I could feel it up in my throat. 'Cause I pictured the thousands of times that I traveled that well-worn track. And I know that things would be different if I ever decide to go back. And I wish I was on that A17, stone walls and the russet. Yes, I wish I was on that A17, stone walls and the russet. I'll be traveling with just my thoughts and dreams. And now as I travel down highways, a filthy overcrowded trains, and there's no one to talk to in transit, so I sit there and daydream in vain. Well, behind all these muddled up problems of living on a foreign soil, I can still see the twist, turn to the road, and I swear to the time and the time. I wish I was on that A17, stone walls and the grasses. I wish I was on that A17, stone walls and the grasses. I'll be traveling with
I'd be traveling with just my thoughts and dreams.
Folly Stevens, Leo Moran, Pierce Garvin, the Saw Doctors.
Ricky O'Neill, Will Merrigan, the Saw Doctors.
The Whileaways, big hand for wee banjo and the Whileaways.
Ooh. All right, Milwaukee. We need to make some decisions before the night is up. What are we doing next year? All right, we're going to slow it down for a second. And I've been looking forward to this since we decided to do this set. This is Ruth Smith. She has an amazing radio program on RTE1 Radio where you can listen from America. It's called Simply Folk, and it plays some of the best folk music that you'll hear. And Ruth is an amazing singer, and we're going to do a song together. I think that's on. Hello, Ruth.
Hello, Dave. Hello, Milwaukee Irish Fest. Up Galway.
Before we go anywhere as well, we're going to say a big thank you. There's one particular guy who's running around the place and doing an awful lot of work. Big Al on the piano. Give it up. Come on. He's the only one in the band that had to learn all the songs. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know you, but I want you all the more for that. Words fall through me and always fool me, and I can't react.
And games that never amount to more than they're meant will play themselves out. Take this sinking boat and point it home. We've still got time. Raise your hopeful voice. You have the choice. You've made it now. Falling slowly, eyes that know me, and I can't go back. Moves that take me and erase me, and I'm painted black. Will you have suffered enough and warred with yourself? It's time that you won. Take this sinking boat and point it home. We still got time. Raise
Give it up for Ruth Smith. All right, Milwaukee, you want to hear some more? All right, their second time back to the festival, and we're delighted to have them here. They're going to come up. Welcome to the stage, Hermitage Green. And they're going to be joined by another artist, Emma Langford. She best emerging artist from RTE1, so enjoy.
Can we get a big round of applause for Wee Banjo 3 who put this whole night together? Incredible artists.
Emma, how was your first Milwaukee experience been?
Wonderful. Slightly terrifying.
Do you know what the great thing about Milwaukee is, though? Milwaukee Irish Festival. You're the crowds that buy the most merchandise out of any festival in the world. Isn't that right?
And we love you for it.
Milwaukee, hello again. You look beautiful.
And isn't he lovely by himself?
So, most of the people on this stage are from Limerick in Ireland, and we're gonna play a little tribute now to a very important band that came from Limerick called the Cranberries.
Changing every day in every possible way. And all my dreams never quite as it seems, never quite as it seems. I know I felt like this before. Now I'm feeling it even more because it came from you. And then I open up and see the person falling here is me. A different way to be. I want more. Impossible to ignore. Impossible to ignore. They'll come true. Impossible not to do. Impossible not to do. So I tell you openly, you have my heart, so don't hurt me. You're what I couldn't find. Totally amazing mind, so understanding and so kind. You're everything to me. Can you help us do that?
slowly taken. The violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, hey. Another lover's breaking heart is taking over. When the violence causes such silence, who are we mistaken? It's the same old beam since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. In your head,
Emma Langford, everybody.
Thank you, Milwaukee! Woo!
Hermitage Green and Emma Langford. All right. You're hanging in there, Milwaukee? We've only another 7.5 hours of music to go. Is that all right? All right. I'm going to have my favorite singer at the festival sing this next song, Mr. Alec Douglas.
Let me get the short person's mic back on here. Okay, so we have a bit of a bone of contention about this song on Scary Roar because we're at an Irish festival and we're the only, well, we've got the Chili Pipers, but we're kind of, the Scots over here at an Irish festival, and all the lads from the banjo guys are saying that this next song is from an Irish band, but Mike Scott from the Waterboys is actually from Edinburgh, so we're going to say that we're doing a Scottish song here in the middle of this. Are we okay with that? Here we go, this is Fisherman's Blues.
Fisherman, tumbling on the sea, far away from dry land and its bitter memory, casting out my sweet line with a band in middle of those ceiling bearing down on me, see the starry skies above lying in my head. You're my crashing headlong to the heartland, down in the red, feeling off the sleepers and the burning of the coal. Catch the towns passing by in a night that's full of soul. You're my head, you're my arms. Woo-hoo. And I know I will be looser from the bonds that hold me fast, and the chains all around me fade away at last. And on that grand and fateful day, I will take thee in my hand. I will ride that train. I will be the fisherman, the light of my head. You are my arms. Woo-hoo. Light in my head. You are my arms. Woo-hoo. Light in my head. You are my Light in my head, you're my arms.
Give it up for Scary Roar! All right, Milwaukee. We're going to have another guest join us on stage. She's one of my favorite folk singers. She's comes from a long line of amazing singers, and we're just delighted to have her here. Give it up for Aoife Scott.
Hello. I feel like I've overdressed for the occasion. Does anybody think that we Banjo 3 and Scary Roar should wear glittery dresses the next time we do this? Fergal should have glittery red pants, yes? I don't know what's going on, but I got the memo to wear the glittery dress because it's an Irish rock show, so. Anyway, we're going to sing this song. It's a song by a little known band. You might not have heard of them. They're very underground in Dublin at the moment. They're very kind of hipster. They're called U2. Has anybody heard of them? This is a song that's sung at first dances all over the country, first wedding dances, which is kind of a weird one, because it's called I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For. If you know it, please sing along. Here we go. I have climbed the highest mountain. I have run through the fields, only to be with you. Only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, only to be with you. Let's keep singing. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. No, I still Have to do that again. Turn it up a little bit. No, Oh, I want to hear it one more time, a little bit louder. Let's go again. Here we go. No, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. All right, here we go. Let's you sing it. No, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Last time. No, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Unbelievable, Milwaukee. What an Irish festival, these are unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Aoife Scott. Woo. Well, all I can say is, as musicians, this is both the most terrifying thing we've done this weekend and also one of the most enjoyable things we've done all weekend. We do another couple of songs, Alec.
Why not?
Is this one me or you?
We'll find out in a minute.
Again, we want to say a big thank you. There's a lot of people to thank for this. Well, there's one particular man who we kind of begged him, and he said yes. Actually, this was kind of his idea, so he's to blame for all the mishaps and everything, but we're really appreciative of himself, and he's back there. So give it up for Mr. Barry Stapleton. And also, I've been in a band for a very, very long time with him. He wears red pants and he works incredibly hard. I want to say a big thank you to Fergal, who did an awful lot of work in putting this set together this year. We love you, Ferg. Give it up, Mr. Fergal Scal. much, Milwaukee. We're finished. Good night, Milwaukee. See you later. Bye. Yeah. Would you like us to play one more? I don't know. Would you like us to play one more? All right, we're going to finish on this one. Thank you so much for coming. We hope you've had a great time. One more time, let's hear it for Scary Vor.
And we Banjo 3!
We'll see you tomorrow, Milwaukee. We all have sets. We'd love to see you. Have a great Saturday night. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Let's see those hands in the air, Milwaukee. Here we go.
What an incredible night of Irish rock. That was awesome. I can't wait till next year. I'm going to call in sick and I'm going to attend these kind of rock events. But thank you to Epic for putting this whole thing together for us. This was just amazing.
Absolutely. So you heard me thank our sponsors because we couldn't do this without them. And you heard me introduce and thank our employees and our volunteers because we couldn't do it without them. But you, our patrons, we couldn't do this without you also. So we had a goal of $81,000. We actually did $82,111. We couldn't do that without you, and I can't thank you enough for all of your support.
And thank you to the over 700 people that are still up watching right now. Thank you for coming to the third day of Irish Fest at home. Go to bed now, and we'll see you back here